In Jiang country, the Qingyun sect's White Jade Square lay beneath a haze of immortal energy. Hundreds of boys and girls sat perfectly still, trapped in the fourth assessment, the trial of heart. Rage, terror, joy, and grief twisted their sleeping faces as private illusions tested every candidate's will. Soft groan broke the stillness. Lu Changsheng's eyes snapped open and both hands flew to his aching head. Memories surged through his mind like a breached river. They did not belong only to the 18 years he had already lived. They came from another life and another world. Lu finally understood. He had traveled into a world of fantasy and immortality. He had lived here for 18 years without recovering the mystery of his former existence. Only now, inside Qingyun sect's heart trial, had those memories awakened. His apparent triumph over the illusion was really the collision of two lives. The examiners were startled. Someone had awakened first, and that suggested a top-notch Dao heart. Then they checked the rest of Lu's record. He was 18, had shown only mediocre perseverance in an earlier stage, and possessed a 9th-grade spiritual root. Their excitement cooled into regret. Lu did not need to hear their discussion to know the problem. During the first assessment, the talent test had exposed his 9th-grade spiritual root, the worst grade. Cultivating immortality with it would be brutally difficult, and any future achievement would be limited. Determination alone could not open Qingyun sect's door. Lu's recovered memories had brought something else into focus, the multiple blessing system. Its path did not demand peerless personal talent. If he had many children, cultivated them well, and built a flourishing family, he could gain blessings through them and rise as its patriarch. His immortal path was narrow, but no longer dark. Voices erupted around him. One candidate begged his parents not to leave. Another insisted everything had been an illusion. Someone laughed that he had become an immortal, while another shouted at the vision, trying to deceive him. The trial of heart released its victims one by one, each still carrying the emotion of what they had seen. 5 candidates beside Lu stared in surprise when they realized he was already awake. He casually said it had only been a little while. They had traveled here together. 16-year-old Hong Yi, a marquis' son with an 8th-grade root, and 15-year-old Han Lin, a blacksmith's child with a 7th-grade root. Li Feiyu was 18, a young Crimson Whale gang leader with a 7th-grade root. Xiao Ziyu, a scholarly family's 15-year-old daughter, possessed an exceptional 4th-grade root. Zhao Qingqing, 16 and born to a physician, had a 6th-grade root. They knew one another, but mostly because strangers seek warmth together in unfamiliar places. And everyone had awakened. A Qingyun sect executor floated above the square and opened a jade scroll. Conversation died instantly. One name followed another. Every successful candidate brightened with joy and longing for an immortal future. Those passed over grew heavier with each name, waiting for a call that might never come. And came 3 familiar names: Han Lin, Xiao Ziyu, Zhao Qingqing. Their place in Qingyun sect was secured. Lu Hongyi and Li Feiyu kept listening, but the executor rolled the jade scroll closed. The silence after the final name delivered their answer more harshly than any explanation could. Li Feiyu stared at the closed list, unwilling to accept it. Hongyi bit his lip until his face turned pale. His noble family had spent money and connections trying to ease his admission, yet an 8th-grade root remained an 8th-grade root. Here, worldly rank could not force open an immortal gate. Lu sighed. The rejection still weighed on him. Qingyun sect would have offered the safest and clearest road into cultivation. Yet the blow did not crush him. The multiple blessing system meant this was not the end of his immortal path. If the orthodox gate stayed closed, he would have to find another place to begin. The executor ordered everyone else to leave the sect immediately. Then one sweep of a sleeve summoned auspicious mist beneath the chosen candidates. Han Lin, Xiao Ziyu, Zhao Qingqing, and the other successful youths rose into the clouds. Their rejected companions could only watch as the distance between them became literal. Several hundred rejected youths left with bitter faces. Some wept openly as they crossed the gate, mourning that immortals and mortals would now lead separate lives. They could still attempt cultivation, but without a sect they would be loose cultivators, lacking the same protection, inheritance, and prospects enjoyed by official disciples. Lu possessed a system that rewarded descendants, but that promise did not solve his first problem. He still needed cultivation methods, resources, and somewhere touched by spiritual energy. Qingyun sect had refused him, while the life of an unsupported loose cultivator offered danger and little certainty. Before building a family, he needed a foundation. And a man called after the rejected youths with an offer tailored so perfectly to Lu's predicament that the entire road seemed to pause. The Lu family of Qingzhou Mountain wanted 20 sons-in-law. In return, it offered access to spiritual vein-blessed lands and cultivation manuals. Lu turned toward the speaker. A family and a path had appeared together. The offer sent a thrill through the rejected youths. It moved Lu Changsheng too. A cultivation family could provide everything Qingyun sect had denied him, and becoming a son-in-law was hardly shameful if it opened the road to immortality. Even so, Lu stayed silent. Gifts this convenient demanded inspection. Someone asked the question Lu wanted answered. Cultivation families rarely invested in foreign bloodlines, so why recruit outsiders now? The man in green answered candidly. The Lu family had lost too many of its younger generation. It needed sons-in-law because it needed fresh bloodlines. Price was staggering. Within 20 years, each son-in-law had to father 50 children. The task would also count as complete with one child possessing a middle-grade spiritual root, or 3 possessing lower-grade spiritual roots. In return came a spiritual vein dojo, cultivation techniques, and monthly cultivation resources. Anya supplied the missing verification. The Qingzhou Mountain Lu family was legitimate and even had a foundation establishment ancestor. Its losses were real too. A battle with the Chen family of Red Leaf Valley over a spirit stone mine had killed many of its young and strong. Hong's manner had changed. Earlier, his noble birth had made him dismissive of poorer companions. Now Han Lin and Zhao Qingqing had entered Qingyun's sect while he had failed. He understood that cultivation would erase much of the distance between princes, merchants, and servants, and that Lu might become a valuable friend. That confirmation settled it. For now, becoming a Lu family son-in-law was the sensible choice. Their land, manuals, and resources could carry Lu through the dangerous beginning that talent alone could not overcome. After that, the multiple blessing system, and the family it rewarded him for building, could open the sky. Lu stepped forward. "Brother Lu, let's do this together." Li Feiyu's choice surprised Hong. Lu had come from a peasant family and possessed little to return to. Li, by contrast, was an 18-year-old vice gang leader of the sizable Crimson Whale gang. Yet after a visible struggle, he chose this uncertain path into cultivation beside Lu. Yunding hesitated when he learned that Lu possessed only a 9th-grade spiritual root. Better roots meant a better chance of producing spiritually talented children, and Lu was a poor prospect by that measure. But Li possessed a 7th-grade spiritual root, and with the two presenting themselves together, the patriarch accepted them. Yunding made the danger explicit before taking their word. Once they went to Qingzhou Mountain, there would be no turning back. They would sign a contract. Failure within 20 years meant repaying 3 times every resource received and then serving the Lu family for 10 more years. Lu and Li exchanged one look and agreed. Half an hour later, all 20 positions were filled. Every recruit was young, humble in background, and without notable connections. Some nobles could not lower themselves to accept such a role, but the family did not want powerful outside ties either. Lu Yunding had assembled men who needed the opportunity and whom the Lu family could securely absorb. Only then did the recruiter formally identify himself. He was Lu Yunding, patriarch of the Lu family. From this point on, the 20 men were to address him as family head. The title clarified the scale of Lu Changsheng's decision. The bargain had been offered and accepted under the patriarch's direct authority. Lu Yunding opened a pouch bordered with golden thread. White lights streamed from its mouth and struck the ground one after another, becoming majestic horses with bright yellow coats, golden manes, and powerful limbs. The rejected disciples who had watched Qingyun's chosen fly away on auspicious clouds stared at their more earthbound transportation. It was not the soaring departure granted to Qingyun sect disciples. Still, these were spiritual steeds, and they were carrying Lu toward the cultivation foundation he had chosen. With Li Feiyu among the same band of 20 and Lu Yunding leading them, Lu Changsheng left the sect gate behind and began the road to Qingzhou Mountain. For their first full day on the road, night found Lu Yunding's party camped in the wilderness. Lu Changsheng had never learned to ride, yet the bright yellow spiritual steed beneath him had carried him all day without leaving him badly fatigued. These mounts truly belonged to another world. One young man asked how much farther Qingzhou Mountain lay. Lu Yunding answered matter-of-factly. The steeds could cross 1,000 miles in a day, and even so, the journey would take more than half a month. The recruits traded grim looks. Lu Changsheng could only marvel at the distance. Lu Yunding dismissed their gloom with a practical solution. From a porcelain bottle, he distributed brown fasting pills. One pill would prevent hunger for an entire month. Lu Changsheng examined the soybean-sized elixir, then swallowed it. He was already aboard this venture, and the Lu family had no reason to poison its own recruits. While several youths sat cross-legged and practiced cultivation techniques they already possessed, Li Feiyu trained alone. Lu had learned more about his quiet companion on the road. Li was the 18-year-old deputy leader of the Crimson Whale gang and already counted among the mortal martial world's top experts. After repeated cycles of riding and rest, the party finally neared Qingzhou Mountain. Exhaustion and the promise of safety had lowered everyone's guard. Then hidden enemies struck. Ice cones tore into the mounted column before the recruits understood they were under attack. 3 immortal seedlings were pierced through the chest and knocked lifeless from their steeds. Lu Changsheng swallowed hard, his face paling. He had come from another world, but neither that life nor this one had shown him slaughter firsthand. Now the truth was unavoidable. This was the cultivation world. Laughter rolled across the wrecked column as cultivators burst from the earth. Their leader was a tall, middle-aged man in a crimson robe. Lu Yunding recognized him at once. Chen Shuisheng, patriarch of the Chen family of Red Leaf Valley, the Qingzhou Lu family's old enemy, and bold enough to strike at their doorstep. Lu Yuanding burned a yellow transmission talisman, sending an urgent call to his family. Chen Xuesheng understood the race immediately. He ordered a quick kill, summoned biting cold, and drove ice spikes at Lu Yuanding, while his 10 followers unleashed their spells, not at the Lu escorts, but at the immortal seedlings. Lu Changsheng had no cultivation technique and no answer to a spell aimed at his life. In the chaos, Li Feiyu reacted with the speed his martial reputation promised and pulled Lu out of the killing line. The road had turned their casual acquaintance into a debt of life. Panic drove 2 recruits out from the Lu family's protection. They died almost at once beneath fireballs, wind blades, and ice spikes. No one else dared run. Lu Changsheng and the remaining youths could only huddle like lambs awaiting slaughter and pray that the Lu cultivators held long enough. Before the defense broke, sharp sounds pierced the air. Figures were flying from Qingzhou Mountain toward the battlefield. Chen Xuesheng recognized the answer to Lu Yuanding's talisman and made his decision without hesitation. With a single order to withdraw, he led the Chen cultivators away before the reinforcements could close. One reinforcement descended swiftly to Lu Yuanding. She wore a fluttering snow-white gown, and concern softened her clear, stream-like voice as she asked, "Daddy, are you all right?" This was no unexplained stranger. Lu Maioj was the family head's daughter, arriving first as a child worried for her father. Even after a lifetime exposed to manufactured beauty in his former world's internet age, Lu Changsheng was stunned. Lu Maioj's jade-white skin, autumn water eyes, delicate features, and elegant bearing made her seem like an unworldly snow lotus. Fresh from death's edge, his thoughts still found their familiar direction. If he married a woman like her, what children might they have? After the bloodshed on the road, the survivors finally entered Qingzhou Mountain. The name was misleading. This was an entire range, bright with translucent green bamboo. Fresh, humid air replaced the smell of violence, while streams, colorful birds, and cultivated terraces made the Lu family's domain resemble a secluded paradise. Recruits were placed at Qingzhou Villa on the mountain's outer edge. Lu Yuanding told them a first-grade spirit vein ran beneath it. They would live here and cultivate. He also repeated the crucial promise, satisfy the agreement they had accepted, and afterward they could either remain with the family or leave. Lu Yuanding departed after ordering Uncle Fu to settle them. Gray-haired and slightly stooped, the villa's administrator led the group through its formalities and grounds. Qingzhou Villa also housed the family's average collateral seedlings. Exceptional talents lived deeper in the mountain, where a second-grade spirit vein made the energy far denser. Along the route, Lu family disciples stared at the newcomers as though they were curious animals. Their eyes carried open arrogance. Lu remained calm. Whatever polite title the family used, these recruits had entered through marriage and reproduction rather than talent. Protection and a spirit vein did not erase their low standing. At night, Lu sat down to cultivate. Under his deliberate control, spiritual energy gathered almost imperceptibly and entered through the pores across his body. It had to traverse a complete cycle before even one strand could remain in his Danshan Qi Si. Every small gain demanded patience and concentration. Circulating energy was not useless. It nourished Lu's flesh, veins, and bones, gradually driving impurities from his body in a process of marrow cleansing. But when night finally gave way to morning, all that effort had left only the faintest cool aura in his Danshan. Now Lu truly understood his 9th-grade spiritual root. Even with a spirit vein, reaching the first level of Qi refinement at this pace would take ages. Elsewhere, it would be worse. Cultivation through effort alone was unrealistic. With a deep sigh, he chose his real advantage. He would have to rely on the system. Lu had barely wondered when the family would arrange a wife when his courtyard bells rang. Uncle Fu waited beyond the door with the other recruits. The Lu family, he announced, had prepared a reception to welcome them and wash away the dust of travel. Lu sensed the likely purpose and agreed to follow. Uncle Fu gathered all 12 surviving immortal seedlings and led them into a spacious, elegant hall. No hosts or guests waited inside. There were only 12 carefully arranged seats, one for each recruit. The empty formality sharpened Lu's hunch that this was not an ordinary feast. And the Lu family's secular branch women entered, transforming the empty hall into a marriage gathering. Uncle Fu praised them as literate, well-mannered, virtuous, and accomplished. Their task today was to receive the recruits warmly. Each man could choose the woman he favored, and Uncle Fu would arrange the wedding. Once Uncle Fu withdrew, the women approached the seats themselves. They had not been coerced into coming. Most descended from cultivators, and they understood the bargain. Find a suitable immortal seedling, bear children who might possess spiritual roots, and gain standing through those children. In this room, the women held much of the choosing power. Lu Changsheng had a peasant background, an ordinary face, and the weakest sort of spiritual root. Unsurprisingly, only 3 women came to him. He did not resent the comparison or pretend he deserved a crowd. 3 attractive prospective wives were already far beyond what his previous life would have offered him. 3 offered distinct charms. One seemed pure, lovely, and playful. Another was innocent yet alluring, somehow carrying both purity and desire. The third looked gentle and graceful with the bearing of a well-bred lady. Two shared enough features that Lu suspected they might be sisters. His decision became very simple. Rather than hesitate or select only one, Lu accepted all three. The other recruit's restraint only made his initiative more conspicuous, but he saw no reason to discard such good fortune. Uncle Fu's arrangements turned the choice into 3 marriages. Lu Lanchu, Lu Zier, and Lu Qinger became the household through which Lu would pursue his system's path. Half a month after marrying Lu Lanchu, Lu Zier, and Lu Qinger, Lu Changsheng had barely cultivated. His 9th-grade spiritual root promised painfully little, so he had concentrated on the family root offered by his system. The first result arrived quickly. Lan Shu was pregnant. Motives behind the child were partly practical, but Lu's happiness was not. In either life, this was his first chance to become a father. He had already chosen 2 names, Ping'an for a boy, Zile for a girl. More than ambition, he wanted this child to know peace and joy. In Qingzhou Villa's Grand Hall, Patriarch Lu Yuanding declared that the Lu family clearly separated rewards from punishments. Lu had married 3 Lu women and gotten Lan Shu pregnant within half a month. That performance earned 4 rewards: a lower-grade flying sword, a Qingzhou vestment robe, yellow dragon elixir, and 100 caddies of spirit rice. Sword alone was worth 50 spirit stones. The robe was worth 30, while the rice and elixir were worth 10 each, 100 spirit stones in all. The other immortal seedlings could only envy him, yet the Lu family could not offer that fortune for every child. When Lu Qinger also became pregnant, there was no second 100-stone windfall. More than half a month later, Lu Zier became the 3rd wife confirmed pregnant. In a little over 2 months, Lu had succeeded with all 3, leaving the other recruits wondering whether he cultivated at all. The result was not blind desperation. He had calculated their ovulation periods and used the pregnancy tonics supplied by the Lu family. With all 3 wives pregnant, Lu finally resumed serious cultivation. Uncle Fu sent 2 fair-skinned, attractive maids to manage the household, and their implied second purpose was obvious. Lu wanted many children, but not at the cost of ruining himself. Cultivation let him feel how repeated exertion depleted his vital essence, weakened his body, and slowed his recovery. More than half a year passed. Lu did not abandon either half of his plan. He cultivated into the first level of Qi Refinement, then gradually accepted the 2 maids as concubines and got both pregnant. His value to the Lu family rose again, and his monthly allowance increased to 3 spirit stones and 20 jin of spirit rice. Thinking that Lan Shu's delivery must be near, Lu rose and adjusted the Qingzhou robe he had been awarded. It fitted itself to him, resisted heat and cold, and shed dust despite not being a magical artifact. After spending time with his wives and concubines, he visited Li Feiyu, his only close friend among the recruits. Half a month later, Lan Shu went into labor. Lu waited outside the room, listening to her cries while his fists repeatedly clenched and opened. Li Feiyu assured him that Qingzhou Villa's spiritual energy had strengthened her, and a cultivator was assisting the delivery. Lu insisted he was not nervous, only excited and happy. His restless eyes betrayed him. He asked whether Lu had chosen a name. Although the Lu family would raise the child, Lu retained a father's right to name it, and because his own surname was Lu, there was no dispute over that. For a boy, his answer was Ping'an. Then the delivery ended, and Lu Changsheng finally held his newborn son. The moment was personal, but it was also the proof Lu had been waiting for. With his first child safely born, the multiple blessing system finally responded. A mechanical voice announced the reward. Lu Changsheng had obtained his first lottery draw. His family path had not merely begun, it had opened a new route to power. Still holding his newborn son, Lu Changsheng entered the birthing room and sat beside the exhausted Lu Lanchu. He took her hand and softly told her she had worked hard. Pale and weak, she smiled and called him husband. He immediately urged her not to move and simply rest. For one warm moment, Lu thought living like this forever might be enough. Then he remembered the Chen family's assassination attempt and this world's law of survival. Without strength, even leaving the Lu family could cost him his child. Happiness needed protection, and he had not crossed worlds merely to remain mediocre. Knowing Lanchu needed sleep, Lu kept the visit brief. He handed the baby to a nearby woman, not because the Lu family was claiming him, but because Lu did not know how to care for an infant. Ping'an's spiritual root could not manifest until age 5 or 6, so that mystery would have to wait. Back in his room, Lu silently called, "System, I want to draw a lottery." A pale red virtual wheel appeared and delivered the result, full-level second-rank talisman-making skill. Lu stared at the reward in disbelief. His first draw had not produced a minor aid, it had handed him mastery. Lu immediately apologized to the system for underestimating it. He had spent months learning how the cultivation world worked, so he understood that professions such as alchemy, artifact refining, formations, beast taming, gardening, medicinal cooking, spirit identification, mining, and especially talisman making demanded both talent and wealth. Among those professions, formations, alchemy, artifact refining, and talisman making were particularly coveted. Second-rank talismans corresponded to the foundation establishment stage, one full realm above Qi Refinement. With this mastery revealed, Lu could become an honored guest, even a guest elder among cultivation families and other powers. Lu activated the skill without hesitation. Knowledge surged into his mind, an introduction to talismans, complete collections of basic and first-rank talismans, and the higher methods contained in full second-rank mastery. The system had not merely shown him manuals, it had made the discipline part of him. The excitement lasted only until Lu considered how he looked to everyone else, an immortal sect reject who had barely begun cultivation and lived at the Lu family's expense. If such a man suddenly displayed master-level skill, suspicion was inevitable. The system could not protect him from every question his success would raise. Nor could Lu assume the family would simply honor him. At present, they supported him as a son-in-law whose value lay in producing children. If he exposed his skill too quickly, they might only exchange one form of control for another, turning their breeding partner into a talisman-making tool. Lu chose patience. First, he would buy a brush, paper, ink, and materials, then visibly practice like a beginner. After that, he could reveal talent step by step, first enough to earn the Lu family's attention, later first-rank competence, and eventually his second-rank mastery. A believable progression could raise his status without exposing the system. For the first time, Lu felt genuinely confident about his future in this world. The system had proven its worth, yet caution remained essential. If he kept having children, avoided needless trouble, and advanced without exposing his secrets, then even falling short of immortality would not leave him ordinary. Next morning, Lu acted. Wearing the same Qingzhou vestment robe, he took out the lower-grade flying sword previously awarded to him and headed through Qingzhou Villa toward the 100 Treasures Pavilion. The visit looked ordinary, which was exactly what his carefully manufactured beginning required. 100 Treasures Pavilion functioned like a cultivation department store. It carried magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, spirit rice, spirit vegetables, demon beast meat, and ordinary necessities. Lu already came each month for meat and vegetables containing spiritual energy. Elixirs worked faster, but their price remained beyond his routine budget. At the counter, Lu asked for an ordinary set of talisman-making tools and materials. The request immediately told the familiar shopkeeper that this dependent son-in-law intended to learn the profession. Rather than rush to make a sale, the man paused and warned Lu that the path was far more expensive than it looked. Beginner, the shopkeeper explained, might fail 100 times on one talisman. Poor aptitude could mean several hundred failures. Changing designs brought another brutal failure rate, and becoming even an elementary talisman master demanded thousands upon thousands of attempts. Because Lu had worked diligently and made 5 women pregnant within a year, the warning was sincere. Shopkeeper expected his warning to frighten Lu away. Instead, it finally showed Lu what the system had truly given him. Ordinary novices might spend tens of thousands of attempts merely becoming elementary talisman masters, and a lifetime still might not carry them to second grade. Even first grade was divided into inferior, middle, superior, and top-level mastery. Second grade followed the same ladder. Lu had not received an entry-level trick. His transferred knowledge placed him at full mastery of the second grade, a top-level second-grade talisman master. That settled the matter. Lu met the shopkeeper's gaze and said he still wanted to try. The harder the profession was for everyone else, the better his hidden advantage became. The merchant side accepted that young men learned by striking the wall themselves and agreed to sell. The ordinary wolf hair brush alone cost 20 spirit stones and was built for beginner work, not effortless high-grade production. Lu nevertheless took the practical setup. The shopkeeper put away Lu's lower-grade flying sword, brought out the requested brush, paper, and ink, then returned 13 spirit stones in change. Lu's system knowledge already contained many talisman designs, but instant expertise without study would be absurdly suspicious. If he meant to put on an act, he would do it properly. He visited the Lu family library, spent 1 spirit stone, and borrowed Introduction to Talismans and complete collection of basic talismans. Back in his study, Lu arranged the brush, paper, spiritual ink, and borrowed books across the desk. Then he examined the numbers. Materials for 100 talismans cost about 22 spirit stones. Lower-grade successes could multiply that investment 5 to 10 times. Middle-grade talismans could return more than 20-fold. With full second-grade mastery, turning these materials into middle-grade, first-grade talismans would be easy. Yet the common brush was designed only for basic, lower-grade, and middle-grade work. Forcing higher quality through it would be needlessly difficult. More importantly, Lu needed to appear like a beginner, not a miracle. Lu settled at the desk, dipped the wolf hair brush into the prepared spiritual ink, and began. The transferred knowledge guided every movement, but this was the first time his own hand had to carry spiritual power through a real brush and preserve the design across real paper. Light rose from the paper. Faint spiritual fluctuations moved through the fresh lines, rapidly solidifying the ink before the glow circulated and faded. A lower-grade, first-grade flame bullet talisman lay complete. Only then did Lu release his breath, smiling at the proof in front of him. Trace of spiritual power could trigger the talisman and release a fire bullet comparable to a third-level Qi Refinement technique. Lu was only at the first level. Casting that technique himself would empty him. Yet the same reserve could create 2 or 3 talismans that stored the stronger attack for later. Lu continued while his reserve allowed it. He drew a featherweight talisman, then a rejuvenation insignia, both lower grade, first grade. The 3 successes made his professional mastery undeniable, but they also exposed its present leash. His first-level spiritual power and mental stamina could not sustain another attempt. Lu carefully stored the flame bullet, featherweight, and rejuvenation talismans. Knowledge was no longer the question, cultivation was. He sat in meditation through the night, restoring the spiritual power and energy spent on his first batch. By morning, his hidden profession had passed its first real test. Another month passed after Lu's first talisman successes. Then Lu Qinger gave birth to a son. Lu Changsheng welcomed the child eagerly and waited for the familiar system reward. Nothing came. After tasting that first lottery's sweetness, he could not help feeling disappointed. On reflection, Lu admitted the silence made sense. If every birth paid an achievement reward, he could ignore raising his children and simply chase numbers. He did not name the boy yet. At his wife's request, he agreed to wait and name both sisters' children together. 20 days later, Lu Zier delivered a daughter. Again, the system gave no response, confirming Lu's suspicion that another threshold had to be reached. Yet his disappointment did not touch the child. With 1 son and 1 daughter now before him, he was genuinely delighted. Family named the boy Lu Wuyu and the girl Lu Wayu. Like the names Ping'an and Zile that Lu had considered before, they carried a simple wish. May these children grow safely and without worry. Lu quietly wished for his own cultivation path to be just as peaceful. A month later, Lu entered the 100 Treasures Pavilion with 5 cleansing talismans. His hidden mastery could not appear overnight. He had spent nearly 3 months constructing a believable beginner's trail, and now he calmly asked the shopkeeper whether the pavilion bought such talismans and what they were worth. Shopkeeper was caught off guard. Lu Changsheng was known as an outsider brought in to produce descendants, not as a craftsman, yet here he stood with talismans of his own making. The shopkeeper gathered the 5 slips from the counter and began examining them one by one. Lines were rough and the quality low, exactly as Lu intended, but every talisman was valid. Hearing that these 5 successes came from 100 sets of materials, the shopkeeper grew impressed. Even with only 1 repeated design, that result showed considerable talent. Lu's false ceiling had been accepted. Talent did not make cleansing talismans valuable. The shopkeeper explained that basic talismans served mostly everyday needs, so demand was poor. Still, the Lu family subsidized members who learned practical skills. Under that encouragement plan, the pavilion would buy 3 basic talismans for 1 spirit stone, even from an outsider like Lu. Lu had expected the low price. With his real, perfect success rate, the available materials could still earn 8 spirit stones. But revealing perfection was impossible, and spending 2 or 3 months for such a small return would reduce him to a slave. Profit from basic talismans was never the point. Credibility was. Later in his bedroom, Lu put one of the supposedly humble talismans to practical use. The moment he activated it, a breeze swept over him, carrying away the lingering stickiness and leaving his body refreshed. For something the market barely valued, the cleansing talisman was remarkably convenient. Watching from the bed, Lu Lanchu softly protested that using a talisman for this was wasteful. She could have attended to him herself. Lu waved the concern away. These were his own work, he said, so they were not worth much to him. Lanchu's lips parted in surprise. Lanchu knew talisman making was difficult. She and the other secular branch women had married immortal seedlings with little expectation beyond their children's futures. But a capable husband changed everything. Livelihood, standing among her sisters, even pride when returning home. Lu modestly admitted he seemed to have some talent. Her hope in him quietly rose. Spring became autumn, winter gave way to summer, and more than a year slipped past. Through all of it, Lu Changsheng never once left Qingzhou Villa. His life looked uneventful from outside, almost oppressively ordinary. Yet the quiet was not empty. Lu cultivated every day, practiced talisman making, and spent time with his wives and concubines. The rhythm was mundane, but to him it was full, and every part of it competed for the energy of a first-level Qi cultivator. Childbearing had slowed. Lu Lanchu, Lu Zier, and Lu Qinger were still recovering, while 2 former maids were pregnant. The 2 women sent later had not conceived. Between cultivation and talismans, Lu simply lacked the strength to pursue every demand the family placed on him. More importantly, Lu refused to see the women around him as birthing machines. The Lu family might value him as a breeding partner, but he made time for affection and soothed tensions instead. Their gracious temperaments helped, and the 3 wives and 4 concubines lived together in genuine harmony. One pleasant day, after cultivating and drawing 2 talismans, Lu went out within the villa with a daughter and called on Li Feiyu. When talk turned to his future, Lu gave the same guarded explanation he used with outsiders. He was merely learning a craft he could someday live by. He was the only one of the 12 immortal seedlings who had fathered no child. Even his wife remained untouched. He finally explained why. His red sun heart method forbade him from losing his virginity before Innate, and Uncle Fu had granted him a temporary reprieve. After Innate, Li said he would honor the contract whose resources he had accepted. He expected the breakthrough within 1 year. Then he could lock his essence, prevent his vital yang from leaking, and reserve it for having children. Lu could only stare in admiration. For a moment, Lu wondered whether he should learn it too. 3 wives and 4 concubines demanded real stamina, and his present Qi refinement barely strengthened his body. Before committing to another discipline, however, he needed to know what an innate martial artist was actually worth. Lu's conclusion was stark. An innate master and a 3rd-level Qi cultivator were like warrior and mage. If the warrior reached striking distance, he might win. But closing that distance through magic artifacts, protective vestments, and talismans was another matter entirely. Holding his daughter, Lu asked whether anything existed above innate. The question soon became personal. If his children lacked spiritual roots, martial training could still make them healthy, strong, and able to defend themselves when they eventually had to leave Qingzhou Mountain. The odds were cruel. With only 1 spiritual root parent, a child had merely a 1 to 2% chance of possessing one. That was why the Lu family demanded 50 children. Lu could not assume his sons and daughters would become cultivators or remain sheltered forever. System deepened his suspicion. Its second feature should add his children's talents and cultivation to his own. A spiritual root would not be formally detected until 5 or 6, but it already existed before then. Since his first 3 births had produced no such gain, Lu suspected none of them possessed one. That settled the practical question. Children with spiritual roots could cultivate. Those without them could train in martial arts for strength and protection. But Lu would not follow that side path himself. Cultivation, talisman making, and his household already consumed every spare measure of time and energy. Another month passed. One of Lu's concubines delivered his 4th child, a girl. Lu had already chosen her name, Lu Zile. The household that had briefly slowed was growing again, and he now had 4 young lives whose futures he meant to prepare for. Name also exposed a new problem. If the children kept coming, inventing each name separately would become exhausting. Lu began considering a formal family naming sequence. He would need it soon. Another concubine was due in 2 months, and testing had revealed that she was carrying twins. In his study, Lu Changsheng guided the final stroke across his last sheet of talisman paper. A first-grade, middle-grade talisman took shape. His technique was more than sufficient, but at 3rd-level Qi refinement, the spiritual power and mental strain still left him exhausted. After recovering, Lu unlocked a nearby cabinet. Hundreds of talismans lay inside in orderly stacks, the harvest of almost half a year and 20 bundles of paper. Except for a few ambitious failures caused by insufficient spiritual power, his success rate had been virtually perfect. Sight made Lu sigh. Not one first-grade talisman could safely be sold. 5 basic cleansing talismans had already astonished the pavilion shopkeeper. Stronger goods might alert the Lu family's higher-ups. Selling elsewhere was no simple escape either. He needed family permission merely to leave Qingzhou Mountain. At the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Lu offered only basic talismans. He claimed confidence with the cleansing and garment purification talismans, admitted the dust avoidance talisman still troubled him, and lamented how costly the craft was. The hardship in his voice was an act. The limitation he displayed was deliberate. Shopkeeper assured him that he was already doing remarkably well. Anyone able to draw 3 basic talisman types counted as a talisman-making apprentice, and persistence should carry him to talisman master. He gathered the talismans, paid Lu 6 spirit stones, and warmly urged him to continue. Lu headed for the door without buying more paper. When the surprised shopkeeper asked why, Lu explained that his brush was worn out and a replacement would have to wait. That part was true. The wolf hair brush promised 200 uses but had barely functioned after 180, while Lu earned only 3 spirit stones monthly. Soon after Lu's departure, the shopkeeper's granddaughter Yue arrived with happier news. She had broken through to 3rd-level energy refinement. Her grandfather's face brightened at once. Delighted, he promised her any reward she wanted. Yue immediately asked for a flying sword. Her grandfather agreed without hesitation. 3rd-level energy refinement was enough to wield a magic artifact, and he had already prepared the sword for her. Yue followed him cheerfully to receive it. With her reward settled, Yue casually asked what the departing brat had wanted. Her grandfather explained that Lu practiced talisman making and sold basic talismans there. Yue scoffed. To her, he was merely a social climbing son-in-law, made still less respectable by his reputation for continually taking wives and concubines. Shopkeeper's warmth vanished. He sternly reminded Yue what he had taught her. Lu might have married into the family from outside, but for the past year he had been diligent, practical, and fair to the Lu family. If her words spread, they would make the entire clan look petty and intolerant. More than diligence was at stake. The shopkeeper told Yue that Lu was extraordinary. He had real talisman talent, already qualified as an apprentice, and would likely become a talisman master if he persisted. He ordered her to treat Lu properly in the future. Yue remained skeptical, but her grandfather's judgment did not waver. Shopkeeper's faith in Lu Changsheng did not end with a lecture to his granddaughter. In a quiet Qingzhou villa courtyard, he surprised his old friend Uncle Fu by raising a serious proposal. Talent like Lu's belonged to the family now, and allowing it to go to waste would be foolish. The urgency was larger than one promising apprentice. Conflict with the Chen family had killed many younger Lu cultivators and left the elderly Lu family ancestor severely injured. He was their only foundation establishment protector. If he died without a successor, the clan might lose its estates and even Qingzhou Mountain. Uncle Fu could no longer treat the matter as friendly praise. If Lu truly became a talisman master, he could strengthen the family's foundation. Uncle Fu rose and agreed to accompany the shopkeeper to Patriarch Lu Yuending, placing the decision where the clan's resources and authority could actually move. Lu Yuending's reading was colder than the shopkeeper's. Lu had worked diligently for a year, while other recruits still resisted having children. He had already impregnated 5 Lu women. To the Patriarch, Lu's peasant origin and eagerness for family life made him practical, uncomplicated, and easier to control. Lu Yuending would consider formally accepting Lu as a family disciple, but not on reputation alone. He ordered Uncle Fu to bring his daughter, Lu Maioj, to test Lu's talisman skill. Even if the talent proved real, Lu had joined only a year ago. Support would come with continued observation of his allegiance. That day, Lu Changsheng was cultivating at home when his wife Lu Lanchu brought unexpected news. Uncle Fu and the young mistress had arrived. Lu stopped at once and entered the hall. Uncle Fu sat waiting beside Lu Maioj, Lu Yuending's daughter and the expert chosen to judge him. Lu Maioj appeared 18 or 19. Her jet-black hair was tied simply, and a snow-white dress framed a slender, curving figure seated with effortless elegance. Her beauty briefly caught Lu off guard, yet her dignified composure and Uncle Fu beside her made the social distance unmistakable, so Lu kept himself respectful. When Uncle Fu mentioned Gui's report, Lu understood immediately. The shopkeeper had brought his talent to the family's attention. Lu offered a careful truth. With only a 9th grade spiritual root, cultivation seemed hopeless, so he had chosen to learn a craft instead. He claimed only 3 basic talismans. Uncle Fu praised Lu's mindset and promised that genuine talent would earn support and cultivation from the family. Lu thanked them both. Then Lu Maioj's clear, spring-like voice entered the conversation. Lu named every talisman he publicly knew: cleansing, garment purification, and dust avoidance, nothing beyond that carefully chosen boundary. Lu Maioj selected 2 demonstrations, the garment purification talisman and the more difficult dust avoidance talisman. She stood, drew a complete tool set from her storage bag, and arranged brush, paper, ink, and materials across the table. The political promise had become a practical examination. Lu approached the table and caught the faint fragrance of Lu Maioj beside him. Attraction was a distraction he could not afford, not with his future benefits and his hidden mastery both at stake. He suppressed the wandering thought, steadied the brush, and began the garment purification talisman under her watch. Garment purification demonstration showed that Lu's claim was not empty. Then came the harder dust avoidance talisman. Under Lu Maioj's attentive gaze, the lines advanced toward completion, but the attempt failed. Lu had exposed enough skill to be judged, yet the expert's verdict remained suspended at the chapter's end. Lu Changsheng's dust avoidance talisman had failed, but Lu Maioj did not condemn him. In her soft, calming voice, she said the attempt had already proved he could draw it. The suspended verdict became reassurance. His carefully limited display had passed an expert's scrutiny. Her correction was precise. The lines needed a lighter touch and placement to preserve their smoothness than a tucked turn at the end. Lu understood the purpose but not the word. His ignorance was real enough that he asked, with convincing eagerness, what a tuck actually was. Lu Maioj's brows drew together. Dot, place, touch, tuck, flick, slide, flash. Did he truly know none of the standard techniques? That list confirmed Lu's sudden realization. The refined young woman beside him was not merely observing for Uncle Fu. She was a talisman master herself. Lu answered with visible embarrassment. He had read only an introductory text and a comprehensive guide to basic talismans, then practiced alone. The claim protected his secret mastery. Yet to Lu Maioj, it meant something astonishing. Without a teacher or formal technique, he had reached a level that made even her feel inferior. Lu Maioj produced a book called Essentials of Talismans, a guide to the knowledge and techniques missing from his elementary reading. The offer carried more than practical value. It was recognition from a real talisman master and a natural path for Lu to seek her guidance again. Lu could not deny his attraction to the ethereal young master of talismans. But rare beauty attracted admirers, and admirers attracted trouble. Seeking lessons merely to approach her would be reckless. He would keep his distance until he possessed enough strength. Then perhaps they could explore the path of talismans together. Moment the visitors were gone, Lu Lanchu, Lu Zier, Lu Kinger, and the other women surrounded him with questions. Lu told his wives the truth about the assessment. Their delight was immediate. If his standing in the Lu family rose, the security and status of everyone in his household rose with it. Away from Lu's household, Uncle Fu asked the question that mattered. How good was Lu Changsheng's talent, and how soon could he become a true talisman master? Lu Maiyoj pressed her lips together before answering softly. His talent was very high, higher, she admitted, than her own. The expert verdict quickly became material recognition. Lu's monthly benefits rose to 5 spirit stones and 30 caddies of spirit rice. Uncle Fu also delivered a dedicated set of talisman-making tools. The family was no longer merely watching Lu's progress, it was investing resources to accelerate it. Lu's improved circumstances also brought spirit stones from other cultivators, and he kept them, gaining 10 in all. Li Feiyu was different. His friend still lived on only 2 spirit stones and 10 caddies of spirit rice, so Lu could not accept Li's money in good conscience. Lu examined the package carefully. The common brush was a grade above his wolf hair brush and should survive 300 to 500 uses. 10 stacks of talisman paper and 2 boxes of spirit ink completed the set. At market value, the supplies alone represented roughly 60 to 70 spirit stones. Size of the reward revealed the hand behind it. The 100 Treasures Pavilion shopkeeper must have convinced the family to take Lu seriously. Lu understood such social debts. He drew several basic talismans as gifts, carried them to the pavilion, and thanked the shopkeeper in person. 5 days later, the concubine who had been carrying twins went into labor. Lu had known 2 children were coming, and fatherhood had already made him steadier than during his first birth. He waited without his old panic. Then the news arrived. Both children had been delivered safely, and both were boys. The twins, Lu Changsheng was now the father of 6. The birth itself no longer overwhelmed him as it once had, but the sound inside his mind did. A system notification rang out at the exact moment the twins arrived, instantly replacing his practiced composure with sharp excitement. Message was explicit. For the first birth of twin offspring, the system granted 1 lottery draw. Lu seized on the wording. This was an achievement, like those in games from his former world. Special milestones could open rewards of their own, and he immediately called upon the system to use the draw. Draw Lu Changsheng had claimed for the birth of his twins answered at once. A crisp system chime congratulated him on acquiring the Immortal Beauty technique, and a crystal-clear jade scroll image formed in his mind. The reward was already waiting in system space. Immortal Beauty technique? The name made Lu's brow tight. It sounded far less useful than the power or protection he had hoped a lottery might provide. Still, he stirred his mental spirit and opened the reward. Information surged forward, beginning with an earnest declaration that everyone possessed the right to pursue beauty. The entry named it a peripheral sect-level cultivation technique designed to pursue unrivaled immortal beauty. Its promises were extensive. It could reshape bone beneath the skin, refine appearance and voice, heighten charm and charisma, and preserve youth indefinitely. Yet every benefit concerned presentation. Not one offered Lu direct strength in a fight. Creator was the ancient heavenly weeping elder, a cultivator of immense talent cursed with a repulsive visage. Strangers distrusted him before he spoke. Trouble drew suspicion toward him, people avoided him, and some attacked simply because they hated looking at him. His answer to that lifetime of contempt was this technique. Manual divided appearance into 7 degrees: revolting, ugly, odd, ordinary, outstanding, transcendent, and immortal beauty. The heavenly weeping elder had begun at the bottom, between revolting and ugly. Lu finally saw the technique's scale clearly, and why its creator had possessed the resolve to invent it. Lu could not truly share the elder's desperation. In either life, he had never been exceptionally handsome, but neither had he been ugly enough to invite abuse. So his practical verdict remained unchanged. For a second lottery reward, a technique that only improved looks felt painfully trifling compared with something that could keep him alive. Instructions changed his calculation. The art had 2 simple methods of practice. One involved meditation and drawing spiritual energy through the body. Crucially, it demanded little effort and would not obstruct his true cultivation. If it had competed for his scarce time and energy, Lu would have abandoned it. Since it did not, refusing it gained him nothing. Or did the art force every practitioner toward one identical standard? Beauty remained individual, otherwise a world of perfect clones would make the title meaningless. Lu accepted the logic with a private grin. Better looks, greater charm, eternal youth, and perhaps fairies approaching him first someday. Since the reward cost so little, wasting it would be absurd. More than a month passed. Recognition of Lu's talisman talent had already improved his standard of living, leaving him in excellent physical and mental condition. With a little additional effort, he also got one of the 2 remaining maids pregnant. The household milestone immediately suggested a larger opportunity. Lu expected Uncle Fu to send more women once both maids were pregnant, but expectation was slower than action. 2 lottery rewards had shown him how profitable family milestones could be. His talisman work was under control. Wives, concubines, and children were the foundation of his real path, so he went to Uncle Fu before being summoned. Uncle Fu heard the request and said nothing for a long moment. A year and a half had not erased the other immortal seedlings' resistance to marriage and childbearing. Lu alone had embraced the arrangement so thoroughly that he now volunteered for more. The older steward had prepared for reluctance, not enthusiasm. At last, Uncle Fu agreed. He did not merely give vague permission. He asked what kind of women Lu preferred and promised to send 2 later. Lu had approached with an audacious request and walked away with a concrete arrangement, proof that his growing value to the family had changed what he could ask for. Uncle Fu then fixed the boundary. With these 2, Lu's recognized marriages would reach 9. There would be no 10th arrangement and no future request for another concubine. His talisman talent had earned him unusually favorable treatment and 2 women connected to the Lu family, but the concession ended there. Lu accepted the terms, already looking toward the next stage of his quiet expansion. Half a year passed. In his practice room at Qingzhou Villa, Lu Changsheng's robe stirred without wind. He opened his eyes, expelled a breath of turbid air, and smiled. After a year and a half of cultivation, he had finally reached the 2nd level of Qi Refinement. Breakthrough had taken so long because cultivation was only one part of his life. Raising children and drawing talismans consumed much of his time. Even with 5 spirit stones each month and occasional spiritual tea or medicine, he had accepted slower progress in exchange for building something larger. During those 6 months, the 7th concubine and both women sent by Uncle Fu had joined Lu's household and become pregnant. Lu Lanchu, Lu Zier, and Lu Qinger were also expecting their 2nd children. Altogether, 6 more children were on the way, and Lu considered that growth worth the delay. Even Uncle Fu, who kept watch over Lu's circumstances, felt compelled to intervene. The older steward advised him to restrain his pleasures. There was no need, Uncle Fu stressed, to rush the matter of having children quite this aggressively. Lu had drawn more than 200 talismans in the same 6 months. 50 were basic talismans he could safely sell through the 100 Treasures Pavilion, using the proceeds to supplement his household expenses. His hidden mastery remained concealed, but his public craft was becoming genuinely profitable. To Uncle Fu, Lu claimed only 50 to 60% confidence in producing peace charms. He estimated that a few more months would make an attempt at a lower-grade, first-grade talisman believable. Once he publicly succeeded, he could step beyond apprenticeship as an elementary talisman master and gain still greater value within the family. Lu wanted no competition or bloodshed, only a peaceful life of marriage, children, and cultivation. But expecting trouble never defined him was self-deception. For now, he decided there was no need to panic. As long as he stayed with the Lu family, its protection gave him time to prepare. Lu put the grim calculation aside and went to play with his children. He had barely lifted his eldest son when Li Feiyu arrived from next door. Smiling, Lu asked the little boy to call him Uncle Li. The child, only a little over a year old, answered with nothing but repeated babbling. Li congratulated him on reaching the 2nd level. He had sensed the fluctuation while practicing martial arts next door. Lu accepted the praise with a chuckle, though the comparison was obvious. Li's 7th grade spiritual root and undistracted training had carried him to the same realm half a year earlier. Li narrowed his eyes and asked what Lu had been doing. Although they met only every month or 2, the difference was unmistakable. Lu's complexion had grown fairer, and he looked noticeably better overall. Lu paused, realizing the immortal beauty technique was already changing him little by little. Lu added offensive spell practice to his daily routine, beginning with the flame bullet technique. It was nothing like simply shouting the spell's name. He had to guide spiritual power while chanting a chain of ancient, obscure syllables, and coordinating the 2 felt painfully awkward. After an hour, Lu had nearly emptied his spiritual power without mastering the spell. He sat down to meditate and recover rather than force another attempt. From then on, spell training became another fixed part of his already crowded daily life. 1 month later, a red flame finally stabilized above Lu's fingertip. It began no larger than his thumb, but he kept feeding it spiritual power until it swelled to the size of an egg and his hand trembled. He flicked his finger. The flame bullet struck the fine iron target and melted it into molten metal. Result explained why a martial Dao innate was only comparable to a cultivator near the 3rd level. Even superb martial skill could not save someone from a direct hit like that. Yet Lu remembered the Luchen clash on the road. Those cultivators cast faster and launched fireballs, water arrows, and wind blades in volleys. He had gained a weapon, not mastery. 2 months after Lu Changsheng melted fine iron with his first offensive spell, another turning point arrived at Qingzhou Villa. He stood outside a delivery room, tense and listening. Then an infant's cry pierced the door. His 7th child had entered the world. At that exact moment, Lu felt a profound connection. His own spiritual root throbbed in answer to the newborn. Before he could dismiss the sensation, the system spoke. This was his first child born with a spiritual root, and the birth had earned him one reward draw. Lu's earlier guess had been right. A spiritual root existed from birth, but remained unformed until it stabilized and became detectable around age 5 or 6. Because a child's talent was added to his own, the system let him feel Xianzhi's root the instant the boy was born. That blessing carried a cruel answer. If the system had never reacted before, then none of Lu's first 6 children possessed a spiritual root. They could never cultivate. However long Lu himself lived, he might have to watch every one of them grow old and die. Lu could not erase the cruelty of the cultivation world. He could only treasure every child and give this gifted son a hope to carry. He chose the name Lu Xianzhi, a wish that the boy would step onto the immortal path and someday pursue longevity beside his father. Lu Lanchu, Lu Zir, and the other women repeated the name in surprise. Lu had always favored wishes for peace, joy, comfort, and tranquility. Why had this particular child received a name aimed so openly at immortality? Their curiosity warned him that the truth needed a safer explanation. Lu told them that he had successfully drawn a first-grade talisman and become an elementary talisman master. That achievement was his own first step on the cultivation path. He explained, so Xianzhi's name expressed a father's wish that his son might take the same step one day. Women brightened at once. A child had been safely born, and their husband had become an elementary talisman master on the same day, a true double blessing. They understood that his standing in the Lu family would rise, carrying every wife and concubine upward with him. Together they visited Lu Yuzhu, resting after the delivery, and gathered around her and the newborn. The good news belonged to the whole household. Xianzhi was safe, his mother was cared for, and Lu's publicly revealed advancement promised a stronger position for their family. When Lu finally had privacy, he turned to the reward hidden beneath the day's celebration. The system's pale red lottery wheel appeared, and he used the draw earned by Xianzhi's spiritual root. The result was not an ordinary talisman or another profession. It was a talisman treasure. Lu was ecstatic. Talisman treasures were refined from magical treasures, the weapons of nascent soul immortals, and were both priceless and vanishingly rare. Even in the hands of an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator, one could possess overwhelming lethality. Until now, Lu had encountered them only in books. Record named it the Golden Light Brick Talisman Treasure. Immortal Golden Light had refined it from his own high-grade Golden Light Brick. When activated, it would manifest a golden brick to strike an enemy, carrying 20% of the original magical treasure's power. Its full power could be released only 3 times, and only by feeding it Foundation establishment mana. At the Qi Refinement realm, Lu could unleash merely a fraction with spiritual power. The restriction lowered the force available to him, but it also meant he would not consume the entire treasure at once. Lu estimated that each strike at his current realm might draw only 10 to 20% of the sealed charge. Perhaps that would give him roughly 10 uses. Every activation would still consume irreplaceable power, yet the conclusion remained exhilarating. His newborn son had brought him a rare, high-ranked trump card. Reward no longer remained a line of system information. With a thought, Lu Changsheng drew the Golden Light Brick Talisman treasure from system space, and a real talisman appeared in his palm, his newborn son's extraordinary gift made tangible at last. It felt smoother and more substantial than any ordinary talisman he drew. Across its surface, the image of a golden brick shimmered with twinkling light. The inscription seemed almost alive, quietly announcing that this was no common piece of paper. His hidden knowledge as a second-grade talisman master supplied the answer immediately. The treasure had been made from the fur of a high-ranked demon beast, a substrate far beyond the lower-grade spiritual material used in the talisman paper available to him. Zhu Mountain's abundant bamboo could supply ordinary lower-grade paper. Advanced talismans were different. Second-rank work demanded first- or second-grade spiritual materials for both paper and ink. Skill became harder to improve just as every attempt became more expensive, a bottomless pit fed with money. Even with only a fraction of its sealed power available at Qi Refinement, the treasure was enough for Lu's present needs. Against anyone below Foundation establishment, he finally possessed a life-saving trump card. Precisely because it was precious and finite, he carefully stored it without testing a strike. Next came a subtler question. How much had Lu Xianzhi's spiritual root improved his own? Lu lacked the specialized means to measure it directly, so he chose the simplest test. He would cultivate and compare how quickly his body drew in nature's spiritual energy. Hours passed while Lu measured sensation against memory. A better spiritual root should fuse more readily with spiritual energy, increase throughput, accelerate cultivation, and ease future bottlenecks. The flow around him was indeed faster than before, but only slightly. The increase was less than 10%. That was proof of improvement, but not of exceptional talent. Even allowing for Xianzhi's newborn spiritual root to stabilize until age 5 or 6, Lu judged it unlikely to become high grade. His private estimate was 8th grade, a lower-grade spiritual root. Lu could hardly call that unfair. His wives and concubines were mortals, his own spiritual root was only 9th grade, and each child had merely a 1 to 2% chance of inheriting one. For the 7th child to possess any root at all was already remarkable luck. Nor was lower grade unusual. Children generally inherited roots close to their parents' quality, and 99% of people with spiritual roots belonged to the lower grade. Expecting a middle or higher grade child from his present circumstances would have been wishful thinking. Lu drew a deep breath and stopped the spiral of speculation. He cared about his children, but cultivation itself defied the natural order. If uncertainty made him indecisive and emotionally trapped, he could obstruct his own path or even nurture a heart demon. Practical possibility emerged. If the Lu family recognized him as an elementary talisman master, could he marry a woman who possessed a spiritual root? A live-in son-in-law could not normally reach above his status, certainly not toward a core woman like Lu Myoj, but proven talent might open a narrower door. Ideally, he would marry several women with spiritual roots. Their children would be far more likely to inherit roots, benefiting both his descendants and the system-assisted path that depended on them. Yet recognizing the ideal did not mean he should pursue it recklessly. Now, Lu was only at the 2nd level of Qi Refinement, relying publicly on 1st-grade lower-ranked talisman skill. A spiritually gifted wife could hold too much power in the marriage and disrupt the harmony he already valued. Any request to the Lu family would also bring obligations. There was no need to hurry. Daylight had arrived. Lu set the larger ambitions aside and left the house to take the next achievable step. He would tell Uncle Fu that he could draw 1st-grade lower-ranked talismans. Recognition had to come before he could learn how many doors his talent might open. Changsheng reached Uncle Fu with the news he had chosen to reveal at daylight. He could now draw 1st-grade talismans. He modestly claimed he was not proficient, then placed a fire bullet talisman on the table as proof. Rune lines were rough and uneven, exactly the work of a gifted beginner rather than the hidden 2nd-grade master Lu truly was. Uncle Fu confirmed it as genuine, promised the family would not mistreat a new elementary talisman master, and hurried to report upward. One day passed. Lu waited in his own courtyard, playing with his children while the older ones ran about on newly steady legs. The lively domestic scene was the reason status and security mattered. Then the courtyard bell chimed. Outside stood Uncle Fu, Lu family patriarch Lu Yuending, and the young talisman master Lu Myoj. Lu instantly understood why they had come. A personal visit from the family head after only one day made the weight of his advancement unmistakable. Once everyone was settled in the main hall, Lu Yuending came directly to the point. Lu repeated that sustained practice had finally produced a fire bullet talisman, but carefully limited his claimed success rate to only 1 or 2 attempts in 10. Lu Yuending praised the speed of Lu's progress but still required direct proof. Lu Myoj could judge the work and guide him. Before Lu could fetch his own equipment, her soft voice stopped him, and she produced a complete set of talisman-making tools. Lu spread the paper, drew a deep breath, and performed nervousness for his audience. Halfway through the first fire bullet talisman, his brush made a fatal mistake. Blue smoke curled from the paper, leaving the attempt ruined. No one rebuked him. Lu laid out fresh paper and tried again. His strokes still looked clumsy enough to fit the identity he had built, but this time the final rune held. The 2nd fire bullet talisman was a success. Myoj observed that nerves remained, yet his progress since the previous demonstration was considerable. More importantly, the successful talisman settled the official question. Lu Changsheng's carefully limited public identity had advanced. The family could now recognize him as an elementary talisman master. Lu Yuending declared that the family would not undervalue one of its own. From his sleeve, he produced a brownish-yellow sheepskin parchment and handed it across the table. It was a revised spiritual contract, an entirely new offer built around Lu's proven value. First clause would void his old agreement. Lu would no longer be merely an upstart, live-in son-in-law brought in to produce descendants. He would be formally married into the Lu family as its recognized son-in-law. The old demand for 50 offspring within 20 years would disappear, along with any required number of children possessing spiritual roots. On the parchment, the children would be his own. The coercive core of the original marriage arrangement seemed to have been removed. Second group of terms went further. Lu would receive treatment equal to the family's direct descendants and could move his household into the core of Qingzhou Valley, where a 2nd-grade spirit vein would make cultivation far more favorable. His monthly spirit stones would double from 5 to 10. Each month would also bring 1 bottle of yellow dragon elixir. For a cultivator still building his foundation, these were concrete gains, not ceremonial praise. The offer carried a clear price. Every month, Lu would refine a family-set quantity of talismans and practice whichever types the Lu family required. The family would provide the paper, ink, and other materials as its investment in his cultivation. The spiritual contract was refreshingly simple compared with the dense, trap-filled agreements Lu remembered from his previous life. Yet its plain language carried enormous consequences. Status, residence, resources, labor, and the legal shape of his family were all being rewritten. With a long road of cultivation, Lu could rely only on his system. That meant many children, especially children with spiritual roots. Mortal wives made such births rare, so his strategy eventually required spiritually gifted women, not merely the freedom granted by the old arrangement. Even if the Lu family offered him 1 or 2 spiritually gifted wives, it could never be as simple as marrying 9 mortal women. Lu's hesitation became impossible to hide. Lu Yuanding calmly sipped his spiritual tea and invited him to raise any doubts or omissions in the new contract. The decision still hung over the same hall. Lu Yuanding and Uncle Fu waited while Lu Changsheng studied the revised contract. He called its terms generous and said he had no objection, except for 2 questions he could not leave unanswered. First, Lu asked whether the children belonged to him or to the Lu family. Second, if he continued living under the family's protection, would he still be free to take wives and concubines? The questions were polite, but neither was casual. Lu did not believe the family head had invented these terms on the spot, nor that an invitation to speak made them equals. Elementary talisman master or not, he lacked the standing to bargain against an established cultivation family. He still intended to leave after surviving the dangerous early stage of cultivation. But raising departure now would change how the family judged and supported him. For a long while yet, he needed their shelter, their resources, and time to grow. Lu family had nurtured him safely through his weakest years, so repayment was fair. Better still, they did not know his true advantage. With second-grade mastery and a perfect talisman success rate, family-supplied materials could earn enough to repay their investment threefold. Uncle Fu could only be thankful that the servants previously assigned to Lu were older women. His concern was not losing a few girls. He wanted this newly proven talent focused on talismans instead of desire. Lu Maioj, meanwhile, remained serene and unreadable. Lu Yuanding laughed away the first concern. Under these terms, Lu would be a son-in-law of the Qingzhou Lu family, not merely an added member brought in to serve it. Naturally, every child would remain Lu's own. Second answer was equally plain. Taking wives or concubines remained Lu's freedom, and the Lu family would not interfere. They valued the person and talent before them. A few children and mortal women were trivial beside that value. Uncle Fu brought out Lu's original contract, and the old bond was dissolved. In its place, Lu signed the revised spiritual contract. The generous offer ceased to be a possibility. It became the active shape of his life within the family. Lu Yuanding gently patted Lu's shoulder and told him to regard the Lu family as his home. An identity plaque and residence in Qingzhou Valley would be prepared within days. Until then, he would remain here, but his improved welfare began this very month. News struck Lu's fellow immortal seedlings hardest. They never expected to rival true Lu family disciples, but Lu had been rejected by Qingyun sect just as they had. He was even a married-in son-in-law, yet now he had become an elementary talisman master. However bitter they felt, everyone understood the value of a talisman master not yet 20. The immortal seedlings came one after another with congratulations and gifts. Even proud Lu family disciples visited Lu's house, each hoping to establish a useful acquaintance. Li Feiyu was the first through the door, accompanied by his wife and carrying a box of spiritual tea. His congratulations were warm. Lu stepped forward smiling and protested that friends had no need to be so ceremonious. He had reached the innate realm 6 months earlier, freeing him to begin a family. Now his wife was pregnant. With a 7th-grade spiritual root, he had always cultivated far ahead of Lu. Yet Lu's talisman achievement had suddenly carried him past his gifted friend. Lu could see the disappointment beneath Li Feiyu's congratulations. He did not make a spectacle of it. Talent, effort, friendship, and comparison could exist in the same room, and needless words might only turn a natural sting into something worse. In the days that followed, Lu did not let his new status disrupt his rhythm. He cultivated calmly, spent time with his children, and waited for Uncle Fu to report that the identity plaque and Qingzhou Valley residents were ready. His wives were less restrained. Beaming, they visited sisters and close friends and made certain everyone knew their husband had become a talisman master. Women married to other immortal seedlings could only envy them and privately wonder why they had not married Lu instead. Lu saw exactly what his wives were doing and said nothing. They were people, not machines for producing children. They possessed pride, desires, friendships, and the right to enjoy a harmless victory of their own. Still, Lu could already see the future. Numerous wives and descendants would bring disputes, obligations, and trouble to the old ancestor at the center of them all. A family offered strength and reward, but it could also become a burden. That was cultivation. Every gain carried a loss. Lu had chosen the blessing of many children's system and the family path it demanded. He He was prepared for both, the resources and descendants that would lift him higher, and the responsibilities certain to follow. 7 days after Lu Changsheng signed his new agreement with the Lu family, Uncle Fu finally arrived. Qingzhou Valley was ready. Lu and his household could move into the family's core territory at once. Lu looked around. More than 2 years in this home had left cabinets, bundles, tools, and family possessions everywhere. Moving one man would have been simple. Moving 9 wives and concubines, 7 children, and everything they owned was another matter. Uncle Fu chuckled and produced a pitch-black leather pouch. The family head had sent Lu a storage bag, saying a talisman master ought to own one. Lu's eyes lit up. The cheapest bag at 100 Treasures Pavilion cost 50 spirit stones. Lu had wanted one for a long time, especially to conceal the many talismans he could not safely leave in cabinets. But spending 10 months of his former allowance had hurt too much. Now the family had given him one. A useful skill truly changed a man's value. Uncle Fu aimed the opening at an object, sent in a strand of spiritual power, and fixed his intent upon the target. The object vanished into the pouch. Reversing the process brought it back. The tiny leather bag held a space vastly larger than its appearance suggested. Convenience came with rules. Its inner space was only 1 cubic meter, and no living being could be placed inside. Most important, it recognized no owner. If stolen, everything in it was lost. Uncle Fu's third warning was blunt: never flaunt wealth before other cultivators. Lu tested the method himself. Stacks of scattered talismans vanished from the study cabinets, followed by the other belongings he meant to keep. What had seemed like hours of hauling was finished in short order. Uncle Fu had solved the most troublesome part of the move. Carriage waited for the mostly pregnant women and the 7 children. Li Feiyu came to see them off. Lu promised that a little distance would not end his visits, and that Li could seek him whenever he needed help. 2 years and a life-saving debt made them brothers. Lu climbed aboard, and Uncle Fu drove the household away from Qingzhou Villa toward the mountain's core. The old courtyard fell behind. Ahead, spiritual mist softened the landscape, and distant terraces appeared in ordered layers across the valley. These were no ordinary farms. The terraces cultivated spiritual grain, vegetables, and medicinal plants. Lu surveyed the unfamiliar scene and asked whether they had reached Qingzhou Valley. Uncle Fu confirmed it. This was the core region of Qingzhou Mountain. Second-grade spirit vein ran beneath Qingzhou Valley. Cultivation here would be far more effective than at the outer villa. Better still, long exposure would strengthen Lu's wives and children and lengthen their lives. The advancement he had earned would shelter his whole household. Carriage stopped before a manor. Uncle Fu pointed to it as though the matter were ordinary. This was Lu's residence. Lu stared. The estate covered 5 or 6 acres, many times the size of his old private courtyard. Conditions in the core naturally surpassed Qingzhou Villa. The manor was beautifully situated, protected by soundproofing, and supported by a spirit-gathering formation. As the women climbed down and saw it clearly, they stood with their mouths open. Secular life had never offered them anything this lavish. Inside stood grand buildings, pavilions, towers, winding corridors, rockeries, and ponds. Misty spiritual energy turned the grounds into immortal fairyland, like a prince's mansion from Lu's former world. If a Qi Refinement cultivator lived this well, what magnificence awaited a nascent soul expert? For now, this astonishing manor was home. Once the household had settled into its magnificent new home, Lu Changsheng unpacked what he needed from the pitch-black storage bag. Then he entered the manor's practice room, sat amid the gathered spiritual energy, and began his first serious cultivation test in Qingzhou Valley. Several hours later, Lu opened his eyes in delight. The second-grade spirit vein was no empty privilege. Its energy was several times denser than Qingzhou Villa's, and his cultivation speed had risen by 30%. Even that improvement understated the vein's potential. The limit was Lu himself. He could not assimilate spiritual energy quickly enough to exploit all that density. Still, 30% was already an excellent gain, and the discovery filled him with fresh enthusiasm for cultivation. 4 days later, Lu family manager Lu Bo arrived at the manor. He brought a golden talisman brush and 100 complete sets of talisman materials. In return, Lu was to deliver 20 fireball talismans within 1 month, a concrete term of his revised contract. Lu family supplied every material, while 20 fireball talismans posed no difficulty for Lu's hidden skill. For now, the assignment was practically pure profit, but he understood the subtext. The family still treated him as a trainee, and later quotas would rise in both quantity and quality. More than a month slipped by in Qingzhou Valley. Then Lu's household grew again. His 8th child was born. The baby was a daughter, adding one more small life to the family now established inside the mist-covered manor. Uncle Fu had mentioned that cultivators held a small trade fair at the waterside pavilion on the 1st of every month. Lu went to take a look. He did not need anything in particular. After years of living narrowly, simply broadening his horizons was reason enough. The offerings were few, scattered, and useless to him. One complete circuit left Lu thoroughly unimpressed. He had seen enough to satisfy his curiosity, so he turned toward the pavilion's exit, only for two approaching figures to change the value of the visit. One woman was the Lu family's young miss, Lu Myoj. Today her verdant hair was bound behind her with a moon-white silk band, and her unadorned moon-white dress made her look simple, refined, and almost ethereal. The other woman was unfamiliar, yet unmistakably related to Myoj. 18 or 19 and exceptionally beautiful, she shared most of Myoj's features. Everything else differed. Elaborate makeup, lustrous black hair fixed with dark gold, glittering earrings, and a fitted dark dress embroidered in gold. High-side slits exposed glimpses of Myohyuan's legs, but what truly surprised Lu was the layer covering them. Black silk stockings, thin as cicada wings. Beauty was one thing. Finding such strikingly familiar fashion in this cultivation world made him look twice. Myoj's words and the women's resemblance confirmed that the bold stranger was her sister, Lu Myohyuan. Lu was struck by how completely their temperaments diverged. Myo then asked whether he had come to buy something, her voice as soft as ever. Lu explained that Uncle Fu had told him about the fair, so he came merely to broaden his horizons. Myoj gently pointed out the problem. The market would not fill until midday. He had arrived too early. That explained the scattered goods, but Lu had no reason to wait. Traction was natural, but Lu had no intention of courting trouble. Lu Myoj was not someone he could safely provoke, especially in public, where an admirer might notice their conversation and take offense. He bowed to both sisters and left without delay. The moment Lu was gone, Myohyuan delivered her verdict with open disdain. So that was the infamous Lu Changsheng, already married with 9 concubines, yet still looking at women. His attempt at caution had prevented open trouble, but it had not saved his reputation with her. Myoj gently suggested that Huanyuan should also consider how she dressed. Myohyuan pouted at the implied criticism. Women might dress for those they fancied, she replied, but this outfit was for herself, not for a man, and certainly not for anyone else's approval. Walking away, Lu reached a less amusing conclusion. He still knew far too little about this world. He had spent 18 years in a village. Apart from the Qingyun sect examination, even the county town marked the limit of his travels. The fair had offered no treasure, but it exposed that ignorance. After the excitement of the trade fair, Lu Chengsheng's world narrowed again to cultivation, talisman making, and spell practice. Another month slipped by in Qingzhou Valley. One concubine became pregnant with her second child, while elsewhere in the household, a new cry announced his ninth. Lu checked for the familiar pulsation that would signal a spiritual root. Nothing answered. His 9th child had none. It was another disappointment, but before the household could settle fully around the birth, an unexpected message arrived. Sender was Hongyi, one of the young companions who had traveled with Lu to the Qingyun sect examination. More than 2 years had passed since they separated. After a few greetings, Hongyi asked whether Lu still remembered their 3-year promise. The promise had sounded casual then. Whether they entered an immortal sect or not, all 6 would meet 3 years later at Rui Tower, the largest restaurant in Rui Prefecture. Lu had dismissed it as a joke. Hongyi had not. Zhao Ziyu, Zhao Qingqing, and Han Lin had already agreed to come. There were still about 6 months before the meeting, yet leaving the Lu family was no simple choice. The Chen family's ambush on his original journey had left a shadow in Lu's mind. The cultivation world was dangerous, and Qingzhou Valley was the first place that felt protected. Before settling the journey with Li Feiyu, Lu went to Qingzhou Villa to visit the 100 Treasures Pavilion shopkeeper. The old merchant's recommendation had helped Lu's talisman talent reach the Lu family's higher-ups. Lu had not forgotten that favor, or the value of maintaining goodwill. Shopkeeper was delighted by the visit. He had first helped because a talented, decent young talisman maker could serve the Lu family. But Lu's gratitude changed the balance. What began as useful patronage gained genuine affection, and the merchant judged Lu all the more commendable. Before leaving the pavilion, Lu bought herbs that strengthened the foundation and nourished vitality. They were meant for Li Feiyu's pregnant household. Lu received 10 spirit stones a month now. Li received only 2. But direct support would be refused, and worse, it could change the nature of their friendship. Li Feiyu was both surprised and delighted to see him. Predictably, he asked why a simple visit required gifts. Lu brushed the objection aside. They were hardly casual neighbors, and with Li's wife due in 2 months, bringing something to nourish her was perfectly natural. With the household courtesy settled, Lu brought out Hongya's letter. The old 6-person promise, Rui Tower, and the companions who had agreed to attend became a matter between the 2 friends. Rather than face the road alone, Lu and Li aligned their plans to go together. Life continued while the reunion remained ahead. Then Lu's 10th child was born, a daughter. He went to see her and found her utterly adorable, another small life joining the crowded household he had chosen to build. System confirmed exactly what Lu had suspected. Reaching 10 progeny earned him 1 lottery chance. He brightened at once. The first meaningful number had been 1, and the second was 10. Achievements really did hide behind numerical thresholds. If 1 and 10 were milestones, what came next? 20 children? 50? 100? Lu let the possibilities rise, then stopped himself. The reward could wait a few moments. He first finished visiting his wives and children. Back in his study, Lu silently called for the system to draw a prize. The familiar pale red wheel appeared before him. This was his 4th attempt, and he did not waste the wish. He wanted a cultivation technique. His returning origin technique was common and elementary. Its virtue was safety. Cultivation remained steady, smooth, and almost risk-free. Its weakness was the very same steadiness. Spiritual energy entered him painfully slowly, a flaw that had become impossible to ignore on Qingzhou Valley's 2nd-grade spiritual vein. Lu exhaled, start the draw. Golden light raced around the pale red wheel. 1 second, 2, 5. Then the wheel began to slow. Lu watched with hope and nervous expectation as the selection approached, unaware that the system was about to answer his wish in a completely different way. Wheel completed its 4th draw. A small silhouette, black as an abyss and shaped somewhere between a wolf and a dog, emerged from the golden light. The system chimed. Lu Changsheng had obtained a 9 netherhound cub, already deposited safely inside the system space. 9 netherhound? Lu paused, then his face lit with joy. It was not the cultivation technique he had wanted, but a good pet could grow beside its master. In battle or daily life, that kind of companion could become a tremendous advantage. He had never even heard the name 9 netherhound, so its rank was a mystery. Still, 3 previous draws had taught him something important. A system reward might occasionally be of little immediate use, but it was never trash. He sent his mental spirit into the system space. The appraisal appeared. Spiritual pet, 9 netherhound. Rank, heaven grade, middle grade. Description, an ancient fierce beast variant carrying a trace of the primordial true spirit 9 netherhound bloodline. Given 500 years, it could reach its peak as a 4th-rank demon beast. Lu drew a sharp breath. Heaven grade, middle grade was already astonishing, yet this cub also carried a trace of primordial true spirit blood. The promise beneath its tiny, dark form was almost absurd. If it reached the end of its growth, it would become a 4th-rank beast. Demon beasts developed through 4 stages: infancy, growth, maturity, and peak. Bloodline determined how far that path could carry them. A heaven-grade beast could become 3rd rank at maturity and still hope for 4th rank at its peak. This cub possessed exactly that kind of future. 4th rank meant power equivalent to a human nascent soul cultivator. In Jiang country, that was not merely impressive. It was the ceiling of the entire cultivation realm. Lu's exhilaration surged as the scale of his new pet's potential finally became clear. Heavenly Sword Sect stood at the summit because a nascent soul true lord resided there. Beneath it were the Qingyun, Liuxia, and Spirit Taming sects, followed by 8 other pinnacle powers. Foundation establishment clans like the Lu family of Qingzhou Mountain occupied a much lower tier. The 9 netherhound truly reached 4th rank, Lu thought. He could walk sideways through Jiang country's cultivation world with impunity. For one intoxicating moment, the tiny cub looked like a guarantee of absolute security. Then his gaze returned to a single number in the appraisal: 500 years. 500 years was simply too long. Lu's present lifespan was only around a century. Without transforming his own cultivation, he would never live to see that magnificent peak. A reward capable of dominating Jiang country meant little if its owner became a handful of Earth centuries beforehand. Lu recalculated instead of surrendering to disappointment. Heaven-grade blood meant the netherhound should reach 3rd rank by maturity. More importantly, becoming a 2nd-rank beast in roughly 100 years ought to be feasible. That was still slow, but it placed real strength within a human-scale horizon. There was another possibility. Beast taming was one of cultivation's 100 arts, and it included husbandry methods designed to accelerate a spiritual beast's growth. Lu did not need to accept the netherhound's natural schedule if he could someday obtain the right nurturing technique. Spirit Taming Sect, one of Jiang country's 3 great immortal sects, specialized in nurturing spiritual beasts. Every disciple tamed and controlled a pet. Lu filed that knowledge away. If an opportunity arose, its methods might be exactly what the netherhound needed. Ordinary beast tamers first had to domesticate and control dangerous demon beasts. Lu had no such problem. A pet awarded by the system required no domestication and was absolutely loyal to him. He only needed better ways to raise it. He never had to fear its power turning against him. Now Lu would raise it normally. Taking it out was impossible. If anyone saw him conjure a demon beast cub from nowhere, he could never explain it. Better to leave it inside the system space until his coming secular journey. After returning, he could claim he had bought it outside. His explanation could be simple. The cub was something he had purchased to guard the house or accompany his children. With that cover prepared, Lu ended his inspection. The 4th lottery had not solved his slow cultivation, but it had placed an absolutely loyal future powerhouse in his hands. More than 3 months slipped past in Qingzhou Valley. Lu Changsheng's 11th child was born, then his 12th, then his 13th. Each arrival filled the household with fresh cries and celebration. Yet when the children were examined, not one of the 3 possessed a spiritual root. Lu no longer treated every failed test as a wound. A spiritual root could not be forced. The answer was persistence. As the number of descendants rose, so did the chance that another child could cultivate. And even when chance disappointed him, the multiple blessing system still rewarded a growing family. His household kept expanding. 2 more concubines became pregnant with their second children, leaving 3 babies on the way. In only 3 years, Lu had built a family of 3 wives, 6 concubines, and 13 children. Qingzhou Valley now knew him by 2 reputations: gifted talisman maker and tireless father. Lu Yuanding eventually came to speak with him. The patriarch's concern was direct. Lu had real talent in talisman making, and he should not bury it beneath pleasures of the flesh. Cultivation and the talisman path demanded discipline. If he continued indulging himself, he might squander his entire life. Lu nodded as though accepting every word. Then he explained that his spiritual root was poor and his ambitions modest. He was content with this life. He wanted descendants filling his home. If even a few possessed spiritual roots, he would pour his strength into nurturing them. Lu Yuanding could find no immediate answer. For children who could not cultivate, Lu already saw another road. Once they were older, he would send them into the secular world to travel, learn, and choose lives of their own. But freedom without strength was fragile. Mortal society had its own feuds and dangers, and he could not guard every descendant forever. That was where Li Feiyu could help. Lu intended to ask his friend to teach the children martial arts, strengthening their bodies and giving them a means of self-defense. Privately, he hoped their training might also feed strength back to him. In time, their branches could establish a secular martial Lu family. Before any of those distant plans could begin, Lu's own cultivation surged. Spiritual energy rolled through the practice room, making his Qingzhou vestment robe flutter in windless air. When the pressure finally settled, he opened his eyes in delight. 3rd level of Qi Refinement, he had broken through before the reunion. Difference was unmistakable. Reaching the 2nd level had taken 1 year and 4 months. The next step had taken only 10. Qingzhou Valley's 2nd grade spiritual vein had helped, as had the benefit tied to his 7th son, Lu Zionji. His poor talent still mattered, but it no longer defined his pace alone. His reflection showed another kind of progress. The immortal beauty technique had refined his appearance, but the change came from more than one art. His body had matured, comfortable living had restored him, and awakened memories had altered his bearing. Amused by how different he seemed, Lu chuckled and rose to prepare. Lu told his wife he was finally leaving for the secular world. The journey had already been discussed at home and approved by the Lu family. His flawless completion of 6 months of talisman assignments had earned their trust. They even offered an escort, but Lu declined, safer perhaps, yet restrictive and inconvenient. Family did not press him. Instead, they gave him a transmission talisman and warned him to be careful. Lu had already packed his belongings into the pitch-black storage bag beneath his robe. With approval secured and a means to call for help, he left Qingzhou Valley's manor and headed for Qingzhou Villa. Li Feiyu opened the courtyard door with a 3-month-old daughter in his arms. Smiling, he admitted he had begun to wonder whether something had stopped Lu from coming. Lu explained that he had been on the edge of a breakthrough and delayed only long enough to finish it. His eyes widened. Lu had already reached the 3rd level. By his former pace, he should have needed far longer. Still, the first 3 levels yielded eventually to patient cultivation. The true wall waited between the 3rd and 4th levels, where Qi Refinement entered its middle stage and poor spiritual roots faced a genuine bottleneck. He did not linger on that distant obstacle. He told Lu the next breakthrough should not defeat him, then asked whether they were leaving now. Lu was ready whenever he was. Li had prepared long ago. He passed his daughter to a recently acquired concubine in the backyard and stepped out beside his friend. Before the 2 friends could truly leave Qingzhou Mountain, they needed a way to cross the immense distance ahead. Uncle Fu supplied the answer. 2 rented spirit steeds, like the mounts they had ridden here 3 years earlier, and a map of Jiang country. Opened before them, the map revealed the scale of Jiang country. 9 provinces, each divided into prefectures, counties, and countless villages. Rui was a major prefecture of Qing province, and somewhere within its layered jurisdictions lay the small mountain village Lu once called home. With the route fixed, they mounted and rode away. Beyond Qingzhou Mountain, Li looked back on the astonishing change. 3 years ago, he had been a celebrated martial hero. Now he was a live-in son-in-law trying to find his place in the cultivation world. Lu shared the feeling. His memories had awakened during that examination, and the Lu family had become the unlikely beginning of a life he now considered satisfying. Riding beside Li, he wondered aloud how Hong Yi, Han Lin, Zhao Qingqing, and the others had fared. He measured the absent 4 by talent, background, and opportunity. Hong Yi had already stood at the 3rd level 3 years ago, while Han Lin and Zhao Qingqing had entered Qingyun's sect. Surely, they reasoned, several of them must now be near the 3rd or 4th level. Lu understood what Li would not say. Beneath his casual manner, Li was deeply proud, a former young leader and martial prodigy who now seemed the least successful of their 6 companions. Worse, his agreement with the Lu family still demanded 48 more children. Lu told him not to surrender to that burden yet. In a few years, he would try to negotiate with the family head. His present standing as a first-grade, lower-grade talisman master carried too little authority, but revealing middle-grade mastery in another year should give his words real weight. Lu could welcome 50 children, or hundreds, because every descendant fed the hidden system that strengthened him. Li possessed no such blessing. For him, 50 children would consume cultivation time, and children claimed by the Lu family might cease to be his if he ever left. Having offered his own future influence, Lu asked a favor in return. His mortal family lived within Rui Prefecture, beyond the protection of cultivation society. He wanted no extravagant privilege for them, only the assurance that they could spend their lives secure, well-supplied, and wealthy. Li accepted without hesitation. Years away might have cost him the title of young leader, but the Crimson Whale gang was still led by his father. In the secular world, ensuring one family enjoyed peace and wealth was a small matter within that reach. Lu then raised a second concern. With so many children, most could never possess spiritual roots. When those children were old enough, would Li teach them martial arts? Cultivation might be closed to them, but Lu did not intend to leave them without a path of their own. He agreed, but added one warning: martial training was bitterly hard. He knew Lu as an indulgent father and doubted whether Lu would truly permit his children to suffer through it. The question was not whether Li could teach them, but whether the family could endure the price. Lu would force no child into that life. When the time came, each could choose. Yet affection did not mean raising them spoiled or frightened of every hardship. These first children would become the foundation of the family he intended to build, and he meant to give their growth serious effort. Lu Changsheng's breakthrough to the third level of Qi Refinement had brought strength, but it had also delayed departure. With the 3-year reunion appointment now in danger, he and Li Feiyu could afford no leisurely pace. They rode by day and through the night, covering the distance from Qingzhou Mountain in only 19 days. Fierce birds and beasts crossed their path more than once, but none became a true danger, and the road remained mercifully smooth. Night had already fallen when Rui County City appeared. Lu stared. The immense city sprawled across the darkness like a giant beast, yet its countless lamps burned so brightly that the streets and tightly packed buildings seemed caught in daylight. Before his memories awakened, Lu had been an ordinary farmer's son who had never traveled beyond modest counties. Rui's crowds, shops, and cloud-reaching structures made him feel like a country youth entering the grandest city imaginable. Even the mundane realm was wider than he had believed. After asking directions, they found Rui Tower. The prefecture's largest restaurant rose more than 10 zhang above the street, marked by a hanging jade Rui engraved with its name. Even in this extravagant city, the reunion venue was impossible to mistake. Hangyu was there to receive them. 3 years had changed all 3 young men, and Lu's transformation demanded a second look before the old names settled the moment. Whatever distance had existed between them before, Hang now greeted the travelers with practiced warmth. Hang refused to leave road-weary guests standing in idle conversation. He had already reserved rooms and a private booth to wash away the dust of their journey. Zhao Ziyu, Zhao Qingqing, and Han Lin had not arrived, he explained, but should appear within a couple of days. Gold and jade gleamed inside Rui Tower. Intricately carved rafters framed a central spiral staircase, which carried the 3 men to an elegant booth on the 9th floor. Beyond its windows, the brilliant night city stretched below them as Hang poured tea. Asked how the last 3 years had treated them, Li said only that things were all right, while Lu claimed he had merely managed. Hang accepted Li's reserve, but not Lu's modesty. Too much had changed in Lu's appearance and bearing for that answer to pass. Hang's years of dealing with people had sharpened his eye. He identified Lu's garment as a vestment robe, then joked that without their prior acquaintance, Lu's present looks and temperament could have passed for those of a cultivation family's noble scion. Lu was plainly withholding the better part of his story. Once Lu's elementary talisman mastery entered the conversation, Hang dismissed his own position as merely that of an extraneous son. Lu's progress, he said sincerely, was extraordinary. With such talent, second-grade talisman mastery might someday be within reach. The old hierarchy had quietly reversed. Praise felt good. 3 years earlier, Hang's manner had carried an unmistakable superiority toward companions like Lu and Han Lin. Now he was warm and courteous, and Lu suspected life had dealt him humbling setbacks. Still, Lu had no desire to answer old disdain with new arrogance. With Hang tirelessly guiding the conversation, reserve gradually gave way to familiarity. The 3 spoke more intimately until they resembled old friends reunited after years apart. Under Hang's enthusiastic hospitality, Lu and Li remained at Rui Tower for the next 3 days. On the 3rd day, the wait ended. Zhao Ziyu, Zhao Qingqing, and Han Lin arrived in Rui. As soon as the news reached them, Hang brought Lu and Li downstairs, and the first 3 companions stepped forward to welcome the other 3. Xiao Ziyu stood out in a long white dress as pristine as snow, her oval face extraordinarily beautiful. She greeted Brother Feiyu and young Master Hu without hesitation. Then she looked at the changed young man beside them and asked in surprise, "Are you Lu Changsheng?" Inside Rui Tower's condensing immortal pavilion, the 6 former travel companions finally sat together again. Lu Changsheng, Li Feiyu, Hong Yi, Han Lin, Xiao Ziyu, and Zhao Qingqing had all left the secular world behind. 3 years on the cultivation path had changed every one of them. Hong Yi offered Xiao the seat of honor without hesitation. In the cultivation world, he said, strength reigned supreme, so the place naturally belonged to her. Xiao declined once for courtesy, then answered with an open smile. If the Marquis insisted, she would not keep pretending to refuse. 3 years ago, Hong's enthusiasm had carried the unmistakable edge of pursuit. That edge was gone. He knew he no longer matched Xiao, and forcing his longing into the open would only humiliate him and destroy what friendship remained. What he offered now was the hearty warmth of a friend. And Lin broke the formality at once. "Changsheng bro, you've changed so much I almost didn't recognize you." He had heard that Lu and Li were serving as live-in sons-in-law in a cultivation family, and his teasing conclusion was simple. Judging by Lu's condition, life must have been good. Lu merely smiled and said cultivation naturally changed a person. Inside, his answer was less modest. Talent, he had a system. Background, he had a system. Strength, again the system. Others possessed splendid beginnings, but if he kept working, his own future was no smaller. There was no reason to bow. The old rhythm returned quickly. Hong and Xiao kept finding subjects and drawing everyone in. Lu and Han answered when asked, then joined whenever something caught their interest. Li Feiyu and Zhao Qingqing remained quieter, speaking mostly when someone addressed them. Piece by piece, their 3 missing years came onto the table. Hong's report carried a sobering lesson. He had already reached the 3rd level 3 years ago, yet even a Marquis' son could not obtain cultivation resources freely. Forced to earn them himself, he remained trapped at the peak of the 3rd level. Lu quietly revised his estimate of the next bottleneck upward. Xiao's path could hardly have been more different. Her 4th-grade spiritual root drew an elder's favor as soon as she entered Qingyun's sect. She became an inner sect disciple immediately, and 3 years later she had crossed into the 4th level. The honored seat was not flattery. Her strength had earned it. And Lin and Zhao Qingqing had also entered Qingyun's sect, but ordinary spiritual roots placed them in the outer sect. They wore the same sect name as Xiao, yet their prospects were a world apart. Admission to an immortal sect was not a single victory. Talent still decided which doors opened afterward. Lu's own results reached the table. The live-in son-in-law they might have pitied had reached the 3rd level of energy refinement and become an elementary talisman master. Surprise moved around the pavilion. Even after hearing what Xiao had achieved, none of them had expected Lu's supposedly inferior path to carry him this far. And added something even Lu had not known. After becoming an apprentice artifact refiner, he had encountered a senior brother from their old immortal sect examination and asked why Lu was not selected. The senior brother remembered Lu clearly. At that, Hong and the others turned toward Lu all over again. Lu had placed first in the 4th round test of conscience. On that performance alone, the senior brother believed he should have entered Qingyun's sect. 2 facts overruled it. Lu was older than the preferred candidates, and his spiritual root was only 9th grade. Exceptional resolve could not purchase the future the sect expected from talent. Li quietly called it a pity, and the others agreed. To them, even Lu's present success could not equal becoming an immortal sect disciple. Lu felt no such loss. Had Qingyun accepted him, he would have spent years accumulating before daring to marry and build a family. His present road might not be worse at all. Hong immediately declared that someone with Brother Lu's intelligence could shine anywhere. Food, drink, and conversation began moving again. Xiao had been expected to stand at the center of this reunion, yet Lu's unlikely progress now commanded its own share of attention. The rejected candidate no longer looked like the companion left behind. Several days after the reunion, a knock sounded at Lu Changsheng's room in Rui Tower. Hong Yi had found what Lu needed, a loose cultivator transaction fair at Bullhead Mountain, 300 miles away, with only 5 or 6 days left to run. The market was not open to ordinary travelers. Hong produced a brownish-yellow communication talisman. Lu only had to reach Bullhead Mountain and activate it. Someone inside would open the concealing formation and guide him through. Lu thanked him by offering 3 lower-grade, 1st-grade talismans of his own. Hong tried to refuse, but Lu pressed them into his hands. If Hong insisted on formality now, Lu said, how could he comfortably ask for help again? Communication talisman itself was not expensive, but gathering the information had taken effort. Lu would not let Hong lose by helping him. A well-connected friend in the secular world might also matter when Lu's growing number of children eventually sought lives beyond the cultivation family. Hong offered the use of his Rui prefecture contacts and cautioned Lu to be careful. Yet he saw opportunity too. Lu might become a superior grade 1st-grade talisman master, perhaps even 2nd grade. and a stable talisman connection could strengthen Hong inside the Marquis mansion. Lu offered Hong 10 more lower-grade talismans, but called his supply modest. The truth remained inside his storage bag, roughly 1,000 talismans, half lower grade and half middle grade, worth perhaps 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. Lu had no intention of displaying that fortune. A small, loose cultivator fair could not absorb nearly 1,000 talismans, and trying would invite danger. He would sell only a controlled portion. Hong, meanwhile, insisted he should at least pay the market price. In the end, Hong took the talismans without spending money. That was valuable in another way. Carrying Lu's work home would help convince his father that his friendship with the talisman master was real. Lu accepted the risk that such generosity might reveal Hong's true character. Lu then entrusted his familiar steed to Hong. He had no beast storage bag and did not know whether a mount could enter Bullhead Mountain, so risking an animal he valued made no sense. Hong clasped his hands and promised to care for it. For the actual trip, Lu obtained another horse. If Bullhead Mountain forced him to abandon it, the loss would not hurt. Cultivation had not erased his old riding experience. He mounted easily and set out from Rui County City toward Nanyu Prefecture. By the next day, the air had turned slightly cool. Lu reached Bullhead Mountain, found a farmhouse at its foot, and left the substitute horse there. From this point onward, he would approach alone and give strangers as little information as possible. Once no one was nearby, Lu took a human skin mask from his storage bag and fitted it over his face. His improved, handsome features vanished. In their place appeared a dull-looking, yellow-skinned young man whom no acquaintance should recognize. Lu added a large black cloak and drew up its hood. Now even the masked face and the shape of his body were difficult to discern. Only after completing both layers of concealment did he continue toward Bullhead Mountain's northern slope. At the mist-shrouded northern slope, Lu brought out Hong's brownish-yellow communication talisman and sent its signal into the formation. The concealed entrance answered. A narrow route opened through the white mist, inviting the anonymous talisman master into the loose cultivator fair. Changsheng followed the narrow path into what looked like endless mist. After roughly 100 meters, he passed through an invisible boundary like breaking a lake's surface. The blank white world vanished, and a secluded valley opened before him. Valley covered only 30 to 40 acres, yet ancient pavilions ringed a crowded central market. Vendors called out pills, herbs, artifacts, and spiritual goods. With its orderly stalls and jostling customers, it reminded Lu of a countryside market day from his previous life. Lu sensed a spirit vein beneath the valley, but its energy was weaker than Qingzhou villas and probably ungraded. The modest surroundings did not make the fair harmless. Surrounded by unknown cultivators, he reaffirmed his safest plan: sell only a small, unremarkable portion of his stock. Lu claimed an empty spot, spread out a thick stack of basic first-grade talismans, and raised a board. 1 or 2 spirit stones each, buy 5 and receive 1 free. He left every middle-grade talisman inside his storage bag. Better to sacrifice a little profit than advertise dangerous wealth. Cultivator soon asked whether the free talisman could be chosen freely. Lu lowered his voice to a hoarse rasp. Buy 5 2-stone talismans and any free one was allowed, otherwise the gift must come from the 1-stone selection. The customer accepted, chose 6 premium pieces and paid 10 stones. At first exchange broke the hesitation. Cultivators gathered, drawn by a useful product, an attractive offer, and linework whose quality was obvious even to non-experts. In just over an hour, Lu's displayed batch of nearly 100 talismans disappeared. His carefully limited sale had earned exactly 133 spirit stones. Lu turned buyer and found advanced talisman paper and spirit ink. They cost about 5 times as much as ordinary materials, a poor margin for anyone making only middle-grade, first-grade talismans. But Lu could secretly produce superior ones. In his hands, the expensive materials were an opportunity. After bargaining, Lu paid 66 spirit stones for the shop's entire available supply, 12 stacks of advanced talisman paper, and 3 boxes of spirit ink. He searched onward, but supreme-grade paper and ink were beyond what a small, loose cultivator gathering like this could offer. Bookstall caught Lu's attention next. Cultivation records, travelogues, and personal notes promised glimpses of a world he still knew too little about. The price made the choice easy. He paid 1 spirit stone and added all 10 books to his storage bag. Lu then worked through several stalls and shops collecting the 5 elements resources required by the immortal beauty technique. Each was a first-grade, middle-grade material. When the final piece entered his bag, the set was complete. It cost 59 spirit stones, consuming almost everything he had just earned. One need remained. Lu's gold-tipped talisman brush was excellent by ordinary standards and could draw first-grade superior talismans, but it was not a magic artifact. He searched the fair for a true upgrade. Stall after stall disappointed him, and at last he had to abandon the hunt. Thought of Li Feiyu and the Crimson Whale Gang brought Lu's shopping to an end. He left the hidden valley with his purchases secured, brought out a featherweight talisman, and descended Bullhead Mountain at a swift, light-footed pace. His mask and black cloak stayed on. Caution still came before comfort. Changsheng was already halfway down Bullhead Mountain. A featherweight talisman kept his steps swift and light, while the human skin mask and large black hooded cloak still hid the young cultivator who had just left the fair. And movement sounded behind him. Lu looked back and saw three conical-hatted figures racing down like the wind. His heart pounded. The burly one wore yellow, and Lu vaguely remembered selling to him. He was now 60 to 70% certain they had marked him. He did not waste a breath. Lu activated a middle-grade, first-grade windwalking talisman. Dark green wind coiled around him, and he shot downhill like a gust. The acceleration cracked his cloak through the air, tore back his hood, and made even his masked face sting. Display only excited them. A middle-grade talisman, one robber exclaimed. Another called Lu a fat sheep who had brought too many talismans to sell. Their own speed rose again. The taunts confirmed everything. Caution had reduced his exposure, but it had not hidden his value. Lu could not outrun them. Worse, each robber stood at the 6th or 7th level of Qi Refinement, while he was only at the 3rd. A normal exchange would be hopeless, so he gathered a thick handful of talismans and waited for all three to enter his range. Lu activated every talisman in his hand at once. Golden light, water screens, and twisting vines wrapped around him. Most of the stack became fireballs, water orbs, arm-thick arrows, and razor crescents, all screaming toward the robbers in one violent storm. The trio had survived by experience, and now that experience showed. The short, thin robber snapped out several talismans, yellow light flickering through rapid hand signs. At his cry of earth wall technique, thick barriers erupted from the trail, then began exploding apart under Lu's concentrated barrage. Before the last wall vanished, the tall, thin robber threw out a black shield. It expanded, spun in midair, and cast off a dark, mysterious glow as it absorbed the storm. Beside him, the burly man in yellow released a flying dagger. Defense had become counterattack. Lu's ordinary talismans had bought him a chance, not a victory. Against three stronger cultivators and their artifacts, he finally opened his deepest hand. Spiritual power poured into the golden light brick talisman treasure, and golden radiance swelled above the mountain path. Reversal was absolute. One robber begged the fellow Taoist to spare his life, admitting he had been blind. Another suddenly discovered an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child waiting at home. A moment ago, Lu had been prey. Now all three could only plead beneath the golden pressure. Even while begging, the robbers could not comprehend it. A 3rd-level cultivator had brought a talisman treasure to a tiny trade gathering, then run from them. Why not show it first? They would have fled and apologized. Using such a treasure on petty thieves felt offensively wasteful. Did they even deserve it? A golden brick, massive as a small mountain, came down on all three. Bang! The impact thundered across the slope, and Bullhead Mountain itself seemed to shake. In that single deafening instant, the hunters vanished beneath Lu Changsheng's hidden trump card. Dust rolled away from the place where the mountain-sized golden light brick had landed. There had been no scream. The robbers' layered defensive spells and spinning black shield had crumbled at impact, as though none of them had ever existed. Lu Changsheng did not relax at once. His heart hammered as he stared into the ruin and waited for a counterattack. Only after confirming that all three were unquestionably dead did the tension leave him. He bent forward, gasping for breath. Nearly 20 ordinary talismans had taxed his mental spirit, but the golden light brick had taken most of his spiritual power. At Lu's thought, its vast radiance contracted. The small mountain manifestation folded back into a talisman-like form and flew into his hand. Only then could Lu take in the result. The brick had excavated a pit dozens of feet wide and deep. The three men were unrecognizable, and their black shield was a deformed lump of iron. Even Lu whispered that the treasure's power was terrifying. More frightening still, Lu had produced this with only 3rd-level Qi Refinement and could activate merely part of the treasure. What would happen when a late-stage Qi Refiner, or a Foundation Establishment cultivator, released its full strength? The thought left him awed and painfully aware of his own weakness. Lu withdrew to a grove before letting himself think. Ordinary lower and middle-grade talismans could never have killed those three. He had disguised himself, hidden his wealth, and fled rather than fight, yet he had still been hunted. The cultivation world truly followed the law of the jungle. The answer, Lu decided, was not solitary bravado. A family or sect demanded contributions, but it also stood between a weak newcomer and the worst storms. Living under the Lu family's roof meant relying on others. After this ambush, that protection looked less like humiliation and more like survival. Lu tried to recover through meditation, but the mundane world's spiritual energy was painfully thin. At that rate, he could not tell when his reserves would return. With the journey still unfinished and danger fresh in his mind, waiting indefinitely was not an option. He took out a translucent spirit stone and drew its energy into himself. Later, the stone had turned noticeably dull. Spirit stones were currency, and consuming one directly was extravagant. Most cultivators preferred spirit rice, tea, or wine. Today, however, speed and safety justified the cost. Once recovered, Lu sorted the three robbers' possessions instead of rushing onward. The collection included 3 storage bags and several miscellaneous valuables. He checked each item carefully, turning the aftermath of an unwanted battle into resources he could actually use. 3 storage bags themselves were worth about 150 spirit stones. Once Lu included everything else, the total approached 500. After the terror of the ambush, that number changed his mood immediately. He smacked his lips, unable to deny how profitable the victory had been. Contrast was almost absurd. Lu had once received only 2 spirit stones a month as a live-in son-in-law, then barely 10 as a talisman master. Even today's 100 talismans had earned only a little over 100 after costs. Murder and looting really was faster, and that was precisely why it tempted people. Lu rejected the idea almost as soon as he considered it. Senseless killing violated his principles, and hunting stronger cultivators for treasure was far too dangerous for his temperament. Besides, he possessed a safer advantage. With the system behind him, marrying, taking concubines, and having children was his righteous path to power. One recovered item deserved a closer look: a foot-long flying sword. The Lu family had once rewarded Lu with a sword for being first to father a child, but he had sold it before ever trying it, using the money to support talisman making. Now, at last, another sword rested in his hand. Reaching 3rd level, Qi Refinement had unlocked the object manipulating technique, allowing a cultivator to wield magic artifacts. Lu finally attempted it with the recovered sword, yet his spiritual power was still limited after the battle, so he stopped there and left the other artifacts untested. Lu mounted his horse and turned toward the Crimson Whale gang. He would meet Li Feiyu, arrange dependable protection for his parents and family, then return to Qingzhou Mountain early. The outside world was too dangerous. Hunkering down with the Lu family, growing stronger, and having more children was the better road. Heavenly Water Mansion stood on the Dejing River, where Rui Prefecture's waterways met the Hui Canal of Qing Province. The Crimson Whale gang had grown rich and powerful, carrying goods across that network. It was famous throughout Jianghu, backed by official connections, and capable of reaching far beyond one city. Changsheng arrived at the city in a green robe, his refined features and tall, slender figure carrying an easy confidence. He led his tall horse with one hand. In the other arm rested the 9 Netherhound, a small dark-furred cub with a scarlet vertical mark upon its brow. Several robust men in short red tunics immediately approached. 3 stepped forward and respectfully asked whether he was Master Lu. Their young master, Li Feiyu, had ordered them to wait at the gate. Lu recognized the gang embroidery, confirmed Li's name, and accepted the reception without hesitation. Luxurious carriage rolled forward. Lu handed over his horse's reins and climbed inside without relinquishing the 9 Netherhound. The coachman warned that the main hall lay half an hour away. Then the carriage moved off at a gentle, steady pace, carrying the honored guest through Heavenly Water Mansion. Li Feiyu received Lu beside an imposing middle-aged man. He introduced the man as his father, Li Zhengyang, leader of the Crimson Whale gang, who had come out personally after hearing of Lu's arrival. Li then presented Lu as his good friend, giving the meeting both familial warmth and formal weight. Li Zhengyang had fully supported his son's decision to become a cultivation-family son-in-law. To a Jianghu martial artist, becoming a cultivator meant rising above ordinary men. A true man could stoop when necessary and stand tall when opportunity came. Even the lowest cultivator possessed extraordinary secular status. Lu clasped his hands and greeted him as Uncle Li. Then he produced 5 bottles of medicine, apologizing that he had prepared no proper gift and calling them a small token. Li Zhengyang said a guest need not bring gifts, but accepted them and courteously led Lu toward the banquet already waiting inside. Li Feiyu finally asked where Lu had obtained the demon beast. Lu explained that he had encountered it at a loose cultivator gathering. Li examined the quiet cub, but its true nature escaped him. He could tell only that it was canine, with no way to determine its species or rank. The group entered the Crimson Whale gang's headquarters, where a banquet had already been prepared. After eating, Lu retired to rest. The journey from Bullhead Mountain had left him genuinely weary. 3rd level Qi Refinement granted him far more energy than a mortal, but that energy still had limits. Once the banquet ended, Li Zhengyang remembered Lu's 5 bottles. He opened them, carefully poured out the medicines, examined their color and form, and tested their scent. His practiced eyes widened. As a gang leader who dominated an entire mansion, he knew exactly what he was looking at. First was Marrow Cleansing Elixir, able to cleanse the marrow and improve martial aptitude. The second was Innate Elixir, increasing the chance of an innate breakthrough. Then came Great Restoration Elixir for internal or external injuries, and Essence Nurturing Elixir, capable of adding several decades of strength. Fifth was 5 Spirit Detoxification Elixir, said to neutralize thousands of fierce poisons. Li Zhengyang stared at the complete set in disbelief. Every bottle was a saintly medicine of Jianghu, coveted by countless martial artists. Any one of them could inspire men to risk their lives, yet Lu had offered all 5 casually. Medicines tempted even Li Zhengyang, but accepting them did not sit comfortably with him. They had been given because of his son's friendship, meaning that friendship would someday bear the burden of repayment. He put the bottles away, handed them to Li Feiyu, and ordered him to return them later. Li Feiyu knew Lu would never take the gift back. He told his father to accept it in peace. If keeping it still felt wrong, the gang could repay Lu by compensating his parents and family. The suggestion carried Li's own embarrassment. At the Lu family, he lived frugally on only 2 spirit stones a month. Li Zhengyang answered in a deep, resolute voice. As long as the Crimson Whale gang existed, Lu Changsheng's parents and family would enjoy wealth, safety, and freedom from worry. Even if the gang itself ceased to exist, they would still do everything possible to protect them. Lu's journey had achieved its purpose. 2 days after the Crimson Whale gang pledged to protect his family, Lu Changsheng set out to see them himself. Li Feiyu rode with him, accompanied by 2 gang men who would help settle the household. Their route led through Lu's hometown and Rui Prefecture, then back to Qingzhou Mountain. The closer Lu came, the less calm he felt. How much had his parents changed during his 3 missing years? Awakening another life's memories had not erased the 18 years he had spent as their son. This village was still home, and the thought of seeing it again made him both sentimental and afraid. 6 days later, the carriage jolted along a dirt road to a small mountain settlement. The stone pier at its entrance bore 3 familiar characters, Wonyu Village. Lu stopped the carriage outside. Recognizing every line of the landscape, he left the others behind and hurried into the village alone. Village entrance seemed deserted, but gongs, drums, and trumpets sounded in the distance. Lu followed the music and quickened his pace. His childhood home appeared ahead, its hedge-fenced courtyards crowded with tables and villagers. Huge wedding characters covered the walls. Of all days, he had returned for Changsheng's wedding. A woman carrying a child finally recognized the refined young man at the entrance as her missing brother. She reached to pull Changsheng inside, then saw his fine clothes and stopped, afraid her hand might soil them. That small hesitation exposed the distance 3 years had created. Then she rushed into the courtyard, shouting for their parents. Courtyard erupted in whispers. The Lu family's 3rd son had vanished 3 years ago, yet this clear-skinned, refined young man looked finer than a city heir. Then 2 gray-haired figures emerged in neat wedding clothes. Lu had expected change, but not this much age. His lips trembled. Dad, Mom. Lu's return became the greatest sensation Wonyu village had seen in years. Changsheng's wedding swelled into a feast of more than 100 tables, and the celebration continued for half a month. Lu did not merely arrive in fine clothes. He made sure his younger brother's happy day became impossible for the village to forget. Feast was only the beginning. Lu built large houses for his parents and siblings and bought land for them. His family would not have to depend upon a single celebration or a purse of temporary silver. Old man Lu's household rose from common poverty into local prosperity, and the village began addressing him with new respect. And Lu and Li collected their spirit horses in Rui Prefecture. Hong Yi greeted them with unusual warmth. At their farewell, Lu and Li returned his salute and mounted up. Once they had ridden some distance, Li remarked that the Marquis's son had plainly become much friendlier toward Lu. A few days earlier, Hong had placed Lu's 13 talismans before his father and explained that his friend was now a talisman master. Because Hong had received them before paying a single spirit stone, the Marquis believed him. He praised Hong, ordered him to nurture the friendship, and finally entrusted the concubine-born son with mansion responsibilities. Hong had also brought 15 spirit stones as payment for those talismans. Then he made his real request. If Lu ever sold talismans beyond the Lu family, would he give Hong priority? Lu agreed. The bargain benefited them both. Hong gained leverage in his father's house, while Lu gained a powerful, motivated intermediary. Back on the road, Lu explained that Hong's life as a concubine-born son had never been easy. Friendship with a talisman master could improve his standing, yet Lu needed the connection too. He held many talismans but lacked the strength to sell them safely. Letting Hong serve as a channel could spare him considerable trouble. Half a month into the ride toward Qingzhou Mountain, thunder cracked over the parched land. Lu Changsheng looked from the darkening sky to an abandoned temple ahead. Night was closing in, and the coming rain left him and Li Feiyu little choice but to seek shelter. The temple was worse up close. Weeds choked the ruins, while dust and spider webs filled the interior. Lu used a cleansing technique to clear a livable corner. Then he gathered firewood and built a campfire as the storm swallowed the road outside. Lu drew raw meat from his storage bag for the 9 netherhound. Li watched the little beast devour it and marveled at its stomach. The pup already needed 5 or 6 pounds in a single meal, an absurd appetite packed into such a small, abyss-dark body. Ordinary meat was affordable, even in ridiculous quantities. Faster growth was the real problem. Lu suspected the hound needed demon beast meat, and the Lu family's cheapest supply cost 1 spirit stone for only 5 or 6 pounds. Raising this cub all the way to 4th rank would consume a fortune. Shelter did not remain private. An elderly man entered from the rain with a young woman and courteously thanked the travelers for sharing the space. Yet one detail was immediately wrong. The girl's pink skirt was soaked through, while the old man's clothing was barely wet. Lu kept his face neutral and used sound transmission. The old man had to be an innate master. Only exceptional martial control could keep the rain from touching him. Li confirmed it with an old saying. At that level, neither a feather nor an insect could settle upon the body. Li's next conclusion was more disturbing. These two were not grandfather and granddaughter. There was no familial warmth between them. An innate master had left the girl untrained and drenched. Most tellingly, her speaking acupoint was sealed, and when she saw Lu and Li, hope flashed in her eyes. Lu immediately became more cautious. When the elder moved toward their fire, Lu quietly took talismans in hand, ready to strike at the first unusual movement. Li openly invited the man closer, but sent Lu a private message beneath the courtesy. "Leave this to me." The elder offered them dry food. Before either man accepted, the sleeping 9 netherhounds snapped awake and growled at him. Lu calmed the cub without changing expression. Li merely smiled and said they had already eaten. The elder then bent toward the fire, asking only for a burning stick. Li's smile turned mocking. If that fire was insufficient, he offered to add more. Before the sentence ended, his robe snapped and a fierce palm drove toward the elder. The old man raised a prepared counter, but a thumb-sized flame bloomed in Li's palm at the instant their hands met. The elder screamed as his hand erupted in flame. It raced up his arm and across his body faster than anyone could intervene. Within moments, the formidable innate master was gone, reduced to ashes beside the campfire, while Lu, the silenced girl, and even the hound faced the shocking aftermath. The elder was already a heap of ash, but Lu Changsheng was still reconstructing the impossible strike. Li Feiyu had compressed a flame bullet into his palm, then driven it forward with innate martial force. The heat consumed the man before the palm's full power even erupted. Li showed no burden from the killing. The old fellow had invited his own death, he said. Still, combining the spell with martial arts had worked rather well. His almost casual satisfaction made the contrast sharper. Lu had witnessed a revelation, while Li treated it like a successful experiment. Li explained why he had struck first. The elder had not merely looked suspicious, he had come prepared to poison them. The dry food was probably tainted, and a narcotic had been hidden inside his sleeve for the moment he bent down beside their fire. Lu had assumed Li merely sensed hostility. Hearing the details left him incredulous. Li admitted the elder had hidden his preparations cautiously, but executed them poorly. Poisons and such covert tricks had surrounded Li since childhood. Against that experience, the old man's performance had never stood a chance. Lu revised his understanding of danger. The cultivation world was treacherous, but the secular martial world was no safer. A friendly offering, a lowered sleeve, one breath beside a fire, ordinary gestures could conceal methods just as difficult to guard against as any spell. Young woman in the pink skirt finally recovered from the killing. She hurried forward and knelt, her lips moving without sound. Still wary, Lu asked whether she posed any danger. Li checked her, chuckled at Lu's caution, and confirmed that she was merely an ordinary person the elder had kidnapped. Li flicked his fingers. Several threads of qi struck the girl's sealed points, and a muffled sound escaped her, the first proof that her voice had returned. Excitement crossed her face, but words never came. Everything she had suppressed instead broke loose as a thin wail that swelled into helpless sobbing. Lu and Li exchanged a silent look. Li then became intensely interested in a ruined beam overhead, plainly leaving the human aftermath to his friend. Lu waited until the sobs softened and spoke as gently as he could. It was all right now. The danger had passed. When she could answer, the captive was no longer nameless. She was Zhenjin. Her account confirmed that the elder was her kidnapper, not her grandfather or protector, and that his interest in an ordinary young woman was connected to a cultivator who wanted her as a concubine. Lu activated the spiritual eye technique. Crystalline light shimmered in his eyes, and a faint spiritual halo appeared around Zhenjin. She truly possessed a spiritual root. His beginner-level technique could confirm its existence, but not determine its grade. Li was surprised as well. They had rescued her almost by accident, yet carried the one qualification needed to enter cultivation. At last, the elder's behavior made sense. An innate martial master had guarded and restrained her because a young woman with a spiritual root had value to cultivators. Lu studied her tear-streaked face and asked what she intended to do next. Could only answer that she did not know. When he put the truth plainly, she was homeless, without family beside her or any destination. She nodded, lost, and began crying again. Lu saw the opportunity without pretending otherwise. Zhenjin was beautiful, of marriageable age, possessed a spiritual root, and needed a home. He wanted wives with spiritual roots and children who might inherit them. So he acted, offering her a warm home but not coercion. Would she marry him and return with him for life? Torrential rain hammered the broken temple as Lu's proposal hung in the air. Li Feiyu stared at his friend in disbelief. Love at first sight? A lifetime together. To Li, those pretty words barely concealed the truth. Lu wanted Zhenjin, and he wanted the spiritual root she might pass to his children. Yet Li would not ruin his good brother's chance. He knew Lu's ambition was not glory but stability, wives, concubines, and a house full of children, preferably children able to cultivate. Was attractive, homeless, and possessed a spiritual root. In Li's eyes, the match was bluntly calculated, but reasonable. The opportunity was rarer than it looked. A talisman master might meet female cultivators, but pregnancy and childbirth could hinder their cultivation, so many would accept a partner yet avoid children. Spiritual root raised the odds that Lu's descendants might inherit one, and she had nowhere else to settle. Could only stare. Through tear-wet eyes, she took in Lu's clear, handsome face and tall, lean frame. Then her fair, slightly chubby cheeks turned scarlet. His proposal was so direct that she could not immediately find an answer, while the rain continued roaring beyond the broken walls. Lu gently explained what she had never known. He and Li were cultivators, the immortals spoken of by ordinary people. Anyone born with a spiritual root could begin cultivation. That was why the elder had taken her. He meant to deliver her as a concubine to another cultivator. Revelation struck in the cruelest way. If the elder wanted her because of the spiritual root, then she believed she had caused her parents suffering. Tears broke free again. Lu had given her an explanation, but for the moment it only transformed confusion into guilt. When her sobs finally eased, lifted her red, tear-streaked eyes, she said she could never repay such great kindness, then offered the only future she felt she possessed. She would give herself in marriage to her benefactor. Li watched in silence, privately convinced that Lu had successfully coaxed her. Lu did not accept blindly. He asked whether she had truly thought it through. He suspected his identity as a cultivator mattered, and that she might someday expect revenge. Still, an enemy using abduction in mortal affairs was unlikely to be invincible. If became family, Lu was willing to help once he grew stronger. Pursed her lips, gathered her courage, and met his eyes. She had made up her mind. The longer she held his gaze, the deeper her blush spread all the way to her ears. Lu finally nodded. She would return with him tomorrow, and almost belatedly he introduced himself, Lu Changsheng. Next day, joined Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu on the road. She rode in front of Lu on a single spiritual steed, cradling the small 9 netherhound while his arms reached around her to hold the reins. Her face remained flushed, but she did not shrink away. He was now her future husband. Comfort did not make Lu careless. Had been intended for an unknown cultivator, and that person might come looking for what had been taken. Lu urged the steeds faster and stayed vigilant throughout the journey, scanning the road and wilderness for pursuit. Li kept pace, but no enemy appeared. Feared pursuit never came. After 7 uneventful days, Lu Changsheng, Li Feiyu, Zhenjin, and the 9 netherhound reached Qingzhou Mountain safely. Had entered the temple as a captive with nowhere to go. She arrived at Lu's home as his intended wife, though gaining entry to a cultivation family's territory would bring rules of its own. 7 days after leaving the ruined temple, Lu Changsheng finally brought Zhenjin and Li Feiyu to Qingzhou Mountain. Safety did not mean unrestricted entry. This was a cultivation family's protected domain, and Lu still lacked the privilege to bring outsiders inside whenever he pleased. Guards recognized Lu and spared him a lengthy interrogation. Had no cultivation level and appeared to be an ordinary young woman, so a brief inspection was enough. They let her pass on one condition: Lu had to report her presence to Uncle Fu. After returning the spirit steeds, Lu reported to Uncle Fu. The old administrator stared at the young woman beside him, then silently connected her arrival to Lu's recent questions about marrying freely. So this was why Lu had renegotiated his contract. He meant to bring a wife from outside. One woman was not worth an argument, especially when Lu's talisman work pleased the family. But Uncle Fu's mood changed when he discovered possessed a spiritual root. He warned Lu plainly, every additional cultivator consumed the limited energy of Qingzhou Mountain's spirit vein. At home, Lu told his wives and concubines what had endured. Rather than treating her as a rival, they surrounded the shaken newcomer with care and welcomed her as another sister. Their kindness gave a place in the household before the wedding had even begun. Acceptance did not erase the terror had survived. In an unfamiliar home, she still lacked any sense of security and attached herself to Lu whenever he appeared. He never pushed her away. Instead, he gave her more time each day until, after half a month, caution became trust. Told Lu that she came from a scholarly household in Zhaoshan Mansion, far away in Qing province. An old evildoer had destroyed the family. Only one possible survivor remained, her brother, Changsheng, who had already departed for the capital to sit the imperial examination. Admitted that her earlier claim of having no family had been deliberate. At the time, Lu could not possibly have carried her across the country to search for a missing scholar. Terrified and helpless, she had simply grasped the 2 rescuers who appeared like light in her darkness. Days in Lu's household had confirmed that her desperate choice was the right one. Gratitude had deepened into love, and now believed Lu was a man she could entrust with her whole life. She held nothing back and asked him to help find her brother. When the wedding day came, Lu family disciples and immortal seedlings gathered in amazement. Lu already had 9 wives. To them, an 18-year-old cultivator choosing a 10th looked almost like surrendering his cultivation, especially when they resisted marriage while family obligations forced it upon them. Lu wanted no grand display. He simply completed the required wedding rites, then invited the disciples and immortal seedlings of Qingzhou Villa to share a meal. The ceremony was modest, but the crowded tables supplied enough noise and warmth to mark X's formal entry as his 10th wife. The banquet cost Lu 24 spirit stones, but he returned every gift his guests brought. Most disciples and immortal seedlings already lived difficult, cash-poor lives. Lu could afford the feast, and he had no intention of burdening them or inviting gossip that he had staged a wedding to collect money. One payment Lu did insist on making was a red envelope for Li Feiyu. Li had witnessed the union between him and courtesy mattered between brothers. Lu then gave that friendship a task, write to the Crimson Whale Gang and have its people search for Changsheng. Once most of the meal had been eaten, Lu left the banquet and entered the bridal chamber. Weighted on the bed in a phoenix crown and rosy cloud's robe, her face hidden beneath a red veil, Lu softly called, "Zhenjin." She gave no spoken answer, only the veil trembled. Morning entered the bridal chamber through sparse bamboo leaves. Its light fell across the red gown, embroidered shoes, silk stockings, and other wedding clothes scattered beside the bed. Beneath the bedding, Zhenjin slept curled tightly around her new husband. Lu saw dried tears at the corners of X's reddened eyes. She had cried for much of the night and still held him as though he might disappear. He could have pulled free, but nothing demanded his attention. He stayed and let her cling. After a while, X's eyelashes fluttered open. In a hoarse voice she called, "Husband." Lu smiled, answered that she was awake, and stroked her cheek. Offered no further words, she rubbed against his palm and nestled closer to his chest. That quiet morning set the pattern for the days that followed. Lu kept close and gave her the companionship she needed. He also began leading her into cultivation, turning their new marriage into a partnership with consequences beyond ordinary domestic life. The method Lu chose was the Changsheng technique, a primary-level manual taken as a trophy at Bullhead Mountain. It was not profound, but unlike his returning origin technique, it also preserved youth and health. More importantly, it let him measure how readily Qi absorbed spiritual power. Uncle Fu had only confirmed that Qi possessed a spiritual root. Lu could now go further. From her speed, he preliminarily judged it 8th grade, still a lower grade root, but slightly better than his own 9th grade talent. For Lu, that was already enough. 1 month later, Qi became pregnant. Lu was delighted. She was his first wife with a spiritual root. With both parents possessing one, he estimated their child's chance at 10 to 20%, roughly 10 times the chance when only one parent had the talent. That anticipation reminded Lu of the foundation establishment materials he had purchased at Bullhead Mountain for the immortal beauty technique. Rather than leave them unused, he entered seclusion and completed the technique's foundation, converting another hard-won resource into steady personal progress. The result was subtle, not a dramatic remaking. Lu's features and physique simply looked more harmonious, while his temperament and demeanor became naturally easier on the eye. He gave the changes little thought, straightened his clothes, and left the practice room for his family. In the courtyard, Lu found a picture of effortless peace. His eldest son, Lu Ping'an, slept with both arms around the little 9 netherhound. Child and demon beast looked completely at ease together. Household had not always been so relaxed. Lu's wives and concubines had initially feared the demon beast might harm a child. Time proved otherwise. The cub was docile, sleeping whenever it was not eating, and they now tended it while the children treated it as a beloved playmate. 6 days later, another birth expanded the household. Lu's 14th child was a son, but the newborn possessed no spiritual root, and no system reward followed his arrival. That absence of joy disturbed Lu more than the result itself. After so many children, a birth without a spiritual root or reward barely moved him. Looking at his 14th son, he understood how ancient emperors could become indifferent even to their own blood. He noticed the change, and then drove the thought from his mind. Half a year slipped past inside Qingzhou Valley. Lu Changsheng's 15th and 16th children were born, but neither possessed a spiritual root. Their ordinary births only made his attention settle more intensely on Zhenjin's growing belly. Household showed no sign of slowing. 5 more wives or concubines had become pregnant. Galone was still carrying her first child. The earlier wives and concubines had moved to second pregnancies, while the sisters Lu Zier and Lu Qinger had already begun their third. Lu's days had settled into a dependable rhythm, meditation in the practice room, then talisman work in the study. At the 3rd level of Qi Refinement, middle-grade talismans no longer troubled him. He could draw them successfully and with ease. Superior-grade work was another matter. Lu's mana and mental spirit were limited, his brush was poor, and his paper and spirit ink were only average. He could brute force only the simpler designs, always risking failure. Skill was not his only bottleneck, cultivation and equipment mattered. There was little reason to waste those materials now, because Lu still could not freely sell what he made. He would wait for stronger cultivation and a better brush. After finishing his work, he wrote to Hong Yi and entrusted the letter to a servant bound for the Lu family post station. Ordinary mail was painfully slow. Hong Yi might not receive the letter for a month or more. Only a transmission talisman could carry truly urgent news. Lu returned to his family, but one sight would not let him relax. Zhenjin's large belly reminded him that her brother was still missing. At Qingzhou Villa, Li Feiyu had only bad news. After more than half a year, the Crimson Whale gang had found no trace of Changsheng. Lu pictured an ordinary scholar crossing thousands of dangerous miles for the imperial examination. An accident or death was entirely possible. Meanwhile, far from Lu's reach, the story opened onto the border between Qing province and Jizhu. Bizarre rocks crowded a precipitous mountain range. Steep cliffs vanished into heavy mist, and visibility died after only a short distance. The unresolved search now had a landscape as dangerous as Lu feared. Back in his practice room, Lu exhaled stale air and assessed his progress. He had reached the peak of the 3rd level, but the path to the 4th no longer felt open. A real bottleneck stood before him, one that would yield only to a long period of grinding effort. Lu did not despair. With his mediocre aptitude, reaching this peak so quickly was already a good result. He knew exactly what he was, a late bloomer. More children would grow, more inherited strength would return to him, and his future would improve with theirs. 11 days later, Zhenjin went into labor. Lu waited outside the delivery room until a newborn's cry broke through the door, and at that same instant, something profound stirred within him, a spiritual root. His 17th child possessed one. 6 months of expectation had finally paid off. Lu could not hide his excitement. Several of his wives noticed, and even their gentle temperaments could not prevent a stab of jealousy. To them, this looked like favoritism toward. To Lu, it was evidence. A mother with a spiritual root had changed the odds dramatically. But Lu could not directly see the newborn's spiritual root, nor could he inspect the exact change in his own. There was only one honest method. He would cultivate, feel whether his speed had improved, and use that difference to estimate the child's grade. He settled into meditation and waited for the answer. Several hours later, Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and released a deep breath. The test had answered him. His cultivation speed was more than 10% faster than before, which meant Zhenjin's newborn possessed a spiritual root slightly better than Lu Zhang's. Lu estimated a 7th or 8th grade lower grade spiritual root. It was not an astonishing talent, but he felt no disappointment. A child having any spiritual root at all was already precious, and the combined boosts from 2 such children brought his effective cultivation speed close to that of an 8th grade root. Real promise lay in scale. When these children matured, their developed spiritual roots and cultivated strength would feed back to their father. They could also marry and produce descendants who might inherit roots of their own. Enough lower-grade talents, accumulated across generations, might one day push Lu beyond even the legendary heavenly spiritual root. An arithmetic intruded on the dream. Lu had planned to send his children into the secular world after they turned 10. At his present pace, however, Lu Ping'an and the eldest group might reach that age while he already had 70, 80, or nearly 100 children. Qingzhou Valley had never faced anything like it. Steward Lu Bo had already advised him, politely but unmistakably, to pace himself. Lu Yuanding's earlier rule called for children to leave at 6, with perhaps 3 to 5 years of leeway, but that tolerance could not stretch across 100 descendants. Lu needed support beyond the valley before the first departures began. Li Feiyu and the Crimson Whale gang offered one route into the secular world. Lu now resolved to strengthen his connection with Hong Yi as well, because the Rui Marquis mansion promised firmer protection. He resisted using Lu family branches. Children raised there might be taught to place the clan's interests above their father's household. 2 months slipped by. Lu's 18th and 19th children were born, bringing the household to 19. As expected, neither newborn showed a spiritual root. The result was ordinary, but the swiftly growing family made every question of housing, protection, and future strength more immediate. Lu watched children playing in the yard, wives cradling infants, and pregnant partners sharing the peaceful afternoon. This was exactly what he wanted: cultivation, family, leisure, and happiness. Yet peace in this world was a fragile bubble. Without strength, one touch of danger could destroy everything before him. Lu quietly vowed to protect this beautiful life and make the family's future better. Then another month passed. The 20th child he had awaited was finally born. No spiritual root stirred at the birth, but before disappointment could matter, the notification Lu truly expected sounded inside his mind. System announced it plainly. Congratulations to the host for having 20 children, one lottery draw chance gained. Lu's face brightened. The long wait had not disappointed him. He first settled the newborn safely, then left the family room and headed for his study to conduct his 5th draw. In the study, Lu silently commanded the system to draw. More than another weapon or auxiliary art, he wanted a strong cultivation method. Great buildings required solid foundations, and the returning origin technique was too poor to support the future he imagined. A better method could improve both his foundation and his speed. Familiar lottery wheel materialized before Lu's eyes. He watched it spin, hoping this draw would finally answer his need. The light raced across the categories, slowed, and stopped on cultivation techniques. Lu had drawn the kind of reward he wanted. What exact technique awaited him remained hidden for one final heartbeat. Wheel's answer arrived at once. The system congratulated Lu Changsheng on obtaining the 100 Refinements treasure body art and issued it to the system space. Before his eyes, the reward took shape as the translucent pattern of a jade scroll. For an instant, joy rose across Lu's face. Then he read more carefully. This was a body refining technique. He had finally drawn a cultivation art, yet it was not the Qi Refinement technique he needed to replace the inadequate returning origin technique. Body cultivation was not useless. In the early stages, a hardened physique could repair two familiar weaknesses of ordinary law cultivators: poor survival ability and vulnerability at close range. If an enemy reached him before a spell was ready, that strength could decide whether he lived. Cost was the problem. Body refinement consumed more time, more effort, and far more resources than most cultivators could spare. Cultivation level, magical treasures, and divine skills already demanded everything they had. Few could afford to cultivate body and law together merely to fight at arm's length. Lu sighed. His first drawn technique had been supplementary, and now the fifth draw had denied him a proper Qi method again. Still, he refused to waste the gain. More skills would not burden him, and the future he intended to survive demanded a stronger body as well as spiritual power. Closer reading transformed his mood. The 100 Refinements treasure body art was an orthodox level method, profound enough to refine the human body toward the qualities of a magic artifact. Its explanation alone hinted at how formidable the result could become at high attainment. And an alarming question interrupted him. If he refined his body like a magical artifact, could the process make him unable to have children? Ancient books warned that impressive techniques sometimes concealed infertility, mental distortion, or changes in personality. If this art carried such a price, Lu would never cultivate it. Rather than speculate, Lu stirred his mental spirit and activated the 100 Refinements treasure body art. The translucent inheritance responded. Its cultivation method, operating principles, and intricate details surged toward his consciousness all at once, too dense for ordinary reading to convey. Information flooded in like an enlightening elixir. After a long while, Lu opened his eyes and exhaled. Without this direct transmission, even grasping the basics of such a profound orthodox-level art would have been difficult. Attempting to cultivate it without guidance could easily have gone wrong. Most importantly, complete understanding answered his private fear. The art did not carry the corrupting price he had imagined. It belonged to the grand and upright lineage of orthodox-level methods. Lu's fertility and mind were not being traded away for a stronger body. Safety did not mean ease. The method remained profoundly difficult, and its threshold was high enough to deter almost anyone. Understanding the instructions was only the first step. Actually refining the body demanded suitable treasures and a scale of resources that ordinary cultivators could scarcely sustain. Hidden within the art, however, was a method for accelerating progress. Instead of relying only on slow, conventional refinement, its practitioner could directly infuse magical treasures into the body, extracting their substance to nourish and construct the treasure body from within. For an ordinary cultivator, that shortcut was almost absurd. Even nascent soul immortals generally possessed only one or two magic artifacts. Who would feed such priceless weapons into a cultivation method? The fastest route through the art was also the route nearly no one could afford. Lu was not limited like an ordinary cultivator. His lottery had already produced an orthodox-level technique. Future draws might produce magical treasures or even spiritual treasures. If he infused those rewards into the art, he could cross its high threshold and advance rapidly. The supposedly unsuitable technique fit him remarkably well. Lu did not leave the idea theoretical. He crossed from the study into the practice room and produced a pot-lid-sized lump of black iron. It was the shield taken from 3 robber cultivators at Bullhead Mountain, crushed by the golden brick talisman treasure until every prohibition was destroyed. Shield could no longer function and was worth only scrap, but its metal had once been fit for a magic artifact. That made it usable treasure material. Lu sat cross-legged, gripped the ruined shield, and circulated the new method. His palms reddened as he began extracting the material's essence into his cultivation. On another day, Lu Changsheng was relaxing at his Qingzhou Valley manor, chatting with his wives and concubines. A servant interrupted with a report. Someone outside the mountain wanted to see him and had presented a token. One glance told Lu, who stood behind the visit. It was someone from Hongyi. Lu did not need to assemble the order. In his study, a brocade box already waited, packed with the talismans prepared for this deal. He took it up and left the courtyard at once. Hongya's people could not enter Qingzhou Mountain freely, so the exchange had to happen beyond its controlled boundary. But waited outside was no discreet courier. A luxurious carriage stood beneath a flag emblazoned with the words Rui Marquis. Around it, robust men in fitted black clothes carried long swords and powerful crossbows. Each rode a massive black horse. Their disciplined bearing marked them all as martial arts masters. At the head of the formation stood Hongyi himself, tall and dressed in luxurious brocade. His purple gold crown and purple robe made him look more dignified and majestic than Lu remembered. Hong stepped forward first, his face open and hearty. "Brother Lu, long time no see." The grand visit was formal, but the welcome was genuinely warm. Lu had not expected Hong to come personally, much less with such force. Yet the reason was obvious. This was their first transaction, worth more than 100 spirit stones. Even for the Rui Marquis mansion, that was no casual sum. Hong had come to show that he valued the alliance and to ensure its precious first shipment reached home safely. Lu had agreed to sell at 20% below market price, but it was a calculated concession. Hong offered a stable, discreet channel and came to collect the goods himself. Better still, Lu's production costs were tiny. Most materials were leftovers from his work for the Lu family, with only a token portion purchased to preserve appearances. Hong opened the box. 5 orderly stacks of talismans met his eyes, and joy escaped his guarded expression. This shipment could thoroughly stabilize his position inside the Rui Marquis mansion. If Lu later supplied middle-grade talismans just as reliably, even the position of heir apparent might come within reach. Yet Hong inspected only briefly before closing the lid. He trusted Lu. Hong drew 112 spirit stones from his storage bag and placed them in Lu's hands. Lu noticed the payment was 2 stones short, but let it pass without spoiling the moment. A safe, lasting buyer was worth far more than that tiny difference. He accepted the stones happily, and both men thanked the other for the bargain. The exchange seemed finished. Then Hong smiled and said he had prepared a gift for brother Lu as well. Lu blinked, caught off guard. Hong gave no explanation. He simply turned toward the luxurious carriage, raised a hand, and clapped. Every eye shifted from the completed talisman deal to the curtain carriage. Beside the carriage, a burly figure, apparently a woman, pulled open the door curtain. Crisp bells chimed from the dark interior. The sound arrived before the gift itself, turning the armed roadside meeting strangely theatrical. Then 2 tall silhouettes began to descend, and Lu's surprise sharpened into a wary suspicion. 2 women looked remarkably alike, yet side by side they could not have felt more different. Their pupils, hair colors, clothing, and temperaments all contrasted, producing a uniquely striking effect. Both were exotic beauties, tall and long-legged, but each carried herself with a distinct rhythm as she walked toward Lu. Their steps were light. White, tender skin and bare feet painted red with rouge should have picked up dust from the road, yet not a speck clung to them. Lu understood at once. Both women were martial artists, channeling internal energy into their feet. The elegant entrance concealed genuine training and control. Women stopped before him and bowed with practiced grace. Jier pays respect to the master. Shuyer pays respect to the master. One voice was soft and seductive, the other was cold as ice, yet no less stirring. Their contrasting charms were unmistakable. So was the meaning of that single word, master. Lu's brows knitted. From the moment the 2 women left the carriage, he had suspected what Hong meant. Now it was confirmed. Jier and Shuyer themselves were the gift. He could not deny their beauty or the startling appeal of 2 similar faces carrying opposite charms. But one question overrode the temptation. Since when did people count as gifts? He answered Lu's knitted brow with the knowing smile of a man certain he had chosen perfectly. Li Feiyu had apparently described Lu as someone with no hobbies beyond beautiful women. So Hong had purchased Jier and Shuyer from the White Jade Tower at considerable expense and brought them as a special gift. Hong assured him that both women were pure and had been trained from childhood by the White Jade Tower. They practiced the charming lady elemental cultivation, a martial method whose elemental yin could nourish yang. Hong even claimed that after their first intimacy, their loyalty to Lu would be absolute. Inside, Lu protested. Was he truly a man ruled by lust? His ambition reached far beyond pleasure, eternal life, immortality, and one day becoming an ancestor. Wives and children were part of surviving and advancing in this world, yet such towering goals had to remain hidden beneath an ordinary, even dissolute, appearance. The problem was not their beauty. Both women were tall, proud, and even slightly taller than Lu. The problem was that neither possessed a spiritual root. With 10 wives and concubines already in his household, any future addition was more valuable to his long plan if she could cultivate and pass that potential onward. Reluctance remained, but Lu made his decision. He accepted Jier and Shuyer into his household rather than leave Hong's costly offering unresolved. The 2 women fell in beside their new master, while the completed talisman shipment and payment remained with their new owners. Lu courteously acknowledged Hong's long journey and said he ought to offer him tea. But Qingzhou Mountain did not freely admit outside cultivators, and bringing Hong inside would create needless trouble. Next time, Hong should stop in a nearby city and send Lu a message instead. Hong understood and took no offense. Hong admitted that he might not come personally next time. If Lu could prepare talismans regularly, Hong could send a trusted person instead. Lu calculated that this 100-talisman shipment had taken a long time to accumulate, but 10 per month was sustainable. He therefore promised roughly 30 talismans every 3 months, delighting Hong. And Lu remembered Changsheng. A full year had passed without news from the Crimson Whale gang, and Lu privately believed his brother-in-law's chances were poor. Still, Changsheng deserved an answer. Lu asked Hong for one more favor: use his wider connections to help search for information about the missing scholar. After parting from Hong, Lu led Jie and Shuye back into Qingzhou Mountain. The guarding disciples did not obstruct the mortal women, but they instructed Lu to report the newcomers to Uncle Fu. Lu complied, taking the pair along the familiar mountain route toward Qingzhou Villa. They could not cross the mountain unnoticed. Lu family disciples stared at the tall, enchanting pair and immediately reached the obvious conclusion. Lu Changsheng was taking concubines again. He already had 10 women, they whispered. Yet even the critics had to admit that the newcomers were striking enough to make envy difficult to conceal. Their unusual appearance prompted another theory. Perhaps they came from the western region. One disciple recalled texts describing nations where humans and demons lived together, producing people with strange pupils, horns, extra eyes, wings, or tails. Another dismissed the grand language of divine descendants and called such bloodlines simple mixtures of human and demon. Soon the debate became painfully personal. One disciple wondered whether enjoying life while young might be wiser than endless hardship. His companions loudly insisted that women only slowed cultivation and that indulgence was the choice of the weak. Their trembling voices betrayed them. They predicted Lu would regret everything in 20 or 30 years, mixing scorn with unmistakable envy. At Qingzhou Villa, Lu formally presented the 2 newcomers to Uncle Fu. The older steward took in Lu, then the tall foreign women, and seemed to run out of words. Whatever private judgment he formed, the report was made and the pair's arrival was no longer an unexplained breach of mountain procedure. Lu did not rely only on Hong's sales pitch. Before settling the women into his home, he sought the judgment of his trusted friend Li Feiyu, whose experience made him a safer source on such matters. Li's answer eased Lu's remaining concern. Only then was he comfortable taking Jie and Shuye into Qingzhou Valley. Lu finally brought Jie and Shuye into his Qingzhou Valley dwelling. Their exotic beauty drew an immediate response even from the normally virtuous and well-mannered consorts in the back courtyard. Jealous looks spread through the household, and Lu discovered that accepting Hong's gift had been easier than soothing the women already waiting at home. Several days passed after Jie and Shuye entered Lu Changsheng's manor. By then, he had learned exactly what Hong's expensive gift meant. Their professional training made the experience utterly different from the proper reserve of his original wives, and the variety of their techniques was dangerously easy to enjoy. Charming Lady Elemental cultivation was not empty boasting. Its elemental yin nourished him, and Lu could clearly feel his body being conditioned. But Jie and Shuye were mortals practicing only a martial-level method. The benefits stopped well short of helping his 100 refinements treasure body art. Lu shook his head and rebuked himself. A few indulgent nights were enough. He could not continue down this path. Ancient emperors might have lost themselves in such pleasures, but he had once ranked first in the immortal sects, questioning heart assessment. With his Tao heart firm, he rose to end Hong's so-called test. Lu had already judged that the timing was right to raise his public standing. In the study, he drew a deliberately rough fire cloud talisman, a first-grade, middle-grade talisman, then went to Lu Bo and announced that his talisman making had advanced. Lu Bo did not think Changsheng would lie about something so serious. Even so, the news was astonishing. He wanted to watch the process himself. Lu readily agreed, adding the careful qualification that his success rate with the fire cloud talisman was still poor. Lu opened his storage bag, laid out paper, ink, and his golden talisman brush, then began. Lu Bo immediately noticed that his hand and spiritual power were remarkably steady, yet at each difficult turn, the lines jolted and the energy destabilized. The nearly completed first sheet suddenly went up in smoke. Lu Bo stayed silent as Lu tried again. A second sheet failed, then a third, then a fourth. On the 5th attempt, the fumbling lines finally joined, the spiritual power settled, and the fire cloud talisman formed. Lu Bo drew a deep breath. Disbelief had become witnessed fact. Clumsiness had been an act, but the exhaustion was not. 5 middle-grade attempts had consumed substantial spiritual power and mental spirit. Even at the peak of 3rd-level energy refinement, Lu could draw only 5 or 6 middle-grade talismans in a day before the burden became overwhelming. Lu Bo acknowledged how hard Changsheng had worked and offered him some of his own Biyu bamboo wine. The gesture was practical as well as congratulatory. After the strain of repeated talisman drawing, the spiritual wine was meant to help him recover. Lu rarely drank and normally had little interest in alcohol, but this wine suited him immediately. It was not spicy, only gently fragrant and mellow. As he took another sip, warmth gathered in his lower abdomen. His fatigue eased, and the nourishing effect on his body was unmistakable. Lu honestly called it the finest wine he had ever tasted. Lu Bo smiled, but stopped him from treating its smooth flavor lightly. Bu bamboo wine had a powerful kick. 1/3 was enough. If Lu drank more, he might become drunk. Lu asked whether Lu Bo had more to sell. Regular use might support the 100 Refinement's treasure body art, restore him after talisman making, or simply improve an evening. Lu Bo's personal supply was small, but the wine came from the family's Bu spiritual bamboo, and the fifth elder brewed a batch for sale every year. Fifth elder also carried other spiritual wines, so Lu decided to visit and see what he could buy. Lu Bo, meanwhile, told him to rest. With the successful fire cloud talisman as proof, the manager left to report Lu's advancement to the family head. Lu Bo carried the successful fire cloud talisman straight from Lu Changsheng's manor to a villa in Qingzhou Valley. Family head Lu Yuanding was handling clan affairs when the report landed. Lu Changsheng had advanced to middle-grade first-ranked talisman master. Yuanding remembered that Lu Changsheng had only become an elementary talisman master about 2 years earlier. Lu Bo supplied the exact measure. In 16 more days, it would be precisely 2 years. The speed sounded implausible even to the man reporting it. Lu Bo admitted that he had not believed the claim at first either. That was why he had made Lu Changsheng draw in front of him. There had been no second-hand testimony and no room for substitution. Lu Bo had personally watched the fire cloud talisman take shape. Yuanding took the talisman and examined it himself. The spiritual work was genuine. It was indeed a middle-grade first-rank fire cloud talisman, drawn by the young son-in-law whose monthly assignments had never once given the family cause for complaint. Progression was staggering. Lu Changsheng had begun with no talisman training at all, explored the craft by himself, and reached elementary mastery in a year and a half. Roughly 2 years later, he had crossed into middle grade. Yuanding slowly exhaled, momentarily unable to describe such talent. Excitement brought an immediate regret. Lu Changsheng might one day become a second-grade talisman master, but he was not born into the Lu family. Yuanding often called him one of their own. In his heart, however, a contracted son-in-law from another clan was still not the same as blood. Soon, incense curled through the simple, elegant council chamber of Qingzhou Hall. Lu Yuanding occupied the chief seat, with senior family members and clan elders lining both sides of the long table. He laid out Lu Changsheng's situation and asked what should be done. Gray-haired great elder answered first. A talent with hope of reaching second grade had to be employed for the Lu family's benefit. They could not allow Lu Changsheng to leave. Coming from the elder who controlled clan finances and stood at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation, the judgment carried weight. Slim third elder, gray at the temples, posed the harder question. Lu Changsheng had lived with the family for only a little over 4 years. Was he truly loyal? Talent could enrich the clan, but only if the man who possessed it continued to regard the clan's interests as his own. Yuanding did not pretend Lu Changsheng was completely loyal. He judged the young man unambitious, content with modest wealth, and possessed of a real if incomplete sense of belonging. More importantly, the previous contract still constrained him. For now, the likelihood of his abandoning the Lu family was low. Practical answer was marriage. A woman of Lu blood, especially one with a spiritual root, could draw Lu Changsheng deeper into the clan while benefiting from his rising status. The fifth elder's words set the elders talking at once, and gave Lu Yuanding a far more personal possibility. Only 3 of Lu Yuanding's children possessed spiritual roots. His eldest daughter, Lu Myoj, had always caused the least worry. She was understanding, diligent in cultivation, and talented in talisman making. Her discipline gave her a path of her own. She did not need her father to secure one through marriage. Lu Myohyun was different. Her 6th grade spiritual root was promising, yet she treated cultivation frivolously. Yuanding knew his years as patriarch had left too little time to discipline her, allowing arrogance and willfulness to grow. Inside her father's clan, she was protected. Beyond it, that untested pride could bring a devastating loss. By every report, Lu Changsheng was a decent choice. He was honest, steady, and exceptional at talisman making. He liked women and had gathered many wives and children, but he never neglected his proper work. More importantly, for a father, he consistently treated his wives and children with care. Lu Changsheng's commoner origins also mattered. His secular family was unlikely to pull him away, and he had already settled on Qingzhou Mountain as half a member of the clan. If his talent reached second grade, Myohyun and the family would prosper. If it did not, she would still gain a steady husband. The elders and clan seniors were still talking when Lu Yuanding cleared his throat. The room quieted around the chief's seat. He offered his own candidate. Myohyun was of the right age, and he believed she would make a very good match for Lu Changsheng. Clan elders had barely finished selecting a bride when Lu Yuanding carried their plan into Qingzhou Valley. Inside his second daughter's private residence, the political proposal became painfully personal. Lu Myohyun stared at her father and demanded to know whether he truly meant to make her marry Lu Changsheng. Her objection was not abstract. Changsheng had already married 9 women from the Lu family, and he still brought women home from outside. Myohyun had even heard about the 2 seductive beauties from his latest journey. To her, asking for this marriage meant throwing her into the household of an incorrigible womanizer. Lu Yuanding did not deny that Changsheng was flirtatious. Instead, he separated reputation from conduct. The young man was grounded and decent in every other respect. More importantly, he treated his wives and concubines well, showing them consideration and care. That steadiness was precisely why Yuanding could entrust a daughter to him. And came the fact Myohyun had not heard. Just yesterday, Lu Changsheng had been promoted to first-grade, middle-grade talisman master. Her anger faltered. That was not a decorative title. It placed him among the clan's genuinely useful technical cultivators and explained why her father had arrived so soon after the council meeting. Changsheng had lived with the Lu family for just over 4 years and studied talisman making for only 3.5. The clan had given him no special training or privileged resources during that rise. Yet he had already reached middle grade, progressing even faster than Myoj. To Yuanding, that was unmistakable talent. Unless misfortune interrupted him, Yuanding believed Changsheng could eventually become a second-ranked talisman master. That future would benefit the clan, but his final argument was personal. If Myohyun married such a capable yet steady man, her father could stop worrying about what would become of her. Myohyun had assumed her father was forcing an undesirable husband upon her. The truth was the opposite. Elders and clan seniors already wanted to offer their own granddaughters to Changsheng, and Yuanding had fought to secure the first chance for her. Speaking now as a father, he reminded her that she could not avoid considering her future forever. Zhu Mountain held hundreds of Lu disciples, but most would never reach foundation establishment. Arranged marriages linked nearby cultivation families and kept new blood flowing. Changsheng was even safer, a well-behaved live-in son-in-law who already lived among them. Giving him a spiritual-rooted Lu bride would bind his growing craft to the family completely. Myohyun still pointed to Changsheng's 9th-grade spiritual root and the many women already around him. Yuanding answered that his talisman gift mattered more than the weakness of his root, especially if the clan began investing in him. He did not demand an immediate wedding. The proposal advanced one step. Myohyun would meet Changsheng at Bamboo Heart Lodge. Elsewhere in Qingzhou Valley, Lu Changsheng knew nothing of that negotiation. He was busy entertaining his children. Wooden horses and toy cars rose under his object-manipulating technique, carrying delighted little riders through the air. Their screams were joyful, and the scene quietly proved the patient domestic care Lu Yuanding had just described. One of Changsheng's wives called out that Lu Bo had arrived. Changsheng immediately guessed the visit concerned his promotion. He left the children in his wife's care and hurried to the living room. After his respectful greeting, Lu Bo studied him afresh and nodded. Up close, the newly valuable talisman master looked like a handsome talent indeed. Lu Bo finally delivered the family head's order. Changsheng was to prepare himself and go to Bamboo Heart Lodge tomorrow for a marriage meeting. Changsheng repeated the message in disbelief. He had wondered whether revealing his middle-grade ability would improve his treatment, but a matchmaking appointment was a reward he had never imagined. Meeting was no casual introduction. Lu Bo said that Changsheng's advancement and his conduct over the years had convinced the family head to betroth his own daughter to him. Shock became elation. The Lu family was not merely adding another woman to Changsheng's household. Its patriarch was offering him a direct family bond. Only one image rose in Changsheng's mind. Miss Lu Myoj, dignified, gifted, and fairy-like. For one breath, he believed his public promotion had brought him an almost impossible bride. His excitement made the assumption feel natural, even though Lu Bo had never spoken her name. Lu Bo corrected the fantasy with 2 words, second miss. The promised daughter was not the serene Lu Myoj, but her younger sister, Lu Myohyun. Changsheng's joy stopped short. Tomorrow's meeting had not changed, but the woman waiting at its end was suddenly someone far less predictable. Second miss, Changsheng's impossible fantasy vanished at once. Lu Bo did not mean the gifted, fairy-like Lu Myoj. The prospective bride was her younger sister, Lu Myohyun, the proud beauty in black silk who had already given him one unforgettable warning. Even so, the offer was extraordinary. Myohyun possessed a 6th-grade spiritual root and was Lu Yuanding's own daughter. Changsheng understood the message. His rise to first-grade, middle-grade talisman master had convinced the clan to invest heavily and bind his future to theirs. Memory of long legs and clicking high heels crossed his mind, but Changsheng kept his answer formal. He cupped his hands and promised Lu Bo that he would arrive on time tomorrow. Whatever the clan intended, he felt no aversion to tightening the bond. His willingness was not simply lust. The journey beyond Lu territory had shown him how dangerous the cultivation world truly was, and now he had a family to protect. With the many sons and blessing system, patiently growing stronger inside the Lu family suited him perfectly. One concern refused to disappear. When he had looked too long during their first encounter, Ma Ohyun had snapped, "Look again and I'll gouge out your eyes." Changsheng could only hope Lu Yuending had prepared her for the match, and that her temper was gentler than he feared. He would welcome the marriage, but he would not beg for it. Even a patriarch's daughter with a 6th-grade spiritual root was not worth surrendering his dignity. With 4 wives, 6 concubines, and 2 cherished mistresses, he had neither the energy nor the right to invite chaos into a peaceful household. When Changsheng returned to the courtyard, one of his wives immediately noticed his mood and asked whether Lu Bo had brought happy news. He answered with the safe truth. His talisman path had advanced, and the clan now recognized him as a 1st-grade, middle-grade talisman master. His wives brightened at once, praising how remarkable their husband had become. Changsheng let them celebrate the promotion, but said nothing about the blind date. Announcing another marriage before either side had agreed would be awkward, and this was one possibility he wanted settled before bringing it home. The next day brought Changsheng to Bamboo Heart Lodge, not far from the heart of Bamboo Lake. Green grass and flowers surrounded the secluded courtyard. Except for the trading meet held on the first day of each month, this corner of the estate was usually silent and peaceful. Lu Bo assured him that the second miss would arrive soon. Then came one earnest instruction. Ma Ohyun was simpler than she seemed, so Changsheng should be gentle and accommodate her. With Lu Yuending taking the match seriously, Lu Bo withdrew outside to guard their privacy. Changsheng did not pace or rehearse. He sat at the courtyard's stone table, set out purple sand teaware, and brewed spiritual tea for 2. The careful preparation gave his hands a task while preserving the unruffled demeanor he intended to carry into the meeting. About half an hour passed in the quiet courtyard. Then the silence acquired a rhythm, tap, tap, tap. The sound was melodious, measured, and steadily approaching. Changsheng lifted his gaze from the tea and turned toward the path, knowing his prospective bride had arrived. Ma Ohyun emerged along the path, tall and majestic, walking with the aloof pride of a peacock. She had clearly dressed for the occasion. Delicate makeup framed her beauty, while a fitted gown of dark blue and flowing, star-like lights made her seem wrapped in the night sky. The gown was more conservative than the black and gold dress Changsheng remembered, but it still traced her curving figure. Black silk flashed beneath its hem with each step, above sumptuous high heels. This was no distant clan prize or anxious memory. Ma Ohyun, his matchmaking partner, had come. At Bamboo Heart Lodge, Ma Ohyun greeted Lu Changsheng with a slight nod. The coldness she usually wore had already softened. While he admired the woman before him, she was studying him just as carefully and finding him far more pleasing than she remembered. His features were not delicate on their own, yet together they looked harmonious and handsome. His gentle gaze felt warm rather than hungry. Ma Ohyun still saw his 9th-grade spiritual root and crowded household as flaws, but his talisman talent and appearance made marriage seem acceptable. Changsheng noticed that her attitude was milder than he had feared. He poured her tea himself and raised his cup, remarking on the strange way they had met again. Then he apologized for losing his composure and behaving rudely when they first encountered one another. As they talked, Changsheng revised another assumption. Ma Ohyun was not truly forbidding. She was a proud family lady who rarely smiled and expected the other person to lead. Once he supplied that initiative, her supposed aloofness became simple reserve. Outside the cottage, Lu Bo quietly used his ability to listen in. Hearing Ma Ohyun continue the conversation, the old manager's face folded into a delighted smile. Changsheng's experience with multiple wives seemed useful after all. Satisfied that the match was halfway won, Lu Bo stopped listening. Inside, talk turned to the secular world. Ma Ohyun admitted that its amusements interested her, though she knew little about them. Changsheng offered to accompany her and show her the sights. As for mortal beauties, he said, where could one find a celestial woman like her? Praise was generous, but Changsheng's tone remained even and his eyes clear. He wanted to marry Ma Ohyun, yet he would not grovel for the privilege. A woman as proud as her would only despise fawning. 4 years of growth in the Lu family had taught him better. Ma Ohyun had grown up beneath Lu Mayo's shadow. Her elder sister received the elder's praise, while even Ma Ohyun's clothing invited criticism. So Changsheng's candid admiration offered something rare, validation directed at her alone, not at the celebrated sister she so closely resembled. Changsheng did not insult Mayoj. He called her peerless and fairy-like, but he had seen her several times without feeling what he felt upon meeting Ma Ohyun. It was Ma Ohyun who made his heart race. His sincerity turned the comparison from empty flattery into a personal choice. He gave that feeling words from another world. When golden wind and jade do meet, they surpass countless mundane joys. Ma Ohyun repeated the verse. Her eyes sparkled, and a faint smile opened across her cool face like a secluded lotus. To Changsheng's surprise, she genuinely loved poetry. Changsheng recited more of the poem, modestly claiming he was not learned enough to explain it fully. But there was a story behind the verse. When he offered to tell it, Ma Ohyun lifted her chin and agreed. After 4 years in this world, an old memory had finally found its use. Yet an enjoyable conversation was not the same as a workable marriage. My Oh-hyun wanted a husband wholly devoted to her. For Changsheng, that expectation struck at the future he had already chosen. Attraction, clan status, and even her 6th grade spiritual root could not make the conflict disappear. He could agree now and evade the problem later, but he despised deceiving someone's feelings. Worse, his position within the Lu family was still inferior. A promise made here would not be decorative. The clan could make him honor it. He needed an answer he could actually live by. Changsheng apologized and told her plainly that he understood her intentions, but he needed time to consider her conditions before answering. My Oh-hyun stared at him. Needed time? He had shown that he liked her. She had agreed to marry him. Why was he not overwhelmed with joy? In My Oh-hyun's mind, his hesitation transformed the scene. Was she now begging for a marriage he did not want? Her pride could not endure that humiliation. The warmth vanished from her face, replaced by a coldness like an ancient glacier. She rose before Changsheng could soften the blow. Her heels struck a sharp rhythm as she swept out of the pavilion. Changsheng watched her elegant figure retreat and shook his head. Such beauty was beyond his reach for now. Outside, Lu Bo stared at her frosty face in confusion, then hurried after the second young miss. Lu Bo soon returned to Bamboo Heart Lodge with the air of a man demanding an explanation. Changsheng met him with a bitter smile. The family head's offer had delighted him, and he genuinely liked Lu My Oh-hyun. Even so, he said, the two of them were not suited to share a life. Then Changsheng stated the part no polite excuse could conceal. When he first pursued cultivation, he had vowed to marry 100 women and father several hundred children. It sounded outrageous, but it was the life he had chosen. My Oh-hyun wanted a husband wholly devoted to her. Changsheng could neither promise that nor pretend he might change. If they married anyway, the difference would become a seed of discord. Any resulting conflict would also betray the trust and support Lu Yuending had shown him. Lu Bo's wrinkled face twitched. 100 wives and hundreds of children. Was this young man a breeding pig? Yet the absurdity weakened when he remembered the evidence. In a little over 4 years, Changsheng had gathered 12 women and had never stopped having children. Lu Bo sighed. Changsheng's talisman talent was exceptional, but much of it remained potential rather than strength, and his reasoning still made sense. Marriage required both parties' consent. The Lu family could not force him, and honestly would tend to favor his side. Changsheng thanked Lu Bo with a guilty, apologetic expression. He had meant to use this occasion to ask Lu Yuending for leniency over the requirement involving Li Feiyu's 50 children. After rejecting the family head's daughter, however, the timing felt shameless. He swallowed the request and waited for another opportunity. Lu Bo repeated the explanation. Lu Yuending fell silent. 100 wives, several hundred children. Was Changsheng trying to accomplish in a few decades what normally took a family a century? With a 9th grade spiritual root, the family head could understand why it appeared he had abandoned cultivation for descendants. Lu Bo confirmed that the vow sounded like a joke, but Changsheng had been entirely serious. Lu Yuending nodded and sighed. Whether the explanation was excuse or truth, he would not blame him. The family head admitted that he had not considered the match thoroughly enough. Next arrangement made the clan's purpose unmistakable to Changsheng. Its upper echelons meant to marry him to a woman of real standing within the Lu family. His 9 worldly Lu wives and concubines did not count in their eyes. Only a core family marriage would make him truly one of their own. This time the candidate was Lu My-oh, the 4th elder's granddaughter. She was 18, delicate and lovely, with a 7th grade spiritual root and a docile, sensible nature. After the clash with My Oh-hyun, the Lu family had plainly chosen someone whose expectations could fit Changsheng's household. Second matchmaking proceeded without friction. Changsheng and My Oh-hyun each nodded their agreement. By the next day, the Lu family had arranged the wedding. The chosen date was an auspicious day only 18 days away. One failed proposal had become a settled betrothal with remarkable speed. Elsewhere, inside an ancient and exquisitely elegant small building, an ornate vase smashed against the floor. Its fragments reflected Lu My Oh-hyun's beautiful, cold face. She hurled down vase after vase until shards covered the room, and the first blaze of her anger finally began to cool. With her eyes slightly red, My Oh-hyun turned abruptly to her maid. Was Lu Changsheng humiliating her on purpose because of what had happened between them before? The question exposed what the destruction could not hide. Beneath her anger, the rejection had struck directly at her pride. After leaving the pavilion, My Oh-hyun's anger had cooled enough for her to reconsider. If Changsheng came to apologize, she had still been willing to marry him. Instead, he rejected her outright, and only 2 days later became betrothed to Lu My-oh. To My Oh-hyun, that speed made the insult feel deliberate. Betrothal did not remain private for long. Inside Lu Changsheng's household, his wives and concubines learned that he would marry Lu My-oh. Their home was normally harmonious, but this news left several women quietly gloomy and lost. Except for Zhenjin, these women were themselves daughters of the Lu family. Yet My-oh was an elder's spiritually gifted granddaughter, entering with betrothal gifts, full ceremony, and a grand wedding. Once she crossed the threshold, everyone understood that she would become the principal wife. Changsheng could see that they were unhappy. These women had shared years of his life, each bearing him children twice and now expecting a third. He promised that his affection would remain fair, and that in the future he would make up for this difference by arranging a grand wedding for every one of them. They thanked him and insisted they were fine. One even observed that the clan's willingness to give Maoan to him proved how highly it now regarded him. The disappointment did not vanish, but the women mastered it, accepting the reality of Changsheng's rising identity and status. 18 days after the betrothal, the auspicious day arrived. With a large red flower fastened across his chest, Changsheng mounted a spiritual steed and led a jubilant procession through Qingzhou Valley toward the fourth elder's nearby residence. Maoan emerged in fiery red bridal attire, crowned with the phoenix crown and wrapped in the rosy cloud's robe. Changsheng placed her inside the bridal palanquin. Though the two homes were close, he did not return directly. He led the procession around the whole of Qingzhou Mountain. Disciples crowded along the route. One remembered standing in the same place 4 years earlier, watching an ordinary outsider enter the Lu family as a live-in son-in-law. Now that same man was marrying Maoan. The answer passed through the crowd at once. His talent for talisman making had changed everything. They called him a middle-grade talisman master who had advanced in barely 3 years, even surpassing Lu Mao's talent. Some guessed the fourth elder meant to make him a successor. Others scoffed. With a 9th-grade spiritual root, foundation establishment remained beyond him. Even his improved looks became fuel for gossip. Hearing them, Changsheng felt that his years of endurance had finally produced something real. But he checked that satisfaction immediately. In a world where strength commanded respect, cultivation was the true road upward. Status built on talisman skill alone was a shortcut, a rootless weed, a pavilion suspended in the sky. After circling Qingzhou Mountain, Changsheng brought Maoan back to his mansion. Before the Lu family's senior witnesses, the ceremony began. Bows to heaven and earth, bows to the high hall, and finally a bow between husband and wife. Then the attendants escorted the bride to the bridal chamber. The ceremony complete, Maoan was formally ranked as Changsheng's main wife. He had known this would happen and chose not to contest titles with the Lu family, especially when doing so might displease the fourth elder. His other wives and concubines had also been prepared for the result. Changsheng untied the large red flower and went back out to receive the guests. Across the wedding feast, he met the Lu family's higher echelons, clan elders and guest elders. By the end of those introductions, the promise behind the marriage had become reality. The clan now admitted him into its inner circle as one of its own. During the toasts, Changsheng approached the fifth elder about buying barrel bamboo wine. The elder agreed without difficulty and added that his family possessed many other spiritual wines. Changsheng could visit later, taste them, and purchase whatever suited him. Even amid celebration, he had turned new access into a useful future supply. Night settled over Qingzhou Valley. Full from the feast and merry with wine, the last guests gradually dispersed. Lu Changsheng left the fading banquet behind and crossed his estate toward the bridal chamber, where his marriage to Lu Maoan still awaited its private completion. Clear voice greeted him, "Young master." Waiting beside the door was Lu Maoan's personal maid, Zio Qing. She wore a green luo skirt, her hair arranged in 2 buns. Delicate features and large, clear eyes gave her a bright, youthful appearance. Zio Qing possessed a spiritual root. The Lu family gathered such children from the secular world, raised them at Qingzhou Mountain, and trained most in practical trades that sustained its fields, bamboo forests, and mines. Their labor, and eventually their marriages, kept cultivator blood within the clan. For Changsheng, receiving a maid with a spiritual root as part of the dowry was an unexpected gain, yet the greater concern waited inside. Maoan had met him only once before their marriage was arranged. On her wedding night, she could not possibly be completely at ease. Changsheng chuckled, took the jug, and poured 2 cups of spiritual wine. He told Maoan that from this day forward they were husband and wife and would journey through life together. Blushing, she answered that she would follow her husband's guidance. Then they exchanged cups. Zio Qing collected the cups and brightly wished the young master and mistress 100 years of harmony and an early heir. With a curtsy, she withdrew and closed the door. The formal ritual was over. For the first time that night, the newlyweds were completely alone. Heat gathered in Changsheng's lower abdomen. Maoan's face flushed like peach blossoms, and every breath seemed loud in the quiet room. He understood at once. The Lu family had prepared the wedding wine to heighten the mood. He embraced her. When she mentioned the lamp, he teasingly left it on. At 22 years old, Lu Changsheng now stood at the center of a household containing 5 wives, 6 concubines, 2 favored beauties, and 1 maid. The scale was remarkable, but this night mattered for more than a count. Maoan's formal marriage to him was now fully consummated. Dawn broke brightly. Gentle sunlight filtered through the lattice window and crossed the disordered red wedding garments and fiery bridal dress. The room's quiet aftermath made the night unmistakable, while morning brought the newlyweds their first obligation together. Changsheng and Maoyan tidied their clothes and opened the door, ready to pay respects to the fourth elder. Their wedding night had ended, but the marriage now moved into family life. Together, they stepped from the private bridal chamber back into the obligations of the Lu clan. Xiao Qing was still outside. She had plainly waited all night. Maoyan urged her to rest, but the maid smiled and insisted she was not tired. With a 9th grade spiritual root and 2nd level Qi Refinement, her stamina exceeded an ordinary person's. Changsheng and Maoyan then left hand in hand for the fourth elder's residence. Still in their tidied wedding clothes, Lu Changsheng and Lu Maoyan completed their morning visit to the fourth elder. They stood together before Maoyan's grandmother, carrying the intimacy of the bridal chamber into their first formal duty as husband and wife. Fourth elder was already in her 70s or 80s, yet she resembled a noblewoman in her 30s or 40s. Her rosy complexion and coiled black hair looked almost untouched by age, save for white at her temples and fine crow's feet around almond-shaped eyes. She told Maoyan to live well with Changsheng and asked her to listen to her husband. Then her attention settled on him. Yuner was her granddaughter. Now that she had entrusted the young woman to him, he must never disappoint her. Changsheng respectfully promised that Maoyan would suffer no grievance under his care. The match had begun as a marriage of convenience, but they were married now and had shared the bridal chamber. He meant to treat it seriously and fulfill every duty that came with it. Delighted, the fourth elder joined their hands and told them to work hard so she could hold great-grandchildren soon. Maoyan's cheeks reddened, and she lowered her head. Changsheng answered far more frankly that he would certainly strive. He also hoped she would conceive soon. Fourth elder had heard of his rise to middle-grade talisman master and offered to guide him personally. Changsheng had no technical need for instruction, but her endorsement was invaluable. Without such cover, exposing top-grade ability so soon might require another 3 to 5 agonizing years. He waved away his formality. They were one family now. As Maoyan's grandmother, she would also be his, and he could come to her whenever trouble arose. Changsheng understood that affection and clan interest were intertwined, yet her words still warmed him with genuine closeness. Changsheng immediately admitted that he did have a favor to ask. His good friend Li Feiyu had entered the Lu family as a fellow son-in-law, but unlike him, Feiyu was wholly devoted to cultivation. Could grandmother waive the demand for 50 children, or at least reduce it? The original bargain was brutal. Li Feiyu had to father 50 children within 20 years. Failure meant repaying 3 times the resources invested in him, and then serving the Lu family for another 10 years. Changsheng had not forgotten that burden, even after delaying the request to the family head. Fourth elder offered a clean compromise. The old contract and its punishing terms could be removed, but the Lu family would not maintain an idler. Li Feiyu could remain under its protection only by performing useful service. If he rejected that condition, he would have to leave. Changsheng considered the Lu family's circumstances. Its spiritual vein and properties were valuable, but resources were hardly limitless. Even peripheral disciples refined materials, guarded bamboo groves, or cut Qingling bamboo for spirit stones. Annulment without triple repayment or forced 10-year service was already remarkably generous. Changsheng would explain both choices to Li Feiyu and return with his answer. Only then would the fourth elder speak to family head Lu Yuending. The matter was not finished, but she had opened a path that spared his friend the original contract's crushing price. Afterward, the newlyweds stayed to chat with the fourth elder before taking their leave. Even at the door, grandmother pressed boxes of pastries and spirit fruits into Changsheng's hands. For all her authority and calculation, the visit ended with the unmistakable warmth of relatives at New Year. Leaving the fourth elder's warmth behind, Lu Changsheng and his new wife, Lu Maoyan, continued together to the fifth elder's residence. Changsheng wanted spiritual wine for himself, but he was also curious. Had the excellent wine from last night's wedding banquet come from this elder's cellar? Fifth elder welcomed them enthusiastically and began a tasting. Green jade bamboo wine nourished the flesh and relieved fatigue. Green pear wine offered similar benefits with a tart edge. White jade 100 flowers wine calmed the mind with a rich sweetness, while millet ancient wine drew its character from millet spiritual rice. Every wine was first grade, yet lower, middle, and upper quality could differ sharply. Ingredients mattered, but so did time. Stored where spiritual energy was rich, an ordinary brew could ferment gently until its energy became mellow and concentrated. The quoted vessels ranged from 2 or 3 spirit stones to 5 at the upper end. After sampling several cups, Changsheng favored green jade bamboo wine and white jade 100 flowers wine. He asked Maoyan rather than choosing for them both, and her taste closely matched his, with a special fondness for the 100 flowers brew. Changsheng settled the visit by purchasing 10 bottles of green jade bamboo wine. When the story picked up with Changsheng at Qingzhou Villa, the difference in his standing was impossible to miss. Disciples greeted him first. A middle-grade talisman master who had married Lu Maoyan was no longer treated as an expendable outsider. Lu family teaching placed family first, and now they counted him among their own. Li Feiyu's residence, Changsheng rang the doorbell. One of Li's wives opened the door, recognized her husband's brother-in-law, and politely led him into the living room. She set down tea, asked him to wait, and went to fetch Li. The serious conversation would begin only after the household had properly received its guest. Li soon entered and asked what had brought a newly married man all the way here. Changsheng grinned. Could he not visit without a reason? Li returned the joke. Surely a groom had something better to be busy with. Their easy banter lasted only a moment, but it made clear that this was a conversation between brothers. Changsheng lifted his teacup and named the real subject, Li's obligation to have 50 children in 20 years. Li's amusement vanished. He immediately wanted to know whether Changsheng had raised it with the family head and what answer had come back. For Li, this was not an abstract favor. It was the shape of his remaining life. Changsheng explained that a path out of the old childbearing burden had finally opened. Li would have two honest choices. He could continue staying with the Lu family and take on useful work, preserving its shelter and resources, or he could leave rather than remain bound to the old arrangement. The decision had to be Li's. Changsheng had not acted on a whim. He truly regarded Li as a brother and had wanted to raise the issue ever since becoming a middle-grade talisman master. The dispute involving Lu Maiuhyun had made approaching Lu Yuanding awkward, so he had waited. Now his marriage and the fourth elder's support had finally created the right opening. After thinking it through, Li chose to stay and work for the Lu family. The children might legally belong to the clan, but they were still his children, and all 7 were young. He could not simply walk away. He would remain until they were older and had reached the middle stage of Qi Refinement. Changsheng agreed. At the 3rd level of Qi Refinement, Li would struggle badly as a loose cultivator. Staying meant shelter, a place to learn useful work, and at least one brother inside the family who could still watch out for him. Freedom mattered, but survival and time to grow mattered too. With the heavy choice settled, Changsheng lightened the mood. Li already had 7 children. Perhaps one would possess a spiritual root and someday teach his father a thing or two. The joke carried a real possibility. In a cultivation family, even a child's talent could transform the future of an entire household. Li shook his head. He held no such extravagant hope. People praised cultivation from the outside, but entering the path revealed how bitter and unrewarding it could be. If he had the choice, he would rather none of his children possess a spiritual root. Let them live quietly and carefree in the mortal world. The answer struck Changsheng because Li had once pursued immortality without hesitation. He had surrendered his position as young master of the Crimson Whale gang to become a Lu family son-in-law. Yet years of children, limited resources, and slow cultivation had worn that shining ambition into weary caution. Changsheng did not dismiss Li's bitterness or answer it with another joke. He looked directly at the friend who had once risked everything for a chance at immortality and asked the question beneath their entire conversation. After all these years in the Lu family, did Li Feiyu regret choosing this path? Li Feiyu did not claim that he regretted everything. His answer was quieter and more painful. Sometimes, he simply wondered whether it had all been worth it. 4 years as a Lu family son-in-law had worn down the proud edge he once carried into the cultivation world. Changsheng understood more than Li knew. He remembered his own fierce ambition after graduation and how ordinary years had dulled it. Li's fall was harsher. At 18, he had been the Crimson Whale gang's young master and a top martial expert. Here, cultivation had become children, slow progress, and almost no visible hope. Changsheng rose and rested a hand on his friend's shoulder. He still remembered Li's words when he chose this road. Life was only a 100-year dream, and a chance at immortality could not be missed. They possessed spiritual roots and had seen a world denied to almost everyone. That fortune still mattered. Changsheng did not pretend the road was kind. Hardship and danger were part of its landscape, but they could still advance, hone themselves, and remember why they started. Even failure after an honest pursuit could leave no regret. Possessing the chance and surrendering it without a struggle would be the true waste. He reconsidered the man before him. Changsheng had ranked first in the test of conscience. He could not truly be without ambition. With a 9th-grade spiritual root blocking his own road, he sought immortality another way, through wives, children, and descendants who might carry that aspiration farther than he could. Proof was in Changsheng's choices. Soon after reaching the Lu family, he had sold his flying sword and spent every spirit stone learning talisman making. In 4.5 years, he had risen from an ordinary son-in-law to a middle-grade talisman master and married an elder's granddaughter. That was not the life of a man who had quit. Sleek content? Of course not. Ordinary people might chase fame, fortune, and rank, but cultivators desired immortal longevity precisely because it seemed impossible. He would not spend his 100-year dream in mediocrity. The old flame returned to his eyes as he thanked Changsheng, who only asked that his brother not lose his edge before truly entering the cultivation world. Changsheng brought out 1 bottle of the Biu bamboo wine he had recently bought from the 5th elder, and the brothers shared a modest drink. He did not linger afterward. Still carrying the conversation's urgency, he went directly to the 4th elder and reported Li's situation and chosen course. The next day, the fourth elder had dissolved Li's former contract. Uncle Fu arranged his new path, and Li chose the work best suited to his martial arts and blade skill, spiritual butchery. He would learn from an experienced hand to skin and debone demon beasts and recover marrow, cores, and other materials without waste. Li would have preferred to join the Lu family's patrol hunters and face demon beasts himself, but his present strength was not enough. Training in material recovery was the safer beginning. For Changsheng, seeing his brother escape endless childcare and gain a trade was a relief. For now, it was all the help he could give. Far away at the border of Qing province in Jizhu, steep hills and twisted rocks rose above a bottomless cliff. Cold wind moaned through dense gray mist. In the bed of a dried crimson lake lay stacked bones and one enormous blood cocoon, its red glow pulsing on and off like a living heart. Man awakened amid the bones only to recoil from his own body. His palms had become pale as jade. His nails were sharp, fierce, and lit by an eerie red glow. Terror deepened when he saw the white remains surrounding him. Before he could understand any of it, a laughing young man approached and declared, "From today on, you are my disciple." The transformed man who had awakened inside the blood cocoon was Changsheng. Now he, his youthful new teacher, and a powerful old companion appeared from thin air in Zhaoshan Mansion, inside a desolate courtyard choked with weeds. Circled the yard, then rushed to the main gate. There could be no mistake. This was his home. His parents would never move without telling him, and even if they had moved, they would not have abandoned the property to rot. Ran into the street and demanded to know what had happened to the family, but his blood-red, dull eyes made the passers-by recoil. Faces changed. People scattered like startled rabbits, leaving him even more desperate for one person willing to answer. At last, a trembling vendor answered. No one knew what sins the family had supposedly committed. A year ago, the family had been murdered, and even now the case remained unsolved. The words struck like a thunderbolt. Stumbled to one knee and vomited blood. He shouted that it was impossible. His kind parents, his clever and innocent little sister, Uncle Su, Auntie, he could not accept that all of them were dead. Yet the abandoned home stood behind him, offering no comfort. With his eyes bloodshot and his face fierce, grounded on his teacher and the old man. "Was it you?" The old man answered with a single rebuke. A majestic pressure crashed down, forcing to his knees and making every breath a struggle. Young teacher waved the pressure aside. His first lesson was simple: never act on impulse, think 3 times first. Whether the teacher was guilty or innocent changed nothing about his present weakness. Reckless questioning produced only impotent rage, needless trouble, and perhaps a meaningless death. Only personal strength was eternal. Possessed a demonic spirit root and had been baptized in the demon lord's blood, making him an exceptional demon path talent. His path was now clear: hide, cultivate, grow strong, then investigate the truth and avenge his family. Because it was his first offense, his teacher forgave him. The visit home was over. Took one last look at the weeds and broken courtyard, then all 3 became a divine rainbow and vanished, carrying his grief toward a hidden demon path future. Far away in Qingzhou Valley, Lu Changsheng faced a very different future. Inside his manor, the 22-year-old father stood before a wooden board, teaching 3 young children by name: his eldest son Lu Ping'an, Lu Wuyu, and Lu Waiu. Changsheng's 3-character classic was practical rather than lofty. Do not hurry into matters that do not concern you. Be self-reliant when wronged. Peace is best, but if enemies rise, strike first. Control personal desire, live contentedly, and cultivate the soul. When Lu Maoan called the family to eat, the lesson ended. Changsheng did not dream of forcing every son to become a dragon or every daughter a phoenix. What he wanted first was for these little ones to grow safely, happily, and within the limits of their real aptitude. System had already given Changsheng the decisive fact. Among all his children, only the 7th and 17th possessed spiritual roots. The others would live in the secular world. With him supporting them, however, they would still begin life ahead of most ordinary people. The secular plan was ambitious in a different way. As the children grew, they would practice martial arts and aim for martial Dao innate. Then they could marry, establish businesses, and form martial families of their own, new branches spreading the Lu family through the mortal world. Even the 7th and 17th children would not be driven mercilessly. Their spiritual roots were modest, and Changsheng knew how punishing cultivation could be. Moderation was enough. One could not eat hot tofu in a hurry, and the Lu family was building for the long term. With that settled, he joined Maoyan and the children for dinner. Dinner continued inside Lu Changsheng's Qingzhou Valley Manor. A large revolving table filled the dining hall, built to seat his entire household. The children were still too young to join it, but Changsheng could already see the future problem. More grown children, or more wives, would soon leave even this table too small. Maoyan carried over a small barrel made from emerald bamboo spirit wood. Zioking had spent 3 hours cooking its contents with spiritual fire. She served Changsheng first, and the rice shone vividly green in his bowl, each crystal-clear grain like a bead of jade, scented with fresh bamboo. Changsheng tasted one bite, then another. The sweetness lingered pleasantly. After a third, he nodded. It truly deserved to be called first-grade spirit rice. He invited all his wives and concubines to try it too, turning a professional reward into something the whole household could share. Lu family had delivered the rice only the day before, after recognizing Changsheng as a middle-grade talisman master. His regular monthly allowance remained 10 spirit stones, 30 caddies of spirit rice, and 1 yellow dragon elixir. The promotion added 20 caddies of this rarer emerald bamboo variety. Its value went far beyond flavor. The jade-like grains contained rich spiritual energy, and long-term consumption could nourish the body, cleanse accumulated impurities, and purify flesh and blood. Ordinary food inevitably left residue behind. For a cultivator, and for a growing family, this rice was a quiet investment in the future. What pleased Changsheng even more was Manhwa herself. Despite entering as a clan lady and his main wife, she had never acted spoiled. She quickly became close to the other women and kept the household harmonious with mature elegance. To Changsheng, beauty could not surpass a resplendent heart, virtue supported greater ambitions. Exceptional looks had never been his first requirement. Being above average was enough. Spiritual root aptitude and moral character mattered far more. Manhwa possessed both, and her conduct at this crowded table confirmed that his principal wife could strengthen the family without disrupting the people already inside it. Reward was valuable, but it was not abundant. After Changsheng took a generous bowl, only enough remained for everyone else to taste a small portion. The family accepted the limit without complaint, each person receiving a few jade-green grains as the meal continued. Xiaoqing entered carrying the remaining dishes. Manhwa's maidservant was trained in spirit plant cultivation, and while she was not a true spirit chef, her cooking would have been exceptional in the mundane world. Since arriving with Manhwa, she had naturally become the manor's junior cook. Changsheng pointed to the open place and told Xiaoqing to sit. There were not so many rules in his home. Xiaoqing looked up with her large, clear eyes and a well-behaved smile, insisting she was not hungry. Her careful refusal only made the difference in status more obvious. Manhwa understood her husband immediately. If he had told Xiaoqing to sit, then she should sit. Manhwa rose, took her maidservant by the arm, and pulled her into the open place. Xiaoqing thanked her master in a crisp voice, filled a bowl, and finally ate with them. At night, Changsheng's thoughts returned to the system and the family he was building. His 21st child had been born only recently. If 30 children formed the next meaningful threshold, then he still needed at least 9 more before he could even test the possibility. Even reaching 30 would not guarantee that the system would issue child money. Changsheng refused to mistake a pattern for a promise. Still, the uncertainty did not change his foundation. Rewards or no rewards, having more children remained the most important part of establishing the immortal family he wanted. The past month had already brought progress. Manhwa had successfully conceived. Changsheng was delighted, though cultivation made the cost impossible to ignore. Pregnancy consumed a female cultivator's vital essence and seriously hindered her cultivation, so this new child represented Manhwa's sacrifice as well as his own hope-for gain. Lu family's upper echelons were delighted too, though their reasoning was political. Every child made the marriage more stable and tied Changsheng more firmly to the clan. Changsheng understood that calculation, but his own happiness was direct. Manhwa had a 7th-grade spiritual root, giving their child a strong chance of inheriting one. Zhenjin had already shown him what a spiritually rooted mother might pass on, so Changsheng's expectations for Manhwa's child were high. The clan backed that hope with resources. Family head Lu Yuending and the 4th elder both sent nutritional supplements as soon as they learned of the pregnancy. Cultivators believed that abundant nutrition and spiritual energy during pregnancy might improve both the chance and quality of a child's spiritual root. No one could prove it. Changsheng did not need proof when he finally had the means to act. He spent his own spirit stones so his wives and children could eat spirit rice and vegetables every day. The household had settled into its better-supported routine when a letter reached Lu Changsheng. It came from Hongyi, the outside contact he had asked to seek news of Zhenjin's missing brother. Hongyi's people had learned that a strange man appeared at the family courtyard in Zhaoshan Mansion. Someone recognized Chang's face, and the visitor questioned those nearby about what had happened to the family. Taken together, the clues left little doubt. The man was Chang. Yet the refined, handsome scholar people remembered had become demonic and ominous, with eyes as blood-red as a monster's. Then he vanished without leaving another trace. Anya suspected that Chang had entered cultivation through the demon path, and he warned Changsheng to be careful. Changsheng narrowed his eyes over those 2 words. A surviving brother-in-law was welcome news. A demon cultivator was another matter. Young country revered the Heavenly Sword sect. Its immortal sects, immortal cities, and cultivation clans all presented themselves as righteous powers, leaving no fertile ground for an open demonic sect to flourish. Few demon cultivators who did appear were usually loose cultivators who had stumbled upon demonic inheritances. Changsheng had never expected Zhenjin's once scholarly brother to become one of them. Would this elder brother-in-law come looking for Qingzhou Mountain? Changsheng considered it without panic. He had neither harmed the family nor wronged Changge, so the possibility of being found did not frighten him. If he became strong enough in the future, Changsheng might help Changge, assuming the man was still alive. But now he was only at third-level Qi Refinement, still struggling to secure himself on Qingzhou Mountain. Present intervention would be reckless. Changsheng wrote back at once. Hongye was to stop asking after Changge. Continuing the search could entangle Hongye's people with a demon cultivator and create a new disaster for no immediate gain. At night, a private moment with Zhenjin, Maiyuan, and Xiao Qing ended in breathless teasing. Scarlet-cheeked Zhenjin gave Changsheng a small punch and accused him of bullying them so thoroughly that the three would never attend him together again. Maiyuan hid beneath the blanket, too embarrassed even to face him. Xiao Qing was shy as well, but noticeably more composed. Changsheng teased that Yuner had not objected, only for his main wife to beg him to stop making the moment more embarrassing. Half a month later, Zhenjin hurried to Changsheng in a pink and white skirt, gold hairpin and pendant gleaming. Her face shone with excitement. She had finally drawn breath into her body and become a cultivator. More than a year on Qingzhou Mountain had changed her. The baby fat had faded from Zhenjin's fair face, and much of her former naive air had matured into the warmth of a young wife. Now she had reached first-level Qi Refinement as well. In the following days, Changsheng devoted most of his attention to Zhenjin. She had broken through, and 6 months had passed since her first delivery. He cared for her closely and began working with her toward a second child. At month's end, it was time for the fourth elder's regular talisman-making lecture. After breakfast, Changsheng left for her residence. He had made the trip before, so this time he needed no guide. Changsheng passed confidently through the corridors and entered a quiet courtyard. Green, jade-like Qingling bamboo lined its walls. A small pavilion stood at the center, with 5 tables and chairs arranged nearby for the lesson. Umayoj stood beside the pavilion. Her simple white skirt and shoes made a clean contrast with lustrous black hair falling freely to her waist. Sunlight and the breeze lent her graceful, bearing an almost sacred, otherworldly radiance. Changsheng could not hide a flicker of admiration. Perhaps because Mayoj had been the first truly fairy-like woman he encountered after awakening his memories, her dignified presence had always left an unusually deep impression on him. A reserved expression softened into one of those rare, beautiful smiles. Changsheng privately noted how much the two sisters resembled each other in that respect. Neither smiled often, which only made the change more striking when it came. Changsheng did not go over to make conversation. Whatever thoughts he harbored, his present status was unsuitable for pursuing Mayoj. Better to improve himself and become someone worth noticing. He calmly chose a table and sat down to wait for the fourth elder. Only moments after Changsheng took his seat, the fourth elder entered the quiet courtyard. Silver threaded the black hair coiled elegantly atop her head, and her bluish-brown dress gave her the dignified grace of a high-ranking lady. Changsheng addressed her as grandmother, while Mayoj called her great-aunt. Both clasped their hands and bowed, but the fourth elder waved away the ceremony with a kind smile and invited them to sit. Fourth elder wasted no time. She asked them to show what they had been practicing most recently. Brushes, spirit ink, and talisman paper came out at once as the friendly family audience became a practical examination. Changsheng chose the fire cloud talisman he had first revealed to the family. Publicly, his success rate had begun at only 10 to 20%. Now his wrist stayed steady, and each confident stroke made the fourth elder's surprise harder to hide. Final stroke landed cleanly. Changsheng had completed the fire cloud talisman under direct observation. Delighted, the fourth elder estimated that his present success rate must already be around 60 to 70%. At the neighboring table, Mayoj's fair wrist trembled. Her own talisman failed on the spot. She looked up at Changsheng with undisguised astonishment. Another talented talisman master understood better than anyone how abnormal that growth appeared. Changsheng's modest manner concealed careful calculation. This apparent leap was no accident. He had planned to use the fourth elder's guidance as a believable reason to unveil more of his talisman talent, accelerating his public rise without exposing everything at once. Fourth elder called his work excellent, but her praise remained exacting. His line transitions still lacked smooth coordination with his spiritual power. It was a believable flaw, and one she expected ordinary daily practice to correct. He then assigned him the Windwalking Talisman. It shared the Fire Cloud Talisman's first-grade middle-grade rank, but it was slightly more difficult. Changsheng thanked her respectfully. To him, the choice itself hardly mattered. There was also a practical reason not to argue. His spiritual contract required him to follow the Lu family's arrangements and practice the talismans they selected. Secret mastery or not, this was the role he had agreed to perform. The elder explained that windwalking demanded softness and roundness, not only from the brush, but from the spiritual power behind it. At every turn, the brush had to stay light and smooth, while power continued outward in a gentle, unbroken stream. He drew a windwalking talisman on the spot so Changsheng could observe the principles in motion. Each turn linked softness of touch to steady spiritual output, transforming a list of instructions into a rhythm his hands could attempt to imitate. Myoj faced an even steeper exercise. Her golden light barrier talisman was superior grade first grade, a full notch above middle grade work. Even its opening stroke demanded a complex balance, powerful yet soft, firm within gentleness and gentle within firmness. Halfway through, blue smoke curled from Myoj's paper. The elder immediately diagnosed the problem. Her stroke had been too forceful and had clashed with her spiritual power. Rather than merely repeat the instruction, she reached for Myoj's hand. With her hand over Myoj's, the fourth elder slowly guided the brush through the golden light barrier talisman. Myoj could feel the correct force and spiritual flow instead of guessing. Watching nearby, Changsheng recognized just how practiced the elder truly was. Myoj nodded and tried to reproduce that sensation alone. She still failed halfway. The fourth elder offered no rebuke, only reassurance that failure was normal and that repeated practice would turn the unfamiliar balance into something natural. Repeated middle grade work taxed Changsheng's third-level reserves. He drew a gourd from his storage bag and drank white jade 100 flowers wine. He needed no help calming his mind, but its ability to restore spiritual power let him continue. Restored, Changsheng tried again, but the windwalking talisman failed after only a quarter. His spiritual power had not fully enveloped and focused upon the stroke. More attempts followed until the morning ended. Neither student completed a new talisman, yet both had grasped the essentials they needed to practice alone. More than half a month slipped by after the difficult windwalking lesson. Then, Zhenjin hurried across Changsheng's household courtyard with news she could barely contain. She thought she was pregnant. Delighted, Changsheng bent close and listened against her belly. It was far too early for movement, yet his cultivator's senses caught the faint presence of a new life. Zhenjin truly was pregnant. Changsheng declared the good news 3 times over, pulled Zhenjin close, and kissed her hard. The other women in the courtyard covered their smiles and giggled. Scarlet with embarrassment, Zhenjin answered with a playful punch. Beneath the shyness, Zhenjin was as happy as he was. With both her and Myoan expecting, Changsheng felt the household's future brightening. He still thought of Zyaking, but Myoan was barely over a month pregnant. There was no need to rush. 1 month after first learning its demanding curves and gentle flow, Changsheng returned to the fourth elder with a completed windwalking talisman. What had failed after a quarter of the pattern during the last lesson now lay finished in his hands. Myoj knew exactly what the result meant. At Changsheng's stage, an equally difficult talisman had taken her about 3 months to complete. He had crossed the same distance in one. Her teeth caught her lower lip. Myoj's talent was no small thing. She was the only talisman master among the family disciples, nearly first grade superior, and the elder believed she might someday reach second grade. Yet Changsheng's pace made one conclusion feel unavoidable: he would surpass her. The fourth elder traced the talisman inch by inch, reading both its strokes and the spiritual power held inside them. Changsheng's grip and line work were exceptionally steady, rare talent, she said. The weakness lay elsewhere. The spiritual power was neither proficient nor stable enough. One careless point could ruin the entire talisman. To test whether the success was repeatable, the elder ordered another attempt. Changsheng began and failed before reaching halfway. Failure did not erase the achievement, it clarified it. Changsheng possessed extraordinary steadiness and had reached a successful result at remarkable speed, but reliable production still demanded finer spiritual control. The fourth elder believed focused pursuit of the talisman path could carry him much farther. And the fourth elder asked how long he had remained at third-level Qi Refinement. Changsheng answered with a wry smile. He had reached its peak 8 months earlier, but his 9th-grade spiritual route had given him no opening through the bottleneck. Crossing from early to middle Qi Refinement was a major hurdle, especially for a poor spiritual route. After a brief pause, the fourth elder offered a powerful advantage. She could apply to the family for a breakthrough elixir on his behalf. Changsheng thanked her, but politely refused. The bottleneck irritated him. It did not make him desperate. For now, he wanted to keep grinding against it with his own cultivation rather than consume an elixir merely to advance sooner. His calculation reached beyond 4th level. If he used an elixir now, the 6th to 7th level barrier could become harder. If he relied on another there, even foundation establishment might recede. Medicine had its place, but repeated shortcuts could burden every future step. The answer unsettled Myoj in a different way than his talisman speed had. The man before her was not the person she had constructed in her mind. His talent was real, but so were his patience and his willingness to refuse an easy advantage. After a final exchange of talisman knowledge, the fourth elder sent them home. Watching Myoj's graceful retreat, Changsheng noticed her unusual look. He did not mistake it for affection. Perhaps his talent had simply shaken her worldly pride. Amused by that thought, he headed home. After Changsheng left the fourth elder's lesson behind, time moved quickly through the household. His 22nd child was born. Like most of his children, the newborn had no spiritual root. Changsheng accepted the result calmly. By now, expecting nothing made any rare success easier to bear. 1 month later, his 23rd child arrived, and this birth felt utterly different. A mystical tremor passed through Changsheng's body. He recognized the signal at once. The newborn possessed a spiritual root. Then the sensation deepened, telling him that the accumulated inheritance had crossed a boundary. His premonition was right. Changsheng's spiritual root had risen from 9th grade to 8th grade. It was only one step, but it was the first proof that descendants could lift him beyond the aptitude he had been born with. Before he could absorb that victory, the system sounded. The message congratulated him. 3 children with spiritual roots had earned 1 lottery draw. 2 surprises had arrived together, the advancement he had stopped expecting and fresh child money from a milestone he had not known existed. Changsheng's restraint vanished. "Good, good, good," he exclaimed. "Husband, what's wrong?" his wives asked. Changsheng realized he had let too much show. He could explain neither the system nor the inherited tremor, so he reached for the safest cover available. A talisman problem that had troubled him for a long time had finally been solved. Privately, Changsheng reconstructed the rule. Rewards for total children and rewards for children with spiritual roots were separate achievements. 3 rooted children had paid once. Perhaps the next threshold was 5 or 10. He refused to build expectations around guesses. Disappointment grew fastest when hope became a schedule. That restraint did not diminish his happiness. A child with a spiritual root was a welcome surprise, but even without child money, he would still have wanted this daughter. The system could reward his growing family. It did not define why the family mattered to him. Now came the part he had been waiting for. Changsheng called for the draw and hoped for a magical treasure, anything decent enough to cultivate the 100 refinements treasure body art. The pale red wheel appeared. Golden light spun for 5/10 seconds, slowed and stopped on other. Notification answered. He had obtained the goo insect peach blossom goo. The reward had already been placed in system space. It was not the magical treasure Changsheng wanted, and the unfamiliar category gave him no immediate measure of its worth, so he opened the accompanying information instead. Goo's information traced it to the peach blossom immortal and promised 2 unusual effects. It would gradually enhance Changsheng's attractiveness specifically to the opposite sex, and it would improve his romantic fortune. That second benefit was narrower than fate itself, but far stranger than any ordinary beauty technique. Changsheng smacked his lips. The immortal beauty technique had taken more than 3 years to make him this handsome. Add a goo tailored to the opposite sex and better romantic luck, and would he not become the dream of countless cultivation world fairies? A killer combination, perfectly suited to his ambitions. Romantic fortune was still fortune, and fortune belonged to the murky territory of fate. Cultivation books spoke of people blessed enough to turn calamity into opportunity or stumble onto treasures, yet offered no precise rules. The peach blossom goo could not improve that broader fate. Its influence followed only one narrow current. Changsheng admitted that his knowledge of fate was superficial, and that goo cultivation belonged to unfamiliar, unorthodox territory. He would investigate both. For now, theory could wait. He turned to system space and began extracting the peach blossom goo, ready to see what kind of living reward the wheel had given him. Extraction completed. Out of empty air drifted a butterfly no larger than Changsheng's thumb, its 2 wings shaped like pinkish-white peach petals. A faint rose glow softened its delicate body. In his palm it felt slippery, almost weightless, while an ethereal peach blossom fragrance cleared and invigorated his mind. Kind, mysterious connection linked them at once, just like his bond with the 9 netherhound. The system had already subdued the goo, so taming was unnecessary. Possession was not mastery, however. To command it, he still had to feed it essence blood, then refine it with mental spirit and spiritual power. Changsheng did not hesitate. He forced 1 drop of essence blood from his fingertip and offered it to the goo. A mouthpiece scarcely larger than a sesame seed moved slowly across the bead. The tiny creature licked until every trace of blood was gone, completing the first step of the bond. He wrapped the goo in spiritual power and pressed into its body and will. For an ordinary goo cultivator, this was perilous. A living goo instinctively fought to survive, and a fierce one could turn on its refiner. Changsheng remained cautious even though his system-awarded creature offered no such resistance. Safety did not make the task easy. Refining only a fraction of the goo nearly exhausted Changsheng's spiritual power. That disproportionate cost revealed how far this creature stood above his present stage. Only his system could place such a treasure in his hands before he possessed the cultivation normally needed to claim it. Pause offered a useful experiment. Changsheng sat in meditation, restored his spiritual power, and watched how quickly he cultivated with his new 8th grade spiritual root. After an hour, he opened his eyes with a precise result. The advancement had increased his cultivation speed by only about 10%. An 8th grade root was normally almost 30% faster than a 9th grade one, but his earlier spiritually rooted children had already pushed him close to the threshold. The remaining 10% rise therefore suggested that his newborn daughter possessed a lower grade root, probably 7th or 8th grade, much like Zio Shichi. Changsheng felt no loss. 9th and 8th grade both belonged to the lower grade spiritual roots, so a dramatic transformation had never been likely. What mattered was proof of direction. His root had advanced once. As more spiritually gifted children were born, that first step could become a long climb toward better grades. Changsheng went to the Qingzhou Villa Library and searched its shelves for destiny and the Gu path. The first inquiry failed completely. The Lu family possessed no useful books on destiny. Gu knowledge was scarcely better. None of the ordinary volumes offered a detailed account of that unorthodox cultivation path. At last, an ancient tome offered a brief classification. Gu quality rose through 6 complete levels: mundane Gu, spirit Gu, mysterious spirit Gu, earth spirit Gu, heavenly spirit Gu, and finally immortal Gu. The list was short, but it gave Changsheng the first real scale by which to judge his reward. Immortal Gu belonged to legend, comparable to the true spirit bloodline among demon beasts. Even earth spirit and heavenly spirit Gu were almost never seen. With that context, Changsheng finally grasped the prize's weight. The peach blossom Gu was likely as precious as his 9 netherhound with its heavenly grade bloodline. Gu could also transform and grow. Their first, second, third, fourth, and fifth transformations matched a cultivator's Qi Refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and divinity transformation stages. Changsheng's peach blossom Gu was presently only at the first transformation, yet the scale showed how far such a creature might develop. Knowledge sharpened Changsheng's eagerness. In the days that followed, he kept his normal rhythm of meditation, cultivation, and talisman making, then devoted every available interval to the peach blossom Gu. Each session pushed his mental spirit and spiritual power farther into it, slowly turning possession into genuine assimilation. Half a month passed in that measured routine. The Gu's resistance had never been the obstacle. The challenge was patiently supplying enough spiritual power to finish the work. At last, the final separation between refiner and creature began to disappear, and Changsheng felt the mysterious connection deepen into something immediate and intimate. Final pulse settled. Changsheng had fully assimilated the peach blossom Gu. Its presence no longer felt like a separate creature merely resting before him. It answered through a strange, direct connection, as though it had become part of his own being. At last, the reward's exact effects opened clearly to his awareness. First effects were subtle, but enduring. The Gu could gradually reshape Changsheng's physical condition and presentation into something especially attractive to the opposite sex. It would also strengthen his peach blossom luck, increasing the romantic opportunities drawn toward him. Those benefits alone fit the reward's name almost too perfectly. Then came the active technique. 5 aggregates peach blossom miasma, a haze capable of bewildering the mind. Its nature was far less innocent than the Gu's delicate appearance. For now, however, its ceiling was clear. A first transformation peach blossom Gu could produce power and effects only at the Qi Refinement realm. With the peach blossom Gu fully assimilated, Lu Changsheng considered everything it could do, and immediately wondered whether its creator had been some immortal flower thief. Beauty tailored to the opposite sex, stronger romantic fortune, and mind-bewildering miasma hardly sounded like an upright inheritance. Still, a tool was only as good or evil as the person controlling it. Changsheng solemnly judged that an upright gentleman like himself could surely put even this indecent Gu to proper use. With that wonderfully convenient conclusion, he accepted the power without further complaint. At his thought, the peach blossom Gu flew into the center of his forehead. A pink, petal-shaped mark bloomed between his brows. Its passive influence would now work gradually on his physical condition and romantic fortune, but the visible sign did not have to remain. Changsheng touched the mark and willed it away. The pink petal dimmed until his forehead looked ordinary again. Unless he activated the 5 accumulations peach blossom miasma, it could remain concealed, fortunate, since he thought such a mark looked rather strange and effeminate on a grown man. Night had already fallen over Qingzhou Mountain. Changsheng wondered how romantic fortune was supposed to find a man who rarely left home, though the thought of a certain young miss still stirred some expectation. For now, he returned to the family building work already in front of him. Changsheng gathered up Jier and Shuyer, his 2 favored adult concubines, and carried them toward the bedchamber. He had recently devoted special attention to both women, hoping for pregnancies, but neither effort nor the newly acquired Gu had yet produced the result he wanted. 2 months slipped by. Changsheng noticed no physical transformation, no unexpected romance, and no obvious proof that the peach blossom Gu was doing anything. His anticipation faded. Besides, he told himself, improving his already handsome appearance would merely be gilding the lily. During meditation in his practice room, a sudden throb broke Changsheng's concentration. The barrier that had held him at 3rd-level energy refinement for an entire year had finally loosened. Thanks to the 4th Elder's guidance, he knew exactly what the sensation meant. His breakthrough chance had arrived. He did not waste a breath. Changsheng pulled one yellow dragon elixir from his storage bag and swallowed it, then closed both hands around several spirit stones. As he drove the returning origin technique faster, the elixir dissolved and fresh spiritual energy surged into him. Returning origin technique turned faster and faster. Spiritual power pressed through Changsheng's channels while the pressure around him climbed toward something irresistible. He held his concentration for a long, punishing stretch, feeding every trace of the elixir and spirit stones into that single opening. Then came the rupture. Changsheng's entire body shook, and the released force sent his hair and vestment robe dancing. Worldly filth poured from his pores. At the same instant, his body became astonishingly light. In his dantian, separate strands of spiritual energy joined into flowing streams. Fourth-level energy refinement, the middle stage at last. Changsheng savored the transformation and considered how profoundly better spiritual root talent changed a cultivator's path. If even his improved root had brought him this far, then upper-grade roots and the legendary earth and heavenly spiritual roots were terrifying to imagine. Changsheng used a cleansing technique to strip away every expelled impurity, then stepped excitedly outside. Winter had covered the ground in white. A gust carried a momentary chill through the open door, but his spiritual power and Qingju robe dispelled it almost at once. Among green bamboo standing firm beneath the snow, Changsheng realized he had lived with the Lu family for 5 years. He remembered awakening his previous life's memories on the heart-questioning platform, failing the Qingyun sect examination, and choosing survival as a son-in-law who married into this clan. Back then, he had been an ordinary man with poor prospects. Now he stood at fourth-level energy refinement. He had also risen from the Lu family's disparaged breeding son-in-law to a man formerly married to an elder's granddaughter. Cultivation and status had advanced together. Changsheng walked into the front courtyard and found several children bundled in padded jackets, racing through the snow. Watching them play, his expression softened into a faint smile. These children, not merely his new cultivation or improved standing, were the living fruits of 5 relentless years. The snowy courtyard was still alive with children when a crisp cry of "Daddy" reached Changsheng. Lu Zile jumped from her swing and hurried over on short legs, bundled in a red padded jacket and fur coat. Beaming, she offered him her candied hawthorn and promised it was sweet. Changsheng tasted the hawthorn. It truly was sweet to the core. Nearby, Lu Ping'an and his brothers were far too busy romping with the 9 netherhound to greet him, earning a mock huff. Zile's hands, however, were cold, so he scooped her up and carried her inside. Several charcoal braziers warmed the main hall, where wives and concubines chatted amid a patrol of unsteady toddlers. Every small object threatened to go straight into a curious mouth. Then Lu Zhangji approached astride a mechanical wooden horse, chanting at his father and imperiously signaling for him to move. Changsheng planted himself in Zhangji's path. The toddler charged anyway, and horse and rider toppled together. Zhangji landed with his little lips already puckering toward tears. Laughing, Changsheng used his object-manipulating technique on the wooden horse, turning the mishap into another playful contest rather than a real injury. It was a familiar routine. Changsheng teased a child toward tears, then found a way to make everything delightful again. A nearby wife soothed little Ten Yuer with a soft white jade bun and regarded her husband as a man with entirely too much idle time. Changsheng merely took another bun. Children, he declared, were meant to be played with. Bun was made from white jade spirit wheat, the sort of luxury Changsheng could now afford regularly. He bought spiritual ingredients and treats for Qingju to prepare, not merely ordinary meals. Combined with life on Qingju Mountain, that diet had made his wives and children visibly robust, and promised to give the children excellent foundations for martial arts. Lu Mayaon's attention sharpened. She lived beside Changsheng and knew the texture of his spiritual presence. Today it was unmistakably more substantial. Surprise flashed across her face. Had he truly crossed into the middle stage of energy refinement? Changsheng smiled and confirmed it. After grinding against the barrier for so long, he had finally broken through. Mayaon's face lit up. She wrapped herself around Changsheng's arm and shook it playfully, sparkling eyes full of open admiration as she congratulated him. The other wives and concubines joined in one after another. Amid braziers, children, and half-finished snacks, his hard-won step into the middle stage became a shared family triumph. That domestic warmth gave way to clan business. Changsheng had been instructed to visit his grandmother, though no one had told him why. There was no reason to conceal his breakthrough, and refusing such a request never entered his mind. He left the family hall and made his way to the 4th elder's residence. Purple Bamboo Granny received him respectfully and served tea. The 4th elder was in the middle of crafting a talisman, she explained, so he might have to wait. Changsheng accepted the cup and told the steward not to trouble herself over him. He sat without impatience as roughly half an hour passed. Delay itself told Changsheng what kind of work had occupied her. Although the 4th elder was a top first-grade talisman master, even she could not reliably produce supreme talismans. For those attempts, she chose an auspicious day, purified body, face, and hands, and carefully adjusted her condition before drawing a single stroke. At last, the fourth elder entered. Instead of her usual noble elegance, she wore a lotus crown and a blue-brown flowing cloud Taoist robe, the ritual attire of her craft. The change gave her a transcendent, quietly graceful air. Changsheng immediately rose from his seat and bowed. "Grandmother." Fourth elder smiled kindly and asked whether Changsheng had come to see his grandmother for some reason. The question left him briefly puzzled. He had understood that she wanted him here, yet the familial wording mattered. He was no longer being received merely as an outsider with talisman talent, but as Maoyan's husband and her grandson-in-law. More than half a year had passed since Changsheng married Lu Maoyan, and the fourth elder had watched him throughout it. He was industrious and steady, neither arrogant nor impatient, and exceptionally gifted at talisman making. Every month had made her more satisfied with the match. Now, as her approving gaze lingered, it began to register something newly powerful in his aura. Fourth elder's approving gaze sharpened. Changsheng had concealed his spiritual power, but his aura concealment technique was only at basic proficiency. Before a careful 9th-level cultivator, the stronger current beneath that thin disguise was impossible to miss. Changsheng nodded and said he had broken through only yesterday, informing his grandmother was why he had come. Her face opened into a delighted smile. The advance had arrived much sooner than she had expected. And she told him she had something for him to do. Changsheng was puzzled. What responsibility required only 4th-level cultivation? Her answer was larger than he expected. She wanted him to learn to manage the Lu family's spiritual talisman shop in 9 Dragons Market. Lu family did not survive on cultivation alone. Its green and Bu spiritual bamboo were major sources of income, while surplus spirit rice, vegetables, and medicine flowed into its marketplace shops. Commerce was one of the foundations beneath the clan's mountain life. This was not some minor stall in a remote settlement. Its place inside 9 Dragons Market marked it as one of the family's better shops. The thought made Changsheng look back at his grandmother with fresh astonishment. She truly meant to place that business in his hands. Fourth elder confirmed that Lu Maoj had managed it before. But Maoj was now a middle-grade talisman master and preparing to challenge the 7th level of energy refinement. Talisman work and cultivation demanded her attention. Regular shop duties had become a burden she could no longer carry. Family's newest elementary talisman master was too inexperienced. Changsheng, by contrast, was already a middle-grade talisman master and her grandson-in-law. 6 months of steady conduct had erased much of her earlier apprehension. She was not merely assigning a craftsman now, she was investing in one of her own. He would not abandon him to the position at once. First, he would learn the work. Once familiar, he would receive management directly. The duties were simple: watch the shop, replenish stock each month, and occasionally guide its apprentices. During the transition, she would add a stipend to his support. His first instinct was hesitation. Life on the Lu family's mountain was secure, comfortable, and predictable. Yet he understood the harder truth. Hiding there forever, never stepping outside or taking responsibility, would not carry him all the way to foundation establishment. 9 Dragons Market made the risk acceptable. King Yun sect had established the large marketplace, and foundation establishment great cultivators stood guard there. Inside its boundaries, few people dared create trouble. Managing a shop was far safer than wandering the cultivation world without protection. Shop offered more than a stipend. Changsheng had accumulated thousands of talismans, and a legitimate marketplace channel would make them far easier to sell. The assignment could turn stockpiled craft into steady income while placing him at the center of the trade itself. More importantly, 9 Dragons Market could feed his 100 Refinements treasure body art. For 6 months he had asked Hongya's people to purchase materials for him, but supplies were uncertain, and every exchange required slow messages back and forth. At the market, he could seek what he needed himself. There were real costs. 9 Dragons Market would not match the comfort of home, and leaving the 2nd-grade spiritual vein would slow his cultivation. Worse, his wives would not be beside him. For a man building his future through descendants, time away meant falling behind in childbearing. And Changsheng found an upside even there. A great market might let him meet a few cultivator fairies with spiritual roots and take suitable concubines. Perhaps his supposedly useless peach blossom goo would finally help. After all, romantic fortune could hardly find a man who never left his own house. Safety, income, a market for thousands of talismans, easier body refinement supplies, and even new possibilities for his family outweighed the loss of comfort. Changsheng's calculations settled. Since he could not remain sheltered forever, he would agree and prepare to take his first sustained role beyond Qingzhou Valley. With his decision made, Lu Changsheng returned to his manor in Qingzhou Valley. There he gathered Lu Maoyan, Zhenjin, and the rest of his wives and concubines, then told them plainly. Before long, he would leave for 9 Dragons Market to help manage the Lu family's talisman business. News pleased them because it proved the Lu family valued and trusted their husband. Yet the same promotion would take him away for long stretches. Their smiles could not fully hide the worry. Responsibility was an honor, but living without him nearby would be difficult. Changsheng reminded them that the market was not far from Qingzhou Mountain. Like Lu Maioj, he could return once every month. Better still, after he learned the place and confirmed it was stable, he would bring several of them to visit and escape the valley's dull routine. Lu Maioj then proposed a practical arrangement. He should take Zio Qing so someone familiar could care for him. Changsheng waved the suggestion away. He was a grown man and Maioj herself needed her personal maid right now. To him, the matter seemed settled. Maioj bit her lip, gazed up with watery eyes, leaned against him, and gently shook his arm. If she could not go, she pleaded, then Zio Qing should remain beside him in her place. Changsheng's resistance collapsed. With a helpless smile, he agreed to take the maid. At night, knowing he would soon leave, his wives and concubines surrounded him with relentless tenderness. Changsheng had refined his body for 6 months and recently reached 4th-level energy refinement, yet their united affection still overwhelmed him. He suspected the message beneath it: do not collect new romances at the market. Lying awake, Changsheng reached a comically serious conclusion. At 9 Dragons Market, he needed to finish the 100 Refinements treasure body art as quickly as possible. Otherwise, monthly homecomings alone would defeat him, and he would have no dignity left for any future talk of expanding his household. Next day, Changsheng remembered his arrangement with Hong Yi. An envoy came every 3 months, and the next exchange was only a little over a month away. If Changsheng had already departed, 30 talismans and a useful outside sales channel could be left waiting without anyone authorized to act. Changsheng told Maioj about Hong Yi's trade and placed 30 pre-drawn talismans in her care. She would receive the envoy and complete the exchange. He saw no reason to hide a modest sale to a friend, even if the Lu family already knew. Maioj understood immediately and accepted without fuss. Changsheng next went to see Li Feiyu. His friend's work as a spiritual butcher was difficult, but it was no longer the hopeless existence of producing children under the old contract. Hardship with a path forward was bearable. Li was surprised by the visit, and Changsheng simply said he had come to check on him. Changsheng explained that he would soon head to 9 Dragons Market and offered to purchase anything Li needed, since Qingzhou Villa's selection was limited and valuable Lu family goods required contributions. Li wanted nothing from the market. Instead, he warned Changsheng to be careful and shared practical lessons from the martial world. And Changsheng insisted that Li should ask rather than wear himself out. Li finally admitted he needed spirit stones. 6 months as a spiritual butcher had taught him how to breed the Lu family's black hogs. He wanted 2 piglets, 6 stones each now, with each hog worth about 50 after 3 years. Changsheng did not belittle the modest plan or make Li plead. He took out 20 spirit stones, more than the bare cost of 2 piglets, and put real weight behind his promise of help. For Li, the money was not merely a loan. It was the beginning of a livelihood he had chosen for himself. More than half a month passed after Changsheng finished preparing for 9 Dragons Market. Then a steward from the 4th Elder's residence arrived with a direct summons. Changsheng did not delay. Still wearing his familiar Qingzhou vestment robe, he followed the messenger across the Lu estate to learn what his grandmother had arranged. Inside the hall, the 4th Elder was already speaking with Lu Maioj. Changsheng bowed to them as grandmother and sister Maioj. Months of studying talismans together had made that address warmer and more familial. Privately, however, he admitted that this was not quite the kind of intimacy he wanted with Maioj. 4th Elder confirmed that she and Maioj had settled the matter. Changsheng would accompany Maioj to manage the Lu family spiritual talisman shop in 9 Dragons Market. Because Maioj would remain there for a time, he was to follow her arrangements and ask her advice. Changsheng accepted immediately, then bowed to Maioj and said he would rely on her. She answered in her usual soft, water-gentle voice. It was no trouble. And the 4th Elder reminded Changsheng that he rarely ventured outside. For this journey, she had prepared gifts. She drew 3 brocade boxes of different sizes from her storage bag and set them in a row on the table. Changsheng's eyes brightened. A gift from a Lu family elder and top first-grade talisman master would not be ordinary, and even Maioj looked on with interest. First box revealed the green-face sword. One glance told Changsheng it belonged to a different class from the practical flying sword he had taken at Bullhead Mountain. Ordinary flying swords cared about sharpness. Only a high-end weapon spent this much effort on appearance. He drew it. The blade shone silver-white, a faint green-gold halo flowing across its surface while cold light flickered along the edge. Second box held an exquisite sky-blue robe edged in gold, spiritual light shimmering over the fabric. The 4th Elder explained that a manager representing the family should dress the part. This was a middle-grade magical robe with 7 arrays. Size adjustment, dust avoidance, and springtime warmth repeated the dependable comforts of Changsheng's Qingzhou robe. The remaining 4 were where her planning became truly personal. Wind transformation could soften violent air into a gentle breeze. That mattered because the 4th Elder had already applied to the family for an iron feather eagle. Changsheng would no longer need a spirit steed for the journey. He could fly between home and 9 Dragons Market without wasting mana to resist the wind. Flying mounts were scarce in the Lu family, making the allocation remarkable by itself. Robe also suited Changsheng's temperament. Concealment could suppress its radiance until it looked like ordinary clothing, avoiding unwanted attention. Spirit concentration gathered a small pocket of denser spiritual energy to assist cultivation. Body protection completed the design with passive defense. The robe did not merely look expensive. It covered status, travel, secrecy, cultivation, and survival in one carefully chosen gift. Third box carried the most direct answer to danger. The fourth elder had personally drawn 3 talismans for Changsheng's protection. He recognized everyone at a glance. The superior-grade Thunder Summoning Talisman, the superior-grade Escape Talisman, and above them both, a Supreme Thunder Talisman. Weapon, robe, mount, offense, and escape. His grandmother had left almost no obvious weakness uncovered. Changsheng knew exactly what he was seeing. The Thunder Summoning and Escape Talismans could each sell for 40 to 50 Spirit Stones. The Supreme Thunder Talisman alone was worth at least 200. Add the green-face sword and middle-grade magical robe, and the gifts totaled at least 700 Spirit Stones. On Bullhead Mountain, killing 3 robber cultivators had brought him only about 500. This was greater wealth handed over at once. Changsheng bowed and thanked his grandmother in earnest. He was not naive. His talent and usefulness were part of why the Lu family valued him, but intentions were not the only measure of a relationship. The fourth elder's actions had been thoughtful, generous, and genuinely kind. He accepted that kindness and stored it in his heart. As she gently dismissed the need for formality, the 3 talismans remained before him, ready for the detailed appraisal that followed. The appraisal continued in the fourth elder's hall. Changsheng answered without hesitation. The first box held a superior-grade Thunder Summoning Talisman. Once activated, it could call down lightning equal to a full strike from a 9th-level Energy Refinement cultivator. Second was a superior-grade Escape Talisman. Rather than overpower an enemy, it could conceal its user's form, carry them beneath the ground, and deliver them several miles away. For Changsheng, it was the package's vital answer when fighting was the wrong choice. Third was the Supreme Thunder Talisman. Its lightning carried the full force of a cultivator at the peak of the 9th level. Changsheng understood why the fourth elder had prepared all 3. Together, they let him defend himself against almost anything short of a Foundation Establishment great cultivator. Fourth elder smiled. His studies had clearly been serious. These talismans were no challenge for him. She tenderly touched his head, told him to keep the boxes, and asked him to put on the new robe for her. Changsheng obeyed at once and carried the gifts into the side chamber. While he changed, surprise remained in Myo's eyes. Her great-grandmother was wealthier than an ordinary cultivator, but cultivators poured earnings back into cultivation and strength rather than hoarding them. A protection package worth more than 700 Spirit Stones was still an extraordinary gift. Robe transformed him at once, but Changsheng first noticed how it felt. The silky fabric was almost weightless, unmistakably finer than his Qingju robe. He ran a hand over it with the uncomplicated delight of a child receiving new clothes for New Year in his previous life. Its value went far beyond comfort. 7 major formations were worked into fabric woven from demon beast fur and other spiritual materials. Water and fire could not easily harm it, and ordinary blades could not cut it. Those protections were merely the robe's most basic qualities. Changsheng activated the self-dimming array. The spiritual light vanished, leaving what appeared to be an exquisite but ordinary brocade garment. That was much better. Walking around in constant radiance would announce, "I am a fat sheep." He immediately decided that every future robe should possess the same discretion. For the reveal, he switched the dimming effect off. Spiritual light flowed around the robe again. Changsheng fastened the green-face sword at his waist and returned to the hall, tall and slender, with clear-cut handsome features and a composed, harmonious bearing. For a moment, he truly resembled a celestial being. Ioj smiled lightly. Brother-in-law Changsheng truly suited such a robe, she said, and naturally that also proved her great-grandmother's discerning taste. Her voice remained gentle as a cloud. Changsheng chuckled. With one graceful compliment, she had praised both of them. Her emotional intelligence was better than he had expected. Fourth elder reminded Changsheng to collect the iron feather eagle from Alu. In 2 days, he would leave for 9 Dragons Market with Myo. Until then, he should stay home with Myoan and the others. As she straightened his collar and smoothed the robe, her practical instructions became another quiet act of care. Changsheng promised not to worry her. 6 months of unwavering kindness had made the fourth elder's care impossible to dismiss. She then guided him and Myoj in talisman making once more. Both women had largely accepted him as a once-in-a-generation talent. Privately, he planned to wait another couple of years before revealing superior grade mastery and raising his life another level. With only 2 days left before departure, Lu Changsheng came to Lu Bo for the promised mount. Lu Bo recognized his purpose immediately. His glance lingered on Changsheng's new magical robe. Its radiance was dimmed, yet the superior fabric and workmanship still distinguished it from ordinary clothing. Changsheng confirmed that the fourth elder had sent him, since he would leave for 9 Dragons Market in 2 days. Lu Bo approved warmly. The market was safe and close to Qingzhou Mountain, and a young cultivator ought to leave home, see the wider world, and gain experience. Lu Bo produced a yellow leather bag and a coppery yellow token. The bag held Changsheng's iron feather eagle and worked like a storage bag. The beast control token allowed simple communication with the creature and carried his commands. Changsheng accepted both, turning the unfamiliar tools over in his hands. It was Changsheng's first time handling either device. He had once considered buying a pet bag for his 9 Netherhound, but staying home had made the expense needless. Nor would he take the hound now. At the initial stage of first grade, it offered too little help outside to justify the trouble. Lu Bo led him outside to practice. Nearby Lu family disciples soon understood what Changsheng had received, and their envy sharpened. He was not merely being sent to 9 Dragons Market, one of the family's best destinations. He had also been issued a scarce flying mount for the journey. Their envy carried real fear. Once a Lu disciple reached the proper age and strength, the family sent them out to work and contribute. No clan could support everyone forever. For average talents, leaving also offered the only slim chance to find an opportunity and cross into foundation establishment. Destinations were hardly equal. Outstanding disciples might earn a safe posting at 9 Dragons Market. The unlucky could be sent to pioneer dangerous spiritual lands. Some argued danger meant opportunity, but no one mistook the risk. Then they remembered Changsheng was a middle-grade talisman master and knew their envy could change nothing. Now came the test. Changsheng crouched low on the iron feather eagle and gripped feathers as hard and black as iron. Holding fast, he sent his intention through the beast control token. One command reached the creature clearly: take off. Eagle's wings hammered the air, and the ground dropped away. Changsheng shot skyward faster than expected. Wind howled across its back, clawing at his robe and face until he could barely force his eyes open. His first taste of flight began as raw exhilaration wrapped in danger. And the robe answered. Its wind dispersion formation kindled in a faint glow, parting the howling current around him. The pressure vanished. What had battered Changsheng a heartbeat earlier softened into a gentle breeze, and the expensive garment proved its worth exactly where the fourth elder had intended. Commotion drew every nearby gaze upward. The disciples watched Changsheng ride above them, their envy now impossible to hide. For a low-level cultivator, a flying mount was more than fast transportation. It was freedom from the roads and a spectacle that announced unusual status wherever it appeared. Oh, this was flight. Changsheng's nervous excitement bore no resemblance to sitting safely inside an airplane in his former life. He resisted the urge to climb higher. At only the 4th level of energy refinement, one fall from a great height would kill him. Wonder did not excuse carelessness. His caution proved sufficient. The iron feather eagle flew with the exceptional steadiness that made its kind valuable to the Lu family, and the robe kept the air gentle around him. Little by little, Changsheng released his grip. Soon he sat cross-legged on its back, completed several smooth laps, and descended to Lu Bo waiting below. Changsheng had barely landed when Lu Bo praised how quickly he had adjusted. Some cultivators needed days to overcome their fear of heights. Changsheng's first concern, however, was practical. Could this iron feather eagle carry 2 people? In a few months, he meant to bring Zio Qing to the market. Lu Bo confirmed that the first stage initial level beast could carry 3 people. The price of extra weight was lower speed and endurance, especially over long distances. It also ate 60 pounds of ordinary raw meat each day. If Changsheng could not feed it, 1 spirit nourishing pill would substitute for a meal. Changsheng thanked him, stored the pills, and returned to the sky. Flying remained wonderfully fresh and exhilarating. After another hour, caution had become familiarity. He rose directly to his feet on the eagle's back and clasped his hands behind him, while the robe transformed the vigorous wind into a breeze that stirred his hair and sleeves. Unsatisfied with his experiment, Changsheng returned the green-faced sword to his storage bag and headed home. The superior weapon made his old bullhead mountain flying sword and flying daggers redundant. At 9 Dragons Market, he could sell both sets and turn equipment he no longer needed into useful money. Before entering his house, Changsheng deliberately activated the robe's spirit light. It was undeniably flashy, but it also looked magnificent. His wives and concubines responded exactly as hoped. Eyes sparkling, they crowded around him with open admiration. His masculine pride received a thoroughly satisfying reward. Admiration sparked a generous thought. A vestment robe for every wife and child would protect them from seasonal heat and cold. Then Changsheng remembered how many people that meant. Even 1 robe apiece was beyond his present means. He shelved the idea until his talismans and redundant weapons could be sold. At night, his wives and concubines tenderly gathered around him and unanimously asked him not to remove the robe. Changsheng could only admit that men and women were alike when something looked impressive. The magical garment would not be damaged, and a long separation was coming, so he indulged their playful request. 2 days later, Changsheng announced that it was time to go. Rubbing his slightly sore lower back, he told Lu Maoan to message him if anything happened at home. The joke of the farewell night lingered, but the responsibility was serious. While he worked at Nine Dragons Market, she would be his household contact. As Changsheng and Lu Maoj walked away together, several wives thought they looked uncomfortably like a perfect pair. One dismissed the fear. After marrying Maoan, how could he become involved with her elder sister? The reassurance did not erase the small sense of crisis. Even Maoan watched the two receding figures and fell quietly into thought. Maoj gently asked whether he was reluctant to leave. Changsheng admitted that he was, even if he could return every month. It was not unbearable grief, only the tug of parting. Yet that small ache taught him something important. This was the taste of having a home, a place where someone would always remain in his thoughts. Maoj then admitted that she and Madame Lu had raised the idea of transferring the work. They no longer had enough time to manage the spiritual talisman shop properly, so Changsheng was being troubled on their behalf. Her apology was sincere. He answered just as sincerely that it was no problem. Changsheng genuinely wanted to go out and look around. A man could not remain sheltered forever. The reluctance behind him was only the sorrow of parting, not a chain strong enough to hold him. His ambition should run outward like a great river toward the sea, rather than linger forever in familiar softness. Managing the spiritual talisman shop was only the public purpose of this journey. Privately, Changsheng intended to broaden his relationships and, above all, finish the 100 Refinements treasure body art. After his recent farewell, his sore back made that goal feel urgent. A useful bedroom or dual cultivation technique also belonged on his market list. Distance from Qingzhou Mountain brought unbidden fears with it. Changsheng did not pretend the cultivation world was harmless, but neither did he surrender to anxiety. He counted his concealed advantages, a talisman treasure and a large reserve of talismans. Unless a foundation establishment great cultivator appeared, he judged that he could handle the road ahead. Cultivation Journey pauses for a candid note from the fledgling author. His first novel goes live at noon. Its results have already exceeded anything he expected, and before discussing himself, he thanks every reader who followed and supported the book. Book began with two strong reactions. After finishing the fast food gods eternally evergreen in the world of cultivation, the author thought Li Ergu was perfectly suited to be a protagonist. He also regretted its damsel-in-distress storyline. Together, those feelings inspired his own novel. At year's end, work at the factory slowed down. The author returned home early for the new year, found himself bored, and began writing for fun. Back then, it felt casual. Now that the book is reaching the shelves, the experiment suddenly feels real, and he is nervous. He admits he has little confidence in what comes next. Fastening bolts day after day, he fears, may have numbed his emotions. That dullness leaks into the novel. Little theatrical passion, no flamboyant face-slapping, and a writing process he considers frustratingly lackluster. Practical problem is worse. He began in January, writing a few thousand words each day. Expecting New Year visits, he delayed the February release until 80,000 words were banked. Now the reserve has fallen to only a few chapters, and slow, two-finger typing keeps the pressure high. Even so, he will write as much as he can. The bonus schedule is precise. 1 extra chapter for every patron, 5 for each alliance leader, and another for every 500 monthly tickets. With no reserve and limited typing speed, that is the most he can responsibly offer. He refuses to boast about the update pace and jinx himself. His firm floor is 5,000 words. If the first day performs well, he will try for 7,000, less a grand promise than a challenge to stop being idle and push himself harder. Note ends where it began: gratitude. The author thanks everyone who followed, voted, rewarded, or commented while he was still a fledgling writer, then asks readers to subscribe and support. With repeated emphatic thanks, the creator interlude closes and the cultivation journey is ready to resume. 2 days into the journey, Lu Changsheng and Lu Maoj cut through the clouds on separate iron feather eagles. 9 Dragons Market is finally ahead. Maoj tells him to prepare for descent, and warns that one careless collision with its formation will trigger an attack. The sight below dwarfs Changsheng's expectations. 9 Dragons Market appears larger than Qingzhou Mountain, spreading across tens of thousands of acres. 9 towering peaks curve around it like an arch, giving the marketplace its name. Cultivation wealth covers the landscape. Terraces of spirit plants climb the 9 peaks, while broad spirit fields spread around the market. Yet the city itself remains hidden behind layered formations, reduced from above to a hazy outline. Nearer they fly, the busier the approaches become. Cultivators ride spiritual birds, steer flying boats, cross the sky on magical instruments, or escort goods behind demon beast mounts. Compared with Bullhead Mountain's loose gathering, this feels like another world. At the entrance, Changsheng learns that legal residence depends on an identity token. Let it expire without renewal while still inside, and the Qingyun Sex Enforcement Team will seize the holder and impose a spirit stone fine. Being poor offers no escape. A cultivator who cannot pay is arrested and made to work off the debt. Worse, this is not an accidental cruelty. Penalties like these are one of the marketplace's major sources of profit. Changsheng understands why many cultivators avoid great markets. They are safer and more convenient than the wilderness, but entry is only the beginning. Food, lodging, and daily expenses consume more spirit stones, while buying a home or owning a shop lies farther out of reach. His own position gives him breathing room. Changsheng pays 10 spirit stones for a long-term identity token, and the Lu family will reimburse the full cost. Token in hand, he follows Myoj through the entrance. Inside, the hazy outline becomes a living city. Men, women, elders, and children stream along a bustling street, almost every one of them a cultivator. Pavilions, towers, palaces, and houses crowd both sides as far as Changsheng can see. Safety here rests on strict Qingyun sect rules. No fighting, no disturbances, no unauthorized stalls, and no sleeping on the streets overnight. If an offense is discovered or reported, the enforcement team arrives to punish it. Even movement reflects rank. Ordinary energy refining cultivators may not fly on instruments or ride mounts through the market. Only Qingyun sect enforcers and foundation establishment great cultivators stand above that restriction. Changsheng listens, letting Myoj teach him how this new world works. Wu Changsheng walks on beside Lu Myoj, listening closely. He has never heard the reserved young woman speak this much. She often seems detached from worldly affairs, but he understands the truth. She is amiable, and because Nine Dragons Market is completely new to him, she is patiently explaining everything she can. Changsheng's eyes roam over pavilions and lofty buildings on both sides. Drunk Immortal Pavilion, Gathering of Immortals Pavilion, Myriad Treasures Pavilion, Elixir Cauldron Pavilion, 100 Refinement Workshop, Jinxiu Workshop. Even without entering, the names sketch a whole cultivator economy of pleasure, medicine, treasures, crafts, and refinement. Drunk Immortal Pavilion makes him look twice. Red lanterns hang high outside, faint music floats through the doors, and somewhere within he can hear women giggling. Whatever the sign claims, this does not feel like an ordinary tavern. Changsheng is still puzzling it out when Myoj notices where he is looking. The shy softness in her voice, Myoj reminds him that he is a married man. He should avoid places like this. They consume spirit stones and can even interfere with cultivation. The corner of Changsheng's mouth twitches. At last, the music and laughter make perfect sense. The so-called fairies are entertaining guests in private rooms. Changsheng straightens with exaggerated seriousness. He only looked because the tavern seems strange, he insists. He never visits such places. This is entirely true. With 5 wives, 6 concubines, 2 favored courtesans, and a handmaid already at home, why would he pay strangers for company? His hurried defense ends the misunderstanding, and they continue onward. Their destination is the Lu family spiritual talisman shop. Changsheng is not stepping into an empty storefront. The business already has 5 regular workers, 1 shopkeeper, 2 apprentices, and 2 receptionists. His task will be to take authority over an operation with its own experience, routines, production work, and hierarchy. At the center of that structure is shopkeeper Zhang Shan. He has worked here for more than 10 years and has reached the 6th level of energy refinement. Changsheng may be arriving as the new master, but Zhang Shan possesses a decade of local knowledge and practical experience, the kind of subordinate who already understands how the business survives. The apprentices are Li Shi and Wang Wu. Both descend from cultivators in 9 Dragons Market. Their 9th grade spiritual roots offer poor cultivation prospects, but each showed enough talent with talismans that their families placed them here 5 or 6 years ago. They now draw talismans and prepare the paper and spiritual ink used in production. These are the 2 apprentices the 4th elder meant for Changsheng to guide. Their long-term contracts provide food and lodging, not monthly wages. In return, occasional instruction is enough. Talisman making, alchemy, and artifact refining all have high thresholds. A master can open the door, but years of perseverance still cannot guarantee success. 2 receptionists are mortals. That is common here. Some mortals followed cultivators into the market. Others were born from cultivator families without becoming cultivators themselves. Life inside 9 Dragons Market is difficult, but steady work can sustain them, and may even let them save 1 or 2 spirit stones. Here, spirit stones replace the gold and silver of the common world. Myoj turns to the young receptionist. "He Liu, come inside for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Then she leads Changsheng into the shop. The patient tour is over. Now the staff must learn why this unfamiliar young man has come and who will hold authority over the spiritual talisman shop from this point forward. Inside the Lu family spiritual talisman shop, all 5 employees finally stand assembled. Lu Myoj wastes no time. She tells Uncle Zhang that every shop matter may now be reported directly to Lu Changsheng, then orders Li Shi and Wang Wu to bring their problems to their new second master. Her voice is cool, brisk, and unmistakably decisive. Changsheng has usually known Myoj as detached and refined, her temperament gentle as water. Seeing her take command so cleanly reveals a professional side of her that he rarely encounters, and all 5 employees immediately understand that the order is serious. surprise quickly becomes envy, admiration, and yearning. This handsome young man is already a middle-grade talisman master, a profession that promises comfort anywhere. Hearing the surname Lu, they reach the obvious, but wrong, conclusion. He must be a Qingzhou Lu family scion sent here to gain experience. One after another, Zhang Shan, Li Shi, Wang Wu, He Liu, and Sun Qi salute the second master. Changsheng does not answer their reverence with airs. He smiles, returns the gesture, and simply says that he will be troubling them all from now on. The formal hierarchy is established without creating distance. Changsheng already knows the arrangement from Maio's earlier explanation. Veteran shopkeeper Zhang Shan manages the ordinary flow of business, so Changsheng need not seize every daily task. His meaningful responsibility is oversight, receive reports, make decisions when needed, and guide Li Shi and Wang Wu in their talisman work. Shop's true commercial backbone is far rarer than its everyday stock. Each month, the fourth elder supplies middle and superior grade talismans, and exactly 3 first-grade supreme talismans. Those 3 are the establishment's treasures, powerful enough to anchor its reputation and draw customers who cannot find such goods casually. That authority is not being handed over casually. Maio does not leave the 3 supreme talismans with Zhang Shan. She keeps them on her own person, and any buyer seeking one must deal with her directly. Changsheng may oversee the shop, but its most valuable stock remains protected by a separate layer of control. Maio then leads Changsheng through the premises. The first floor contains the sales hall, a reception room, and a small courtyard behind the shop. Upstairs, the second floor belongs to Li Shi and Wang Wu. This is where the 2 apprentices work and rest, keeping production close to the business below. Third floor is private, a living room, bedroom, lounge, talisman room, and storage room protected by restrictions. Entry requires a token. Maio explains that she rarely stays here, so if the Eastern District mansion proves inconvenient, Changsheng may use these quarters instead. The offer gives him both workspace and privacy. Changsheng decides to stay first at the Lu family's Eastern District mansion. The family owns other businesses in 9 Dragons Market, and its second elder lives here while overseeing marketplace affairs. The fourth elder told Changsheng to seek him out if necessary. Having just arrived, paying that visit is proper and strategically useful. That settles the immediate business. Changsheng now has authority, a clear division of labor, and a place he may use if needed. With the shop tour complete, he and Maio step back into 9 Dragons Market and head for Jade Meal Pavilion. The next part of his introduction will unfold over a shared meal. Fresh from the talisman shop handover, Lu Changsheng and Lu Maio enter Jade Meal Pavilion. Its modest, simply elegant facade cannot compete with the Lu family's shop, yet the room beyond is already booming. Before mealtime, more than half the tables are occupied. Once they sit, Maio orders 2 dishes and 2 servings of spirit rice. Changsheng smiles at the restraint and tells her she need not economize for him. Maio answers just as lightly, 2 dishes will feed them, and anything more would be wasteful. Changsheng can afford generosity. Better living conditions over the last 6 months allowed him to save 306 spirit stones. Before leaving home, he set aside 30 for family expenses and brought the remainder. 1 restaurant meal will not force him to pinch pennies. Her smile no longer carries the polite distance Changsheng remembers. For 6 months, the 2 have studied talisman making together under the 4th elder. Familiarity has made Maio's warmth natural, so he lets the matter drop with an easy agreement. Server does not arrive with an ordinary tray. A water lily as large as a basin is placed on the table. Its bud opens by itself, unfolding around 2 fragrant dishes and 2 bowls of crystal-clear spirit rice, all still steaming. Maio points first to the carp soup. It is Jade Meal Pavilion's signature dish, made from red blood carp supplied by the Yu family of Bai Lake Mountain, and she orders it whenever she visits. Changsheng immediately asks whether the pavilion itself belongs to that family. Maio indicates the other specialty, earth mole meat. Changsheng tries 1 piece. The outside is crisp, the inside tender, juicy, and smooth, and the bite leaves him invigorated. His verdict is immediate tasty, and his chopsticks are already reaching for another. Only after a few bites does Changsheng notice that Maio has not touched her own food. She has simply been watching him enjoy his. He invites her to eat with him. Maio gives a gentle nod, then finally lifts her chopsticks. Her table manners remain perfectly elegant. Her speed does not. Changsheng has taken only a few bites when Maio has eaten 7 or 8, and she finishes while he is not even halfway through his rice. His astonished pause makes her realize she has been noticed. Maio admits with a blush that she normally eats quickly. Changsheng laughs it off and calls himself slow. The embarrassment makes her seem more charming, not less. Up close, the untouchable fairy is simply a person, and familiarity has finally let him see it. Thinking she may still be hungry, Changsheng signals for 2 more dishes and more rice. Maio wipes her mouth with a handkerchief and says she is full. He does not press her. After finishing the remaining food, he asks about the loose cultivator's stalls. Leaving Jade Meal Pavilion, Lu Changsheng explains why he asked about the loose cultivator's stalls. He wants to learn how Nine Dragons market works, but he also has practical goals. Sell talismans, raise spirit stones, and locate treasures needed for the 100 Refinements treasure body art. Io directs him to several free trade streets where the western and southern districts meet. Prices are lower than in proper shops, she warns, but scams are common. Anyone hoping to stumble across an overlooked treasure is far more likely to be cheated. Changsheng smiles and reassures her that he only wants to look around and gain experience. He expects no miraculous bargain. Loose cultivators survive at the bottom by being shrewd. Anyone without that caution would have been eliminated long before he arrived. Still talking, they arrive back at the Liu family spiritual talisman shop. Before they can enter, a bright childish voice calls, "Sister Liu?" Both turn toward a young matron approaching with a little girl in her arms and a lunch box in hand. Matron is Zhang Shan's wife, bringing his meal, and the little girl is their daughter. Dressed in plain goose yellow, with glossy hair pinned in a married woman's bun, she bows slightly to Myoj and addresses her as master. Matron looks mature and charming, perhaps in her late 20s, but Changsheng knows that appearance proves little among cultivators. They often marry and have children later, while youth-preserving and beauty-preserving pills can conceal the passage of years. Myoj herself is proof. She has plainly used beauty-preserving pills. Compared with the woman Changsheng met 5 years ago, she looks almost identical, still carrying the appearance of someone around 20. That realization immediately turns his thoughts toward his own wives. His immortal beauty technique will preserve his own youth, but most of his wives are mortals who will age. He would like to protect them too. Then the cost becomes clear. Fairness means buying more than 10 expensive pills at once. For now, affection must yield to arithmetic. Inside the shop, Myoj gives Zhang Shen only a cool nod before leading Changsheng upstairs. She later explains the restraint. Zhang Shen may be a trusted old employee, but a manager who becomes too familiar with staff will struggle to command them when necessary. Third floor is where Myoj normally cultivates, rests, and draws talismans. Now Changsheng will use it too. 6 months of working together have made them comfortable enough to share the private space without awkwardness, so she continues his instruction there. Changsheng nods to Myoj's advice and listens as she explains the shop's routine affairs and the management experience behind them. The matters are simple enough to absorb. When the lesson ends, Myoj returns to her talisman work, while 2 days of travel finally catch up with Changsheng and he rests. 2 days on the road have left Changsheng and Myoj short on real rest. A brief nap restores his spirits. When he wakes, Myoj is still absorbed in the talisman room while he has no immediate task waiting. He intends to inspect Li Shi and Wang Wu and offer a few pointers. Publicly, Changsheng is a young middle-grade talisman master. In truth, the system gave him complete second-rank mastery and foundations strong enough to advise even the first-grade top-level 4th elder. Li Shi and Wang Wu are making talisman paper when Changsheng enters. Both immediately brighten, stop their hands, and greet, "Second Master." Their voices turn noticeably sweeter. He answers simply, he has come to check their progress and guide them. Both apprentices are pretty young cultivators, but Changsheng feels no urge to pursue them. He wants spiritually rooted mothers for his future children, not every woman he meets. More importantly, courting an apprentice before accomplishing anything as manager would make his new authority look cheap. The apprentices resume their talisman work for him. Changsheng watches with the calm attention of someone who understands every foundation beneath each movement. For Li Shi, however, having the handsome new second master so close turns familiar work into a nerve-wracking examination. Changsheng waves away her anxiety and smiles to reassure her. It has the opposite effect. Color rushes across Li Shi's pretty face, her breath catches, her heart races, and she looks so love-struck that he can only wonder why her face is turning red like a teapot. He has done nothing beyond smile, yet Li Shi can barely compose herself. Changsheng finally recognizes how much his position has changed. He is handsome now, financially comfortable from a respected family, and already accomplished while young. To an ordinary apprentice, that combination is devastating. Changsheng suppresses his smile, settles his face into cool indifference, and tells Li Shi, "Continue." At last he understands why Myoj so often appears aloof and otherworldly. Exceptional looks create their own nuisance, and distance can be a practical form of control. With the room settled, Changsheng can judge the work itself. Li Shi and Wang Wu both possess solid basic talisman foundations. They are no longer raw beginners. In technical ability, each is already close to attempting genuine lower-grade talismans. Changsheng could begin teaching lower-grade talismans, but chooses not to. That step would consume most of the women's time and energy, pulling them away from the work the shop currently depends on. Advancement can wait until it will not disrupt daily production. Changsheng limits the session to the work already before them, using his deep foundations to correct and guide without launching a consuming new course of study. The apprentices return to their duties, and his first inspection ends without upsetting the production schedule. With the second master out of the room, the professional tension finally loosens. Li Shi and Wang Wu no longer need to pretend his presence meant nothing. Their private conversation turns from his talent and appearance to the obvious question neither could safely ask while he stood beside them. Wang Wu does not bother denying it. Of course she likes him, but liking him changes nothing when they are not worthy of the second master. Her standard has fallen so completely before him that she admits she would be content even to marry him as a concubine. Her despair is striking because neither woman lacks prospects. Female cultivators are prized in a world where cultivator men outnumber women, and both apprentices have enough talisman talent to envision becoming elementary talisman masters. That achievement could earn either one a respectable marriage. Beside Changsheng, handsome, well-born, prosperous, and already a middle-grade talisman master, even those respectable prospects feel small. The two apprentices return to their work with the same conclusion. Ordinary marriage offers do not matter when the man they like seems far beyond their reach. Leaving the two apprentices to their work upstairs, Lu Changsheng descends to the public sales floor. He is not merely sightseeing. As the shop's incoming second master, he wants to know what the business carries and whether any of it can strengthen him. 3 purchases interest him most: a magical instrument drawing pen, supreme talisman paper, and supreme spirit ink. Better materials would not create his skill, but they could finally let that skill work without his tools dragging it down. At the 3rd level of energy refinement, superior-grade talismans had been painfully unreliable. He managed only a dozen or so for emergencies. Since breaking through to the 4th level, he can draw simpler ones, but even now, only 40 to 50% succeed. Most talisman masters would call that result remarkable. Changsheng calls it insufficient. Selling the talismans can wait. First, he wants a larger reserve protecting every journey between 9 Dragons Market and Qingzhou Mountain. 1 ambush is enough to make that caution feel practical. Shelves reveal a business built on volume. Lower-grade talismans dominate, followed by basic and middle-grade stock with only a few superior-grade pieces. Pens, paper, spirit ink, raw ingredients, and talisman books fill out the trade. At the top of that market, a single supreme talisman can sell for more than 200 spirit stones. The figure is dazzling, but it is not effortless profit. Failure consumes expensive materials, working time, and the master's energy. Even the 4th elder, a first-grade top-level talisman master, sells only 3 supreme talismans each month because failure remains so common. Changsheng quietly recognizes the exception. For him, talisman making comes almost as naturally as eating and drinking. Tempting or not, Changsheng refuses to rush. His spirit stones must first fund materials for the 100 Refinement's treasure body art. Tomorrow he will search Southwest Street for suitable resources and see whether selling some of his own talismans can finance them. Changsheng asks Zhang Shan for the real cost prices, and the veteran shopkeeper answers without concealment. A lower-grade magical instrument pen costs 43 spirit stones. Middle grade costs 139. Superior grade leaps all the way to 500. The price is high because the Lu family has no artifact refiner and must purchase every magical instrument pen elsewhere. Talisman paper and spirit ink are less straightforward. Some qualities are made in-house, while others combine family production with outsourced work. 500 spirit stones is too much to divert from body refinement. Changsheng settles on the balanced option. When the time comes, he will take a middle-grade magical instrument pen from the shop at its 139 stone cost price. And Changsheng stops thinking like a customer. He asks about daily revenue, overall sales, which talismans move fastest, and what quantities the shop buys at which prices. Zhang Shan's answers begin turning shelves and stock into a working business model. With the inspection complete, Changsheng leaves the shop beside Lu Maioj. Their next destination is the Lu family's large compound in the Eastern District, where the elder responsible for the clan's business is waiting to meet its new second master. Leaving the talisman shop behind, Lu Changsheng follows Lu Maioj deeper into 9 Dragons Market. Even at their brisk pace, the walk to the Lu family's Eastern District compound takes nearly half an hour, giving him his first real sense of the marketplace's scale. The courtyard occupies nearly 2,000 square meters. It is smaller than the Lu quarters in Qingzhou Valley, yet here, where every measure of land is precious, it is unmistakably a major property. Changsheng cannot help asking Maioj what such a place costs. Maioj does not know the exact figure, but compounds this large are usually leased for at least 3 to 5 years, at several dozen to 100 spirit stones annually. Changsheng calculates that buying one could demand several thousand. Apparently, acquiring a home is difficult in every world. Inside, Maioj asks the house steward whether the second elder is home. He is resting in the back courtyard. The steward leads them through the compound, carrying Changsheng from speculation about the Lu family's wealth to his first meeting with the man who manages its business. Second elder is difficult to mistake, tall, white-haired, and dressed in green, with an unusually rosy, youthful complexion. He rests one hand on a jade bamboo cane. His calm posture still carries imposing authority. This is the Lu Senior who oversees clan business and is often away traveling. Changsheng bows and addresses him as second elder. Myoj bows at the same moment, calling him great uncle. The elder nods and looks over the Lu family's new middle-grade talisman master, the young man who will now hold authority in the clan's marketplace shop. Later, the gathering hall is no longer quiet. Beside the second elder and Myoj wait 2 Lu family managers of Lu Yuanding's generation and 5 younger disciples. The banquet is Changsheng's introduction to the relatives and clan members who make up the family's permanent presence in 9 Dragons Market. One person captures Changsheng's attention immediately. Beside Myoj stands her younger sister, Lu Myohyun, the proud beauty who once met him for matchmaking. Tonight her fitted dress is white and embroidered with cranes, paired with white silk stockings and silver heels patterned like flowing clouds. Myohyun catches him looking. With one sharp HMPH, she turns her head away. Changsheng merely smiles and pretends not to notice. He rejected her only half a year ago and married Lu Myohyun instead. For someone as proud as Myohyun, resentment is hardly surprising. As the banquet winds down, every local Lu relative except Myohyun treats Lu Changsheng warmly. Their friendliness is not accidental. He is easygoing, has offended no one, and his reputation as a middle-grade talisman master makes him worth knowing. It is exactly the kind of integration the clan has been encouraging. As everyone leaves, a young relative named Lu Myocheng hooks an arm over Changsheng's shoulders like an old friend. Calling himself Brother Cheng and the local host, he offers to take the newcomer out tomorrow to read books and taste tea. New books and teas arrived only yesterday, he adds, giving Changsheng a decidedly meaningful look. Changsheng asks with careful emphasis whether this reading and tea tasting is legitimate. Myocheng checks their surroundings, lowers his voice, and cheerfully assures him that, of course, he would not take him anywhere reputable. Wouldn't Changsheng like to broaden his horizons? The answer confirms every suspicion Changsheng had. Changsheng can only think, I am your brother-in-law. What kind of brother-in-law tries to broaden his horizons this way the moment he arrives? He refuses. Bored and disappointed, Myocheng says the invitation remains open and boasts that he knows every corner of 9 Dragons Market. He had expected Changsheng's reputation to mean they were kindred spirits. Back in his room, Changsheng meditates and cultivates for 2 hours, then lies down. Sleep refuses to come. The problem is not danger or unfamiliar surroundings, but absence. After so many nights cuddling a wife or concubine, suddenly being alone leaves him restless, uneasy, and unable to settle. Rather than waste the night, Changsheng takes his tools from his storage bag and begins drawing. 1 middle-grade talisman becomes 3. The work finally leaves his mind fatigued enough to rest. He takes a sip of white jade 100 flowers wine, returns to bed, and this time gradually falls asleep. After a simple breakfast, Changsheng finds his sister-in-law and shop mentor, Lu Myoj, so they can walk to the spiritual talisman shop together. Myohyun is chatting with her sister when he approaches. The instant she notices him, her conversation stops. She gives him an icy snort, her beautiful face full of disdain. Myoj apologizes. Hyun has that temperament, she says, but means no harm. The night before, Myohyun had demanded to know why Changsheng came to 9 Dragons Market. Myoj answered honestly. The 4th elder intends to hand the spiritual talisman shop over for Changsheng to manage. Changsheng does not blame her. During their matchmaking, Myohyun's pride made her seem unwilling. Then when she finally agreed, he rejected her and married someone else. Anyone would be vexed, especially a proud young lady. Changsheng also admits to himself that beauty softens his judgment. He is naturally more forgiving toward an attractive woman. Their conversation lasts until they reach the Lu family spiritual talisman shop. With no pressing work arranged for the day, Changsheng tells Myoj he wants to look around 9 Dragons Market. It is his first chance to explore the place on his own terms rather than simply traveling between the shop and the clan compound. Myoj falls silent, then warns him not to follow Myocheng to any unseemly places. Changsheng is stunned. Brother Cheng merely slapped his shoulder and exchanged a few words last night, yet that alone is enough to make Myoj suspicious. Just how terrible is this man's reputation? Changsheng suddenly feels like a husband already caught outside a courtesan's quarters. Changsheng immediately distances himself from Brother Cheng. Yes, Myocheng invited him to read and taste tea, but he refused outright. His real destination is the Loose Cultivators Market on Southwest Street. Reassured, Myoj offers to send Li Shi or Wang Wu as a guide. Changsheng declines that too. He wants to wander around by himself. After leaving Myoj and wandering the streets alone, Lu Changsheng slips into a deserted alley. He has not come to Southwest Street merely to browse. Before he can investigate private sales, he needs to stop looking like the Lu family shop's unforgettable new master. He puts on a human skin mask and covers his magical robe with a wide gray-brown one. Prepared liquid darkens his hands and neck. His handsome face vanishes, replaced by an ordinary dark-skinned young man. Only his tall, slender stature remains unchanged. Appearance is only half the problem. Changsheng activates a middle-grade aura concealment talisman, and his spiritual presence retracts. Its effect far surpasses the concealment technique he has only begun learning. Without a late-stage energy refinement cultivator deliberately using spiritual eye technique, his level should remain hidden. Contrast confirms why Changsheng rarely sinks too much time into spells. Learning them is slow and laborious, while the right talisman can often do the same job better. For a talisman master with secrets to protect, carrying the solution is sometimes wiser than cultivating it. Stepping back onto the street, Changsheng sighs that being handsome can be troublesome. The joke hides a real concern. If someone recognizes him selling talismans privately and then sees the same man managing the Lu family shop, explaining that coincidence would be painfully awkward. Local mortal youth offers his services as a guide. Changsheng agrees to be shown around, but immediately asks whether the boy can make change for spirit stones. The youth's brief regret is obvious. This disguised cultivator will not be carelessly overpaying, yet his enthusiasm returns at once. Changsheng hands over a previously used spirit stone weighing about 4 or 5 liang. The youth examines and weighs it carefully, then returns 2 spirit stone shards. Only after settling the payment does he ask what his new customer wants to buy or learn. Changsheng asks for the trading stalls. The guide points them toward Southwest Street, roughly half an hour away on foot, then encourages him to name anything specific. Guiding fees are small. The real profit comes from leading cultivators into shops that reward the referral. Changsheng first asks about rare treasures and exotic goods. The youth recommends Qingyun Commerce Guild and Myriad Treasures Pavilion, broad selections, reasonable prices, and guaranteed quality. If Changsheng would rather spend less, he also knows smaller shops with reliable goods. Guide plainly wants the commission from bringing a cultivator into a shop, but that does not make his advice worthless. As a mortal, deliberately deceiving a cultivator could cost him his life. He may sell enthusiastically, yet he cannot afford to lead Changsheng blindly astray. And Changsheng asks the question behind this entire disguise: which shops will buy talismans? The youth immediately launches into another stream of recommendations as they continue toward Southwest Street. Among the businesses he names is the Qingzhou Lu family's own spiritual talisman shop. Youth keeps talking as they walk, but Lu Changsheng is listening more carefully than he appears. The guide's description of the Qingzhou Lu family's spiritual talisman shop almost perfectly matches what Zhang Shan told him yesterday. The boy may chase commissions, yet his information is credible. An quaint, ancient-looking pagoda catches Lu's eye. Its sign reads White Jade Tower. He immediately remembers Hangya saying that he paid a considerable price there for Jier and Shuyer, the 2 favored maids later gifted into Lu's household. Youth follows Lu's gaze and launches into another practiced explanation. White Jade Tower matches matrimonial alliances, introduces wives and concubines, and sells maids. Anyone seeking to expand a household can inquire there. It is also an established brand, with branches across many marketplaces and even in Immortal City. Lu's eyebrows rise. Could Hangya's White Jade Tower and this one be the same organization, merely different branches? If so, its business is far larger than he imagined. He does not treat the guess as fact. The next time Hangya writes, Lu will ask him directly. Lu asks the question that truly matters to him. Does White Jade Tower have wives, concubines, or maids with spiritual roots? He has never abandoned his search for a suitable fairy. Jier and Shuyer satisfied him, and companions able to cultivate would fit his family-building path even better. At the entrance to Southwest Street, the youth gives one final warning. Anyone setting up a stall must pay 1 spirit stone at the fee collection booth. Lu can only think that 9 Dragons market charges for everything. Beyond the booth, lanterns frame 2 orderly rows of stalls and a dense, noisy crowd. Lu waves the youth away, saying the task is complete and he will wander alone. The guide bows and unleashes a breathless litany of luck, success, fortune, and flourishing cultivation. Lu walks on without offering a tip. The youth is not disappointed. Patrons generous enough to tip are rare. Although Lu came prepared to sell talismans, he does not expose his stock immediately. First, he will look for anything useful or interesting and learn the local prices. In an unfamiliar market, a patient survey can reveal both what goods are worth and how discreetly he should sell his own. Street assaults him with possibilities. One seller promises nearly new second-hand vestment robes. Another advertises red-striped tiger meat slaughtered last night. 10-year black truffles go for 3 spirit stones per pound, or 10 for 3 pounds. Nearby, a medicine hawker claims 1 fresh ascension elixir will melt away every worldly trouble. Browsing soon becomes buying. Lu starts gathering the spiritual materials required by the 100 Refinement's treasure body technique, taking advantage of the market's variety while he has it before him. Yet every useful piece consumes more spirit stones. His bundle grows, his purse lightens, and the expense of strengthening the body becomes painfully real. With another bundle of body refinement materials in hand, Lu Changsheng can only sigh. Spirit stones vanish frighteningly fast. Still disguised among Southwest Street's crowds, he reins himself in. From now on, anything tempting must survive a full circuit of comparison before he returns to buy it. Instead of merely looking at merchandise, Lu studies the people. Whenever bargaining, gossip, or an argument sounds useful, he pauses at the edge and listens. Price by price and trick by trick, the loose cultivators broaden his understanding of how this market truly works. One failed trade catches his ear. An elegant middle-aged man withdraws a rough black iron lump, no larger than an egg, after a stall rejects it as useless. A woman in blue steps closer and politely asks the question now forming in everyone's mind. What does this supposed magical artifact fragment actually do? Seller admits it has no known effect. Its only remarkable quality is hardness. When he hacked it with a middle-grade flying sword, the sword, not the lump, came away notched. Curiosity ripples through the listeners. Someone offers 20 spirit stones, but the seller has been asking 100. Lu needs a different test. As he touches the lump, he quietly circulates the 100 Refinement's treasure body art. His fingertips redden. At once, he senses heaven and earth essence far more vigorous than anything in the materials he bought earlier. Whatever this object truly is, it is no worthless scrap. Discovery creates a new problem. Lu has only 140 spirit stones left. Paying 100 in cash would leave almost nothing for the rest of the market. Then the day's overheard bargains supply the answer. Loose cultivators often trade goods because few carry large reserves of spirit stones. Lu calmly asks whether 2 superior-grade talismans can offset part of the price. He produces a flying ascension talisman and a golden light barrier talisman. The seller's eyes brighten at once. Declaring that he will not take advantage, he values the pair at 70 spirit stones and asks for 30 more. The terms suit Lu, but he does not surrender caution. First, he asks to inspect the mark supposedly left by the flying sword strike. Only after checking the seller's claim does he complete the exchange. Both superior-grade talismans, 30 spirit stones, and the black fragment passes into his possession. The onlookers immediately dissect his purchase. With no enchantments left, the piece must have broken from something large. Yet fragments like this are notoriously difficult to melt. Those capable of using one would not want it, while those who want it cannot use it. To an energy refinement cultivator, it seems pointless. Whose purpose is one none of them can see. If this really is magical treasure material and he can incorporate it into his body, the gamble may become a small fortune. Completing the 100 Refinement's treasure body art's first layer would make his flesh as strong as a lower-grade magical instrument, a qualitative leap. Yality keeps his excitement measured. More than half a year of practice has strengthened his body, but the first layer remains distant. Body refinement consumes both time and money. Over 100 spirit stones in earlier materials, then another 100 for this uncertain shard. That much conspicuous spending can invite trouble. Lu leaves Southwest Street. Changsheng does not carry his expensive new fragment straight home. He leaves Southwest Street, slips onto a nearby road, and spends 1 spirit stone on an inn room. Privacy is worth the price when a single hidden mark could lead danger to his door. Inside, Lu draws out a middle-grade purification talisman and activates it over himself. Such talismans can strip away the tracking marks cultivator techniques leave behind. The cleansing force passes without finding anything. Only then does tension ease from his face. No one has marked him. Relief does not become complacency. Lu remembers leaving Bullhead Mountain after a sale and being targeted almost at once. 2 comfortable years with the Lu family have dulled some of the caution he once carried like a man walking on thin ice. He silently sharpens that rule again. Safety is when vigilance matters most. He waits another half hour before leaving. The human skin mask keeps him dark-featured and ordinary, the sort of face a witness forgets moments later. With time added between his movements and no tracking mark detected, Lu circles back into Southwest Street beneath the same forgettable disguise. Lu has spent heavily today and earned nothing, so returning immediately would waste the market trip. He already owns enough spiritual materials to cultivate the 100 Refinement's treasure body art for some time. Instead of buying again, he decides to convert surplus goods back into spirit stones. He lays out his privately accumulated talismans and 3 surplus magic artifacts. The artifacts are expendable now that he has the green-faced sword and ample talismans. The 3 storage bags are different. One carries miscellaneous goods, another holds talismans, and all may prove useful later. Those stay with him. An hour crawls past. Shoppers glance at the stall, then continue toward familiar vendors. For all the foot traffic, Lu moves only 5 or 6 talismans. His goods are not the problem. His position is buried too far back, where passing interest rarely becomes a sale. 9 Dragons Market is crowded with talisman and artifact sellers. Established stalls have reputations and repeat customers. Lu has neither. His slightly lower prices cannot close that gap. A dramatic cut might, but disrupting the market would make every competitor remember him. Profit is useless if it purchases attention. Lu packs up. He can accept a modest wholesale discount, but not an endless wait. Carrying the stock from stall to stall, he asks whether anyone will buy his talismans and artifacts in bulk. 3 approaches lead nowhere. At the 4th, an owner finally asks his price. Lu names the batch, 30 lower grade talismans and 5 middle grade. His offer is already 10% below the marked price. The owner counters with half price for everything. Lu does not haggle against an insult. He turns away at once, at 50% off, selling them himself is better. The insult clarifies his best option. Lu turns from predatory stalls to established spiritual talisman shops, dividing the stock instead of exposing the whole cache to one buyer. Different approaches and disposable faces keep any single witness from connecting the volume to him. It takes more time, but caution and commerce can serve the same plan. Changsheng's divided sales have worked. Leaving the last spiritual talisman shop, he counts 366 spirit stones earned and more than 400 in hand. That is enough. There will be other days to sell, while pushing onward now only multiplies risk, and all 5 disposable faces he brought are already gone. He does not waste time on another clothing change. At a nearby magic artifact shop, Lu lays out 3 artifacts taken from the Bullhead Mountain robbers. The shopkeeper inspects them, calls them old and defective, warns they could break during use, and offers 30 spirit stones each. Lu nearly laughs at the claim. He examined these artifacts himself. The robbers treated them carefully, there is no damage, and 90% new is fair. He names his floor, spirit stones for all 3, then turns as if the matter is over. The shopkeeper quickly raises the total to 100. Gap closes only after more bargaining, 115 spirit stones for the set. Lu accepts. The 3 artifacts were useful spoils, but they are redundant beside his green-faced sword and abundant talismans. Their value is better in his purse, especially when this very shop holds equipment that can solve a more urgent weakness. Green wind boots are comfortable and carefully made. Green wind wolf pelt is reinforced with spiritual silkworm thread. Even the dyeing and embroidered magic circles are meticulous. This is not ornament for ornament's sake. The moment Lu tries them, his body feels light, as though a light body skill has become permanent. Their active abilities matter even more. They can carry him swiftly across water and strengthen his wind control skill. Lu judges the price against the moment trouble finds him. Speed can decide whether he escapes at all. Satisfied with the style, comfort, and effects, he asks the only question left: how much? The answer is 210 spirit stones, or the shopkeeper claims 200 as a favor after their earlier deal. Lu has just watched this man begin at 30 per artifact, so he answers with 140. The merchant praises every material and stitch, retreats to 195, and keeps bargaining until Lu wins the boots for 160. Lu does not stop with mobility. His 5 ordinary masks are exhausted, so he also buys a human skin mask that is itself a magical instrument, a reusable answer to repeated identity changes. Boots and mask together cost 210 spirit stones. The weight of his purse drops sharply, but his ability to travel and trade safely rises with it. The expense still stings, but Lu settles the argument with himself. Money is meant to be spent, and equipment is the last place to be miserly. In 10 days to half a month, he can return with another talisman batch and refill the purse. For now, better speed and a reusable face are worth more than idle stones. Changsheng does not trust one successful sale to mean he is safe. He rents a room at another inn, shuts himself away, and activates a purification talisman. Only after confirming that nobody has marked him for tracking does he bring out his new mask. He puts on the human skin mask and nudges it with his mental spirit. The face in the mirror becomes Li Feiyu's. Another thought makes the features flow again. Lu nods, delighted. Unlike his exhausted ordinary masks, this one can be reused whenever he needs a different identity. Result is useful, not flawless. This is still only a lower-grade magical instrument. A late-stage energy refinement cultivator examining him with spiritual eye technique could notice inconsistencies. Lu accepts the limit. If scrutiny comes, he can layer another mask over it. Protecting his real face is what matters. For the actual departure, Lu chooses no recognizable likeness at all. He reshapes himself into an ordinary passerby, leaves the inn, and wins left and right through 9 Dragons Market. The reusable face is already serving its purpose. No observer can easily connect the departing guest to Lu Changsheng. Inside the alley, Lu lets his own features return. In his Qingju-embroidered robe and new green wind boots, he looks handsome and elegant, like a graceful pine in the wind. He is about to rejoin the street when a nearby courtyard door opens. Voluptuous woman steps out wearing little more than thin pink gauze. Her eyes brighten at the sight of him. With a coquettish smile, she asks whether the young master has come seeking pleasure and offers to bring him inside for 5 spirit stones. Lu can only stare, baffled by the ambush. Danger reveals itself as she approaches. Her beauty alone should not shake a man with Lu's experience, yet her voice, movements, and nearness make his heart restless and eager to surrender to desire. Recognizing that the impulse is being forced upon him, he resists, gets out of the alley, and leaves her to return to her courtyard. Out on the street, Lu releases a long breath. He feels no longing now, only relief. The woman was probably no more than a middle to late-stage Qi Refinement cultivator, yet she still enchanted him. Against a stronger specialist, his body full of talismans and even his talisman treasures might become useless if he cannot act. His conclusion is blunt. Increasing his own strength is the true path. He also adopts an immediate rule: no more careless wandering through empty alleys. Nine Dragons Market has good public order, but secluded corners can still hide heretic cultivators, robbers, or sudden accidents. From now on, he will keep to crowded streets. On the way back, Lu passes White Jade Tower. The establishment deals in marriage introductions, concubines, and maids, services that intersect neatly with his plan to expand his household through women who possess spiritual roots. Rather than continue past, he turns inside to ask the question directly. A woman in a red dress approaches with a professional smile. Lu wastes no time on euphemism. Does White Jade Tower have maids or concubines with a spiritual root? The attendant freezes for a beat. His handsome appearance and elegant bearing do not suggest a crude joke, so she studies him more carefully. Longer the attendant observes him, the warmer her smile becomes. A customer asking for spiritually rooted women may represent serious business, and Lu's presentation supports the impression. She promptly takes charge of the inquiry and leads him away from the public hall toward the second floor. Second floor is arranged differently from the hall below. Instead of an open customer space, it is divided into many private rooms. The attendant guides Lu through the quieter corridor, making clear that his request has moved beyond a casual front desk exchange. At one private room, the attendant stops and knocks. Lu waits at her side, still wearing his own face, Qingzhu embroidered robe, and green wind boots. The door remains closed. For a suspended moment, whoever controls this consultation is present only as silence on the other side. "Come in." The answer is languorous and tantalizing, a voice so soul-stirring that even hearing it makes the spirit tremble. After his alley encounter, Lu has every reason to notice that effect. The chapter closes with him poised outside the door, about to meet the woman who will handle his request. A languorous invitation from behind the door is answered at once. The red-dressed attendant pushes it open and leads Lu Changsheng inside, completing the final step of his search for spiritually rooted concubines or maids. Chamber is surprisingly restrained. An old-fashioned table and chairs stand beside a bookshelf. Near the window, smoke curls from a purple incense burner, spreading a faint sandalwood fragrance through a space designed to feel elegant and comfortable rather than gaudy. Beside that window sits Feng Jiyunyang, a beautiful woman in her 30s with a scroll in one hand and strong tea in the other. Black hair forms a cloud bun beneath a golden phoenix hairpin, framing an image of cultivated dignity. Dignity does nothing to lessen the provocation. Her black mist-gauze dress, long-sleeve gloves, silk stockings, crossed legs, and loosely suspended phoenix bird heel turn the poised reader into a deliberate temptation. Lu cannot help giving her a second look. But this is not the coercive charm he encountered in the alley. Lu senses no bewitching technique at work. Feng is simply alluring from head to toe, able to stir desire merely by sitting there. White Jade Tower, he realizes, understands men's hearts extremely well. Feng finishes her sip, leaving a bright red mark on the porcelain, and sets aside her scroll without haste. Her smile is soft and practiced. She receives him as young Master Han. Lu maintains the name Han Li, while his hostess identifies herself as Feng Jiyunyang. Once they are seated, Feng pours tea and gently confirms that this is young Master Han's first visit. Lu admits it is. She welcomes him as an honored customer, then gives White Jade Tower's promise: everyone who enters should leave satisfied. Feng now comes directly to business. Whether Han intends to take a concubine or buy a maid, she asks him to name every requirement. With those conditions in hand, she can select and recommend the women most likely to suit him. After a moment's thought, Lu gives the real priority first. She must possess a spiritual root. She should also be well-behaved, sensible, and not too old. As for beauty and figure, average or better is enough. Exceptional looks are not what brought him here. Ideally, Lu wants someone like Zhenjin, alone, dependable, and free of troublesome attachments. That is the point of coming through White Jade Tower. If he is going to expand his household, he wants the intermediary to spare him hidden complications later. Feng catches the distinction and asks whether he wants only concubines and maids, not a wife. Lu answers without hesitation: exactly. He tries to treat his household fairly, but this visit began from practical calculation. He will not turn that kind of transaction into the choice of a formal wife. With his conditions settled, Feng Jiyunyang makes her selection. 5 jade slips are placed on the table before Lu, each holding a prospective candidate for him to inspect. The polished introduction is over. Now he must discover what White Jade Tower is actually offering. Lu Changsheng begins where the 5 choices left him. Still posing as Han Li, he lifts the first jade slip, presses it to his forehead, and reaches inside with his mental spirit. A vivid image opens before him. A young woman in yellow, 18 or 19, with an above-average face and figure. The portrait is meant to be appealing, but her eyes are dull and lifeless. The smile is plainly forced. Lu gives a slight shake of his head. Whatever brought this woman to White Jade Tower, she does not look as though she chose the result gladly. Second image offers no relief. A woman in white, somewhere in her 20s, wears the same numb eyes and forced smile. The third is older, in her late 20s, beautiful and plump with the dignified maturity of a young married woman. Her gaze is less empty, but reluctance remains unmistakable. Fourth woman feels almost startlingly normal by comparison. She is in her 20s, beautiful and lovely in a purple dress, and her sweet smile forms two shallow dimples. For the first time among the 5 records, Lu sees an expression that does not look dragged into place. And the fifth image overturns his expectations. The girl is cute, petite, and exquisitely proportioned, but above her head rise 2 fluffy fox ears while a matching tail curls behind her. They do not look ornamental. They look as natural as any human limb. She demon race, Lu wonders, or a half-demon? His reading supplies a possibility. Powerful demon beasts can refine their vertebrae and transformed great demons can have children with humans. Those descendants may inherit features from both bloodlines. The ears and tail make the question impossible to dismiss. Feng's answer turns curiosity into arithmetic. The fox-eared girl has reached 7th level energy refinement and possesses a 6th grade spiritual root. Those are exceptional terms beside Lu's own needs. Then comes the betrothal gift, 48 middle grade spirit stones. The attractive possibility becomes a serious financial commitment in a single breath. Who had thought the beast-eared girl was quite appealing? At that price he backs out instantly. 48 middle grade spirit stones would buy only the betrothal itself. Her future expenses would still follow, and White Jade Tower would charge its mediation fee on top. Curiosity is one thing, an open-ended drain is another. Feng gives him the alternative plainly. The purple-dressed woman is at 6th level energy refinement, has a 7th grade spiritual root, and places no special demands on her partner. Her betrothal gift is 19 middle grade spirit stones. It is far below the fox girl's price, and still enough to deepen Lu's frown. Feng does not lower the price. Instead, she explains the market. Women with spiritual roots who are willing to serve are rare and have always been in short supply. Neither of these two asks much by White Jade Tower's standards. If Lu waits several days, another customer may take an interest first. If those two are too expensive, Feng suggests he can consider the first 3 maids. Lu does not pretend he missed what their portraits showed. He answers tactfully but directly. Those 3 seem reluctant. The conversation stops being about faces and aptitude. Now it is about what trouble that reluctance might conceal. Feng tells Mr. Han that each woman came to White Jade Tower for her own reasons, but the buyer will not inherit those past entanglements. Purchase any of the 3, she says, and no karmic consequences will fall upon him. It is the exact assurance Lu wanted when he began this search. Tower's reputation, Feng continues, rests on long-term business. Every maid comes with a 3-year after-sales guarantee. If trouble arises during that period, White Jade Tower will take responsibility and provide a satisfactory solution. She takes a sip of tea, red lips curling into a seductive smile, utterly confident in the promise. Lu nods. A business that depends on its reputation would not casually make a promise this specific. The 3 women still look unfortunate, but their histories no longer seem likely to follow him home as hidden enemies or debts. With the expensive pair set aside, he turns back to the first 3 and prepares to ask what happened to them and what each will cost. Spiritual root maids are far harder to obtain than Lu expected. There are more male than female cultivators, and few cultivators truly abandon desire. Even cultivation families buy such women for future generations. Scarcity, competition, and the hope of spiritually gifted descendants all drive the prices upward. Lu points to the 3 unfortunate-looking candidates and asks for their circumstances and prices. Feng begins without hesitation. The first is at 2nd level energy refinement, has a 9th grade spiritual root, and costs 150 spirit stones. The second is 4th level, 7th grade, and costs 650. Third woman is stronger still, 6th level energy refinement with a 6th grade spiritual root. Her price is 15 middle grade spirit stones. Lu nods as the full scale becomes clear. All 3 prices are plausible, but every improvement in cultivation and aptitude makes the cost leap. First woman costs only 150 spirit stones, the price of a middle grade magic artifact. Lu dresses his self-interest as mercy. These women have fallen on hard times, and joining his household to bear children must be better than remaining here. With that rationalization settled, he chooses the first candidate. Feng promises complete personal information and a full health examination before purchase. There is one complication. The woman is not in 9 Dragons Market. She is held at another White Jade Tower branch. If Master Han is certain, he must first pay a deposit so Feng can arrange her transfer. Full price remains 150 spirit stones. The deposit is 30. Feng cannot promise an exact arrival date yet, but delivery will take no longer than 1 month. Lu answers with a simple agreement, takes out the 30 spirit stones, and pays without wasting another moment. Feng produces a spiritual contract and the woman's records. The terms cut both ways. If Lu abandons the purchase, his deposit is gone. If White Jade Tower misses the 1-month deadline, cannot deliver her, or supplies someone who does not match the description, it must refund him and provide double compensation. Cheapest candidate finally has a name, Xiao Yuyao. She is 19 at 2nd level energy refinement and possesses a 9th grade spiritual root. She once belonged to an energy refining family, but that family was destroyed and she was sold to White Jade Tower. Her record reports perfect health. With the purchase arranged, Lu leaves White Jade Tower. Feng Jiyunyang lingers in his thoughts. Every movement of the manageress seemed steeped in seduction, enough to make him wonder whether the tower ever sold its own people. He grins, shakes his head at the fantasy, and turns toward the spiritual talisman shop. Quarter of an hour later, Lu reaches the Lu family spiritual talisman shop. He gives the employees a small nod rather than stopping downstairs, then heads directly upward. The negotiation's sensual atmosphere falls behind him as he enters the quiet 3rd floor. Side the window, Lu Myoj is deeply absorbed in a book. Her long hair falls loose over her shoulders, and her white dress follows her graceful figure. At the sound of Lu entering, she turns just enough to show her stunning profile and greets him softly. "Changsheng, you're back." Lu smiles and calls her sister Myoj. The sight gives him an immediate sense of déjà vu. Feng Jiyunyang had also been reading beside a window when he entered, yet the resemblance ends there. Feng's every gesture invited attention. Myoj's quiet concentration feels cool, graceful, and entirely different. But the moment Lu sits, Myoj's delicate brows draw together. Her eyes shift from the book to him. Without asking a question, she studies him and takes one small, deliberate sniff. Lu's easy return suddenly feels far less ordinary. Lu notices Myoj's tiny, deliberate sniff and quietly copies it. The answer is immediate: sandalwood mingled with a woman's fragrance. Both came from his private discussion with Feng Jiyunyang inside White Jade Tower. A ridiculous suspicion flashes through him. Does she think he visited a brothel? Myoj's detached expression offers no answer and guilt catches in his chest. Then reason pushes back. He went there to purchase a maid. Why should that make him guilty? Lu casually tells Sister Myoj that he passed White Jade Tower, went inside, and inquired about buying a maid. He was never planning to hide it. If the transfer succeeds, the woman will eventually live at his side. Better to say so now. Lu turns the explanation into a practical question. Is White Jade Tower reliable? Myoj answers softly that its establishments appear throughout Jiang country's marketplaces. She has heard of no trouble attached to them, and their reputation is good. Myoj expands the scale. White Jade Tower's influence reaches beyond Jiang country into many nations of the southern wilderness cultivation realm. More startling still, a nascent sole true monarch stands behind it. Lu cannot hide his surprise. Vastness only sharpens Lu's priorities. Heritage, lineage, and a name preserved by descendants cannot compare with his own cultivation, strength, and lifespan. He takes wives, concubines, and fathers children for one purpose: to become immortal and leave his own legend. Myoj sees that determination and reaches a different conclusion. She believes Lu has taken her words earnestly to heart. The misunderstanding softens her reserved face, and a faint smile appears. Myoj, Lu's progress is already remarkable. He began as a farmer's son with a 9th grade spiritual root, rejected by the immortal sects. He entered the Lu family as a son-in-law, then climbed step by step through the talisman path and surpassed many better-born cultivators. After they chat a little longer, Lu excuses himself and crosses into the resting room. By now, this private chamber on the 3rd floor has effectively become his own, a secure place to cultivate and examine what he cannot expose downstairs. Lone, Lu retrieves the marketplace purchase, an uneven, unremarkable piece of black iron. Its true identity remains uncertain. But if it really broke from a magical treasure, then the object in his palm is worth far more than what he risked to obtain it. Lu has a decisive test. The 100 Refinement's treasure body art includes a sacrificial refinement technique. If that method can refine this iron, the fragment's identity is confirmed, and the same success will allow him to integrate its essence into his body cultivation. Without further delay, Lu begins. Mental spirit surges together with spiritual power, wrapping the black iron like an invisible flame. His attention narrows completely around the stubborn fragment as the long sacrificial refinement gets underway. The invisible refinement does not end in a single sitting. Lu Changsheng cultivates until evening, when Lu Myoj knocks on the resting room door. He finally breaks his concentration, leaves the shop with her, and returns to the Lu family courtyard in the Eastern District. Following days settle into a demanding rhythm: talisman making, cultivation, and continued refinement of the black iron. Lu moves constantly between courtyard and shop. Whenever business requires an owner's judgment, Myoj explains the proper response, then trusts Lu to handle the matter himself. Umaya Cheng comes looking for him several times, inviting him to read or enjoy tea. Lu refuses every invitation. Myoj already warned him not to associate too closely with Maya Cheng, and Lu dislikes that sort of place anyway. If he wants company, why not buy maids or take concubines? Half a month after the process began, Lu stands again in the third-floor resting room. The black fragment finally floats before him, fully refined. Delight flashes in his eyes. He opens his robe across his muscular chest, forms the spell, and commands, "Condense!" The iron sinks into him bit by bit. 100 Refinement's treasure body art need not transform the whole body at once. It can advance part by part. This fragment now supplies that gradual cultivation, but Lu estimates it will last no more than 1 year. That is enough. Perhaps the system will grant him a true magical treasure before it runs dry. Initial progress will unlock another mystery, the Baegu method. Magical treasure power can nurture the sternum, hand bones, leg bones, spine, and skull until they become treasure bones. Like spirit talismans engraved within the skeleton, they could release part of a magical treasure's power even while Lu remains in Qi Refinement. Refinement ends while it is still early, and Lu has not visited Southwest Street for some time. He tells Myoj he is going out. She neither prize nor objects. Once outside, he changes his appearance, visits 3 talisman shops, and sells over 100 low-grade and more than 30 middle-grade talismans for 259 spirit stones. Lu treats every completed sale as a fresh security risk. After each shop, he enters an inn and changes both his appearance and his clothes again. Before moving on, he deliberately checks whether anyone is keeping tabs on him. Profit secured, he refuses to let a careless trail expose the man behind it. Lu's caution is not paranoia. Mystical beasts and secret arts can sniff out spirit stones, medicines, and treasures. In a market full of cultivators, a weak-looking man carrying sudden wealth may attract danger for no obvious reason. So Lu refuses to lead anyone home. Changes inns twice more, altering his appearance again at each stop. Only after satisfying himself that nobody is following does he restore his true face, Kingju embroidered robe, and green wind boots, then walk back into the Lu family spiritual talisman shop. Lu immediately turns profit into capability. At the owner's cost price, he takes a middle-grade magic artifact pen for 139 spirit stones. He adds 2 stacks of supreme-grade paper and 2 portions of supreme-grade spirit ink, 1 fine quality, 1 high quality, all meant for superior talismans. Changsheng sees nothing strange in an owner buying at cost. Myoj accepts the better pen too, but questions the premium paper and ink. Using them for middle-grade talismans is wasteful. Lu says he only wants to compare materials. Privately, he realizes future supplies may need another seller. Night falls after Lu and Myoj finish work. Back in his room at the Lu family courtyard, Lu lays out the new pen, paper, and ink. These are not for practice. He wants superior talismans that can save his life. He drinks deeply from a bottle of 100 Flowers wine. Lu draws a deep breath and stills his mind. He chooses the Thunder Summoning Talisman. His second rank knowledge is more than sufficient, but his current cultivation is not, so every stroke demands respect. The pen touches spirit ink, and a faint spiritual glow gathers at its tip. Pen moves neither hurriedly nor slowly. Each line flows into the next with an effortless beauty beyond even the Fourth Elder's technique. Then Lu snaps through the final flourish. Light surges from the pen, and the entire sheet blazes beneath a skin of lightning before the thunder glow vanishes. Lu exhales and sinks back, exhausted but delighted. The equipment problem is solved. Superior talismans are now within reach. Cultivation is the remaining limit because one nearly empties him, yet roughly 6 spirit stones and materials can create a talisman worth about 50. That is power and extraordinary value. With his private breakthrough secured, Lu changes back into the identity White Jade Tower knows, young Master Han. He returns to the tower and meets Feng Jiunyang, coming not for another list of candidates, but for the woman he already reserved. Red-dressed attendant leads in Xiao Yuyao, 18 or 19. Lu's gaze settles on her. Fair skin, a graceful figure, lush black hair casually tied and falling behind her, and a goose yellow gown with a low neckline. Her face is beautiful and delicate, but utterly unsmiling. Feng introduces her as Xiao Yuyao, the maid young Master Han purchased. Her voice remains tender and seductive, but the order beneath it is absolute. Greet him. Yuyao lowers her eyes and obeys. Only when she looks at Lu does a faint spark enter those lifeless eyes. Yuyao knows how much worse this sale could have become. With her family destroyed, she might have been harvested as a cauldron until death or forced to bear children endlessly. Being bought as a maid by a young, handsome man feels like relative mercy. Feng smiles at Lu. Is young Master Han satisfied? Feng's question still hangs in the private room. Lu Changsheng studies Xiao Yuyao and smiles. Would Miss Xiao willingly become his maid? He knows the courtesy changes nothing. She has no real power to refuse, but his flexible moral line still demands that he ask. Yuyao is briefly taken aback. Then she looks at Lu, gathers a small, strained smile, and says she is willing to serve him. Lu turns to Feng without prolonging the performance. Good. He is satisfied with her. In Lu's calculation, the full price of 150 spirit stones is not excessive. Yu Yao has the figure he wants, and more importantly, a spiritual root. If even a few of her future children inherit one, this bargain could repay itself many times over. Feng signals a red-dressed attendant to take Yu Yao aside while the sale is completed. Lu pays the remaining spirit stones and receives her spiritual contract. It is more than a receipt. The deed can decide Yu Yao's life or death, and White Jade Tower guarantees recourse for 3 years. Feng personally sees young Master Han and Yu Yao out, warmly inviting him to return whenever he needs anything. She has read the quality of his clothing, appearance, and demeanor. To an experienced manager, this is not merely a completed sale. He looks like a future major client. At the Lu family courtyard, most people barely react. Lu has only brought home a purchased maid. Li Shi and Wang Wu, however, exchange a sorrowful glance. They want to devote themselves to him, yet know he never lacks women. The second daughter answers with a louder, more disdainful snort. Lu smiles wryly and leads Yu Yao into his small courtyard. His first instruction is direct: prepare his bath. He bought her as a maid, so he intends to put her to work. He has moral limits, but not the moral purity that would make him pretend a purchased servant is his equal. Yu Yao carries the bucket and brings hot water, her cheeks reddening as she helps Lu undress and enters the bath to wash him. His magical robe already keeps him free of dirt, so cleanliness is hardly the point. For Lu, the bath is relaxation, one pleasure made possible by his growing means. When the washing is finished, Yu Yao's blush deepens. Still stiff in both movement and voice, she loosely circles her arms around Lu's neck and murmurs, "Young master." Her initiative is shy and practiced rather than relaxed, but the distance between purchased maid and intimate companion has begun to close. Next day brings a different demand on Lu's resources. Lu Maya Cheng comes to him and asks to borrow money. The request leaves Lu with an immediate calculation. Lending within the family may preserve camaraderie, but any spirit stones handed over might never return. In the Lu family courtyard at 9 Dragons Market, Lu Changsheng waits for his cousin's explanation. Lu Maya Cheng admits that he has become infatuated with a female cultivator at Spring Abundance Building. Grinning lecherously, he praises its courtesans and confesses that repeated visits have emptied his purse. Changsheng claims that buying a maid has left him short as well, then produces 20 spirit stones. The amount is deliberate, large enough to preserve their clan camaraderie but small enough to lose without regret. If Maya Cheng never repays him, Changsheng has already decided to write it off. Maya Cheng's delight is immediate. He calls Changsheng a good brother, thanks him, and begins promising repayment. Their next stop is Jade Meal Hall, where the meal proves costly but genuinely delicious. Changsheng decides that food this good is worth enjoying once in a while. Jade Meal Hall also carries a quieter association. Whenever Changsheng has eaten here with Lu Myoj, she has refused to let him shoulder every bill and insists they take turns paying. Changsheng never argues. The easy reciprocity says more about their growing comfort than a grand gesture would. Back in Qingzhou Lu's spiritual talisman shop, Changsheng completes a superior-grade dungeon talisman and realizes how close it came to failing. The problem was not his technique. A tiny flaw mars the premium talisman paper, disrupting the process at the most dangerous moment. Changsheng checks every remaining sheet in the stack, more than a dozen in all. None share the defect. With only one bad sheet and the dungeon talisman still successfully completed, he judges the flaw an acceptable exception and sets the concern aside, for now. After resting, Changsheng realizes that nearly a month has passed since he arrived at 9 Dragons Market. Once the monthly inventory is inspected, he can go home in a few days. He informs Myoj, then heads out to choose gifts for the wives and children waiting at Qingzhou Mountain. At night, Changsheng relaxes in the bath while Xiao Yuyo attends him. When she emerges from the water coughing, he draws a cup of tea across the room with the object manipulating technique and places it in her hands. Softly, he tells her she never needed to swallow. Yuyo answers, "It's fine, young master." Next professional task arrives with the monthly inventory inspection. Because the shop buys repeatedly from a fixed group of loose cultivators, Lu Myoj explains that they need not test every single object. A careful sample from each supplier is normally enough, provided the person inspecting it knows exactly what can pass. For a finished talisman, Myoj gives him 3 tests. The paper cannot be too poor. The drawn lines must look smooth, without bumps or scrapes. Most importantly, the spiritual power inside must circulate without obstruction. Paper and spiritual ink receive even less tolerance. Neither material should contain a single flaw. Talisman can be activated as soon as it is made, but that does not make every product equal. Materials, line work, and spiritual circulation can create a 10 to 20% gap in effectiveness. Changsheng now understands why his own carefully made talismans had sold so easily here. Their quality had earned that smooth reception. And the lesson catches on an uncomfortable memory. Only days ago, Changsheng bought a talisman from this shop and discovered a flaw. Was that mere bad luck, or had quality control slipped? Since he will soon help manage this business, defective goods and a damaged reputation will become his problem. His inspection immediately turns serious. Holding a middle-grade talisman, Changsheng gently follows the spiritual power inside and asks whether its flow truly qualifies as smooth. Myoj examines it and gives an exact verdict. This one sits on the passing mark. If it were any worse, the shop would refuse it. With the threshold fixed, Changsheng records the questionable goods. Jiang Shan accepts the list, but one name makes him pause, Jia Huan. The loose cultivator has supplied the shop for several years without a single previous issue, and Jiang suggests asking him what happened. Changsheng studies the veteran shopkeeper, then chooses restraint. Return Jia's goods, make him inspect everything himself. If the reworked batch passes, overlook it once. Changsheng reports his decision to Myoj. She considers the issue minor enough to allow one correction and tells him the final handling is his choice. Then she adds that she will return to Qingzhou Mountain in 2 days. Back at the Eastern District courtyard, Changsheng tells Xiao Yuyao that he will also be going home soon. Meanwhile, inside a small Western District courtyard, a burly man demands to know why every material in the batch was returned for rework. Jiang Shan fires back that he should not need to ask. The shop has a new owner now, and for the next few months its inspections will be stricter. Changsheng's first decision has already disturbed an arrangement operating beyond his sight. 2 days later, Changsheng and Myoj leave Nine Dragons Market aboard the Iron Feather Eagle and make for Qingzhou Mountain. The shop's questionable batch remains behind for rework. Ahead waits the household Changsheng has missed, and as he soon discovers, one unfamiliar young woman whom he never arranged to receive. Young woman appears 17 or 18. Her manner is refined, graceful, and distinctly shy. Myoan introduces her as Guanxin. Hangye sent her after recently visiting Qingzhou Mountain to trade talismans, and she possesses an 8th grade spiritual root, an aptitude rarely found among the secular people available to Changsheng. Myoan pouts. Apparently, the wives and concubines already surrounding her husband are still not enough. Now he even has people outside finding more women for him. Changsheng immediately pictures the awkward scene she endured. While pregnant, his principal wife handled the talisman exchange on his behalf, only for Hangye to send home a young woman for him. Changsheng quickly assures Myoan that he knew nothing about this. After Jier and Shuyer, he had already told Hangye to stop such arrangements. Had he been present, he says, he would certainly have refused. Then comes the sweet talk. Myoan is a model leading wife and exemplary helpmate. Privately, his verdict is rather different. Hangye, what a good brother. The opportunity is genuinely valuable. Finding anyone with a spiritual root in secular society is difficult. Finding a young woman in her prime with one is rarer still. Changsheng decides Hangye deserves a return benefit. He can begin selling him middle-grade talismans. The arrangement will increase Changsheng's income while strengthening the friend who has treated him like family. Only then does Changsheng sit down and speak with Guanxin herself. He asks about her family circumstances and whether she can adapt to life here, giving the shy newcomer room to answer rather than treating Hangye's decision as the end of the matter. With the household tension eased and Guanxin received, his long-awaited return home can finally become a family reunion. Absence has sharpened every feeling. On Changsheng's first night home, the long separation gives way to a passionate reunion. The details remain behind closed doors, but the warmth is unmistakable. For one night, the distant market and all its responsibilities cease to matter. Changsheng has only 3 days at home. He deliberately leaves cultivation and talisman work alone, spending that scarce time among his wives and children instead. With his household growing while his duties keep him away, ordinary hours together have become precious. In private, Changsheng tells his principal wife that he purchased a maid named Xiao Yuyao in Nine Dragons Market. Concealment would only postpone the matter. Once Yuyao became pregnant, every wife in the household would learn about her anyway. Myoan knows exactly what kind of husband she married, and she had prepared herself for this long ago. She neither quarrels nor makes a spectacle of the news. Instead, she asks whether life in Nine Dragons Market has treated him well. Warmed by her concern, Changsheng admits that everything is fine, except how much he misses his family. Changsheng also visits the 4th elder and receives fresh guidance in talisman making. Yet her interest is not limited to his technique. She asks whether he has adapted to Nine Dragons Market. As he did with Myoan, Changsheng answers that there have been no problems. On his way back, Changsheng stops at the 5th elder's residence and buys a batch of spiritual wine. It is a small errand compared with his family reunion, but it ensures he will not return to Nine Dragons Market empty-handed. 3 days vanish. Changsheng and Lu Myoj prepare to return to Nine Dragons Market, although his 25th child may be born within days. He does not delay. With more children certain to come, he cannot promise to stand beside every birth. Painful as it is, this must be the first time he accepts that limit. Lu Myohyun greets Changsheng with the same frown, an offended huff he remembers too well. He knows he mishandled their arranged meeting, but her condition had been impossible for him. She would not tolerate a husband taking other wives or concubines. Beauty, graceful legs, and a 6th grade spiritual root could not bridge that divide. Changsheng asks whether the second miss is ill. Every time she sees him, she frowns and huffs. Perhaps she should seek treatment before it worsens. He starts away with Xiao Qing, but Mao Yuan refuses to let the insult pass. Her answer is perfectly clear. Nothing is wrong with her health. She simply dislikes him. For a heartbeat, Mao Yuan's honesty silences him. Then Changsheng tells her not to look. She lifts her chin and insists she will look whenever she pleases. He cannot stop her, but if she insists on making herself miserable, she may continue. When he walks away, her cheeks puff with anger. She orders him to stop. Changsheng turns back. She is the one who dislikes him, so why should he obey? Mao Yuan is still puffing with anger when Changsheng decides the second miss is behaving more like a child than a proud cultivator. Her elder sister Myoj understands people far better. There is no profit in prolonging this quarrel. When the moment is right, he can apologize and humor her. Xiao Qing has watched every exchange, and her verdict comes with a giggle. Perhaps the second miss has taken a fancy to him. Changsheng calls that nonsense and flicks her pale forehead. Xiao Qing covers the spot, pouts, and insists that she is telling the truth. The idea is not entirely absurd. Mao Yuan does resemble a child trying to attract attention through provocation. Still, Changsheng dismisses it. Even if she truly wanted to marry him, he has neither the patience nor the energy required to pamper someone so proud and temperamental. After settling Xiao Qing in his 9 Dragons market courtyard, Changsheng finally sees the space as a family home. At roughly 100 square meters, it is adequate for 3 people and little more. He decides not to rush, but once several more women arrive, he will rent a larger house nearby. Half a month slips by. Changsheng cultivates, draws talismans, and reports to work with steady discipline. His quarrel with Mao Yuan, however, refuses to become friendship. When another encounter ends with her irritated expression, he gives a disdainful snort and walks away. Watching his back, she only grows angrier. At night after their intimacy, Yuyao and Xiao Qing rest languidly in Changsheng's embrace. Yuyao breaks the quiet with a soft admission. She thinks she may be pregnant. The single word transforms Changsheng's mood. His attention sharpens at once, hope overtaking drowsiness. Changsheng immediately lowers his head to Yuyao's belly and concentrates. There it is, a faint, fragile life force beginning to gestate. His uncertainty vanishes. He lifts his head with delight and says good 3 times, unable to contain the joy of discovering another child. Changsheng asks when she noticed. Yuyao, herself a second-level Qi Refinement cultivator, explains that she sensed something 2 days ago but could not be certain. Only today did she confirm it. She knows how deeply he treasures children, and his radiant reaction proves her understanding correct. Changsheng tells Yuyao to protect her health from now on. Whatever she needs to eat or drink, she only has to ask. The change is immediate and personal. She is no longer merely his maid and companion. As the mother of his unborn child, her place in his heart rises. Xiao Qing watches the attention Yuyao receives, her clear eyes turning openly coquettish. She tells Changsheng that she wants to bear his child too. There is no hesitation in his answer. He pulls her close and agrees, then calculates that a pregnancy beginning now would suit the household's coming birth schedule. Changsheng turns agreement into action, striving with Xiao Qing for the child she wants. Yet the intimate promise confirms the calculation waiting beyond the bedchamber. More children will mean more people, more room, and greater expense. His desire to expand the family is clear. Now he must finance the household that desire creates. A larger family sounds gratifying until Lu Changsheng prices it. 1 or 2 maids would accomplish little. He wants several at once. That means wages and purchase costs, then a residence larger than the cramped market courtyard. The household he desires has become a problem of capital. Without his talisman mastery, cultivation itself would already be painfully difficult. After giving Lu Myoj a brief warning, Changsheng hides his face and visits several unfamiliar talisman shops. By spreading the transactions around, he sells almost 200 stored talismans without exposing the true scale of his ability. Nanin, Changsheng activates a purification talisman and confirms that no watcher has marked him. Relief lasts only a moment. A few more rounds would exhaust every safe shop in the market. His better solution is patience. Once Lu Myoj steps back and he controls the family shop, its monthly outside purchases can conceal his stock. Capital secured, Changsheng turns to housing. Xiao Qing does the practical legwork and returns with several suitable choices. Together they compare lease length, neighborhood, walking distance, and cost, treating the new residence not as a luxury but as infrastructure for the expanding family. Comparison clarifies the market. Eastern District houses of 400 to 500 square meters run from 60 to 100 spirit stones a year. Northern District properties cost roughly 30 to 80. Changsheng has money now, but no reason to waste it merely for a more prestigious address. Chooses a Northern District house only 15 minutes from the talisman shop. Its roughly 400 square meters will support a much larger household. The commitment is substantial. At least 5 years, 50 spirit stones per year, paid annually, plus another 50 as the deposit. Changsheng accepts. At night, Changsheng tells Lu Myoj before moving a single possession. His explanation is both true and convenient. Some wives and concubines may stay in the market, the current courtyard would become cramped. and living near the shop will spare him the daily walk. He refuses to vanish from family lodging without courtesy. Second elder's first response is generous. The family can simply provide Changsheng with a larger courtyard. Changsheng nevertheless insists on the house he selected. Once the elder confirms that the lease is already arranged and the place is suitable, he stops pressing and merely offers help with the practicalities. Space secured, Changsheng visits White Jade Tower to choose the people who will fill it. Its non-spiritually rooted maids can be matched to a buyer's preferred looks, figure, and personality. They are trained in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, intimate arts, martial skills, and cultivation methods that can strengthen a partner's foundation. Catalog even shows exotic figures like Jier and Shuyer, along with demon-blooded maidens whose dormant lineage has been activated into visible demonic traits. Changsheng is intrigued, then disappointed. Most are suited only to being cherished concubines and cannot bear children. For his purpose, that drawback outweighs novelty. Changsheng settles on 9 maids with distinct features and pays 116 spirit stones. White Jade Tower can release 2 of them immediately. The other 7 must be sent later. The purchase is larger than a moment's indulgence. It is the first full wave of the market household he has financed and housed. Changsheng takes the 2 available maids directly to the northern district house. Then he packs lightly and returns with Xiao Yuyao and Zio Qing that same day. The once hypothetical expansion is now real. 5 people occupy the new residence, 7 more maids are coming, and the old cramped courtyard is behind them. With the move complete, Lu Changsheng casts a cleaning spell across the house and yard, then inspects what now protects his family. The answer is disappointing. The residence has only a basic soundproofing formation. 9 Dragons Market is orderly, but it is not the Lu family compound, and orderly does not mean safe. Changsheng immediately thinks beyond himself. If he is at the shop when danger reaches the house, his wives would face it without him. Small formations would add a layer of security, and because their components can be carried away and reused after another move, the expense would protect more than this one rented courtyard. Next morning before leaving for work, Changsheng gives Zio Qing 20 spirit stones. She is to stock the home with spirit rice, spirit vegetables, and spiritual materials. He also asks the household spirit cooking chef to prepare lunch for 2 and bring it to the spiritual talisman shop around noon. On his walk to the shop, Changsheng notices an array store and goes inside. The shopkeeper explains that a set may include formation flags, array plates, and formation eyes, with the cost determined by the area covered. Changsheng gives the size of his yard, roughly 400 to 500 square meters. For that area, the common first-grade lower-quality minor misleading array alone costs 180 spirit stones. Stronger formations are not merely dearer sets of implements. They require further arrangement by an array master. Changsheng leaves the inquiry with a clear measure of the price and complexity standing between his family and better protection. At noon, Zio Qing's prepared meal reaches the talisman shop, and Changsheng shares it with Lu Myoj. Her elegant reserve does not hide how much she enjoys good food. Changsheng privately regrets having no culinary skill of his own. Otherwise, he jokes to himself, perhaps a roasted chicken could conquer her stomach and then her heart. When the meal ends, Myoj offers spirit stones for her share of the food. Changsheng refuses, but she will not let the matter rest. Unable to persuade her otherwise, he accepts a token arrangement, 12 spirit stones each month. The compromise preserves her independence and quietly makes their shared lunches regular. At night, Changsheng returns home to unexpected news. Zio Qing says a neighboring household visited during the afternoon, asking that the new neighbors look out for one another. They left 3 talismans. Changsheng examines them one by one and finds all 3 lower grade, a professional-looking gift that makes him wonder whether the neighbor is a talisman master. Changsheng decides that courtesy and caution point in the same direction. Away from the Lu compound, good neighbors may become valuable friends, and meeting them will tell him who lives beside his family. He packs a fruit basket and 2 gift boxes of talismans, crosses to the small courtyard, and knocks. A fierce-looking middle-aged man named Gao He receives him, beginning their first conversation. Inside Gao He's large residence, Changsheng quietly takes stock of the household. Despite all the space, only Gao, his daughter, and 2 servants live here. Conversation soon confirms Changsheng's earlier suspicion. The fierce-looking neighbor is a middle-grade talisman master stationed at a spiritual talisman shop. When Gao learns that his visitor owns the Qingzhu Lu family's spiritual talisman shop, his manner warms at once. He suggests that the 2 shops might do business in the future. Changsheng answers the enthusiasm amiably, recognizing that a useful local connection may be taking shape. Their talk shifts into the craft itself. Gao shares his understanding of talisman making, while Changsheng listens, answers, and quietly measures every detail against his own far deeper mastery. By the end, his judgment is precise. Gao is intermediate among middle-grade talisman masters, still some distance from the superior level. After leaving Gao's home, Changsheng crosses the street to introduce himself at the next residence. An elderly senior servant answers. The master is away, he explains, and returns only after the hour of Su each day. Changsheng apologizes for disturbing him and promises to visit another time. At the door on his left, Changsheng meets a very different figure, a softly featured woman in her 30s, plump yet graceful with snow-white skin and jet-black hair coiled into a bun. Her light blue dress is cinched at the waist. Beneath her mature, gentle smile, Changsheng offers his neighborly introduction. Next morning, activity at Changsheng's house draws a visitor. It is the neighbor from across the street, returning yesterday's courtesy while he is home. His introduction resolves the mystery. This amicable man owns Jade Meal Hall, a place Changsheng has noticed several times before. Restaurateur suggests they interact more often and promises Changsheng a discount whenever he eats at Jade Meal Hall. Changsheng responds warmly and kind. With his rounds complete, his verdict is simple. Gao He and the man across the street seem pleasant, only the family on the left feels somewhat fierce. Time passes quickly, and the end of the month brings less charming work. Zhang Shan presents the inventory and the full list of goods purchased that month. Changsheng and Lu Maiyou begin spot-checking the stock. The task is substantial enough to consume 2 full days. As before, the inspection uncovers defective and flawed goods, only a few but enough to form a pattern. Changsheng asks Maiyou the obvious question. If these are long-term suppliers, why does every shipment contain problems? Maiyou explains that only some partners remain fixed. Others change, forcing the shop to find replacements. Changsheng nods. The defects are not simply carelessness. The Lu family's supply chain itself is unstable, making some quality problems unavoidable. Then he looks 2 months ahead, toward Maiyou's return to Qingzhou Mountain. When this shop becomes his burden to carry, these unreliable links will become his headache. Shop's supply problems can wait. At home, Lu Changsheng faces a different imbalance, too many loved ones waiting for too little of his time. He gives the next 3 days to his wives and daughters, barely cultivating and leaving his talisman work untouched. During the 4th elder's instruction, she hands Changsheng the month's shop restock directly. 3 supreme talismans, 30 superior grade, and 30 middle grade. The compact batch is now his responsibility to carry back to the Lu family shop. The amount seems surprisingly small. Does the 4th elder draw only 1 superior and 1 middle grade talisman per day? Then Changsheng remembers the other Lu family shops scattered across different marketplaces. This is only one destination for her work, not her entire output. 3 days later, Changsheng and Lu Maiyou return to 9 Dragons Market, with Guan Xin joining his household. Maiyou sees the new arrival and sighs. Only last month she warned him that cultivation and strength were fundamental, and he had agreed without hesitation. Maiyou does not repeat herself. 1 warning was enough. Changsheng uses the house deed to secure Guan Xin a free residency card, then settles her comfortably in his northern district home and directs her toward the established household so she can adapt. The expanding yard still needs people devoted to its daily work. Changsheng considers a bestiared servant, then counts the cost. Such women run from dozens of spirit stones to well over 100, and anyone he actually likes would exceed that. Right now, he needs every stone. And Changsheng catches his own mistake. He is not a stud horse, and not every woman in his yard must bear a child. Preventing pregnancy is well within a cultivator's control. When the 7 pending maids arrive, he will choose 2 to manage household affairs instead. Next day, Gao He visits again to discuss the talisman path. Changsheng can only shake his head in amusement. Neighborly exchanges should be occasional, yet Gao He keeps returning because Changsheng's earlier insights genuinely improved his talisman work. Difficulty is not a lack of topics, but the gulf between them. To Changsheng, this resembles a professor explaining elementary homework, so he reins himself in. This time his observations sound deliberately ordinary, enough to be neighborly without encouraging dependence or exposing the true depth of his mastery. After carefully limiting how much talisman expertise he reveals, Lu Changsheng returns to the principle guiding his future: stability. Power, money, and family all matter, but only if he can keep every part of his life under control. 3 days later, a white jade tower servant comes to the house with the awaited report. The 7 maids Changsheng already purchased have arrived. He does not delay. He leaves with the messenger and heads straight for White Jade Tower. Feng Jiunyang receives him with the same effortless, seductive charm he remembers. Even after several meetings, Changsheng still has to admit that she is stunning. She brings out the 7 waiting women, then turns to him with a simple question. Is Master Lu satisfied? This time, he does not call himself Han Li. That false name was an impulse, and Feng's manager clearly knew who he was anyway. Continuing the disguise would only create awkward questions when the new maids heard one master called by 2 names. So he deals with the tower openly as Lu Changsheng. His inspection is brief but satisfied. The 7 women are beautiful, well-formed, and distinct from one another. More importantly, they are not merely decorative servants. Some know martial arts and some have practiced charming lady elemental cultivation. White Jade Tower's price is steep, but the training gives it substance. Full purchase of 9 maids has cost him 116 spirit stones, far beyond the price of ordinary servants. Still, Changsheng decides White Jade Tower delivered what it promised. He pays the remaining balance, receives the 7 spiritual contracts, and leaves with all 7 women following him. Outside, the sight is impossible to ignore. One young master walking through the market with 7 striking women behind him. Heads turn. Strangers wonder which cultivation family he belongs to, while envious onlookers call out propositions. Changsheng does not linger to enjoy any of it. He quickens the return home. Only after reaching home does Changsheng fully examine the mistake. Being stared at like a spectacle is irritating, but the real danger is worse. Anyone watching could mark him as a fat sheep. From now on, future purchases will return in smaller batches, or White Jade Tower will deliver them directly to his door. Liao Qing, Xiao Yuyao, and Guan Xin stare at the 7 newcomers, and for a moment none of them knows what to say. Then they remember their young master's abundant nighttime energy. The surprise fades into resigned understanding. At this pace, they suspect the entire new group may soon be carrying his children. Changsheng begins assigning the newcomers unified household names. The source reveals 4, Yi Lian, Hong Mayan, Zai Mei, and Kang Lan. He chose the same style he used for the first 2 maids, Heidang and Bai He. The 7 listen carefully and answer together, accepting him as master. At night, the household settles behind closed doors. Without lingering on private details, Changsheng finally learns firsthand why Lu Maicheng once described women trained by White Jade Tower as exceptional treasures.